Welcome to this special episode of my podcast, godislovetruthlife.com or godislovetruthfreedom.com, because a life without freedom is not a life worth living. My name is Jerry Cabazzuto, and today on my phone I have a very special guest. His name is Leo, and Leo is an extraterrestrial from Florin. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And otherwise, do you like to identify yourself as a Pleiadian or Flourish, or how do you like to refer to yourself as? The best way to refer to is Nordics, is what he just responded. We are Pleiadians, but we are the same race. Nordics and Pleiadians that most people know have two different tasks. Two different tasks in life. They evolved separately. Got it. Great. And I guess we can start with why are you in a human vessel? Well, there is something okay. Sorry, go ahead, Leo.
Come on, Jerry.
Come on, Jerry. Come on, Jerry.
Pretty whack, bro.
It's pretty whack, bro.
So the message that I just received is that he is what one would call an exchange. So he was born in a human body. However, his soul is that of a Pleiadian. And at around 8 years old is when he realized he was what is called a starseed, or someone who is not from this planet. Did I summarize that well? An exchange is a starseed. Thank you for that clarification. Yes. And then right now we're talking over the phone. Why aren't I using a implant telepathic channel like other podcasters perhaps out there? So Leo answered that some podcasters may have had an implant placed against their will, perhaps usually in childhood, or others maybe light workers, specifically channelers. And so, they can channel or be able to communicate
Channelers?
that way. However, since Leo, my friend, is in a human body, it doesn't really make sense to do either of those things, because I can just call him. Does that summarize everything, Leo? Okay. And then why are you interested in teaching humanity? So Leo answered that he perceives humanity to mostly consist of spiritual children. They do not make their own decisions. They don't take action or responsibility. They don't have, but it's also quite true that if something doesn't bother you, mind your own business. And then Leo gave an example. So, I think, Leo, you were describing a place in Florine. Okay, so he said yes. There's an area of shallow seawater with small islands, and yeah, people live on them. And that, you know, the main water source for this area is this huge waterfall. And at the top of this waterfall, there's a sort of devil's whirlpool sort of situation, which is sort of surrounded by a huge field of poppies. And, you know, what are poppies used for? They're used for, you know, human heroin. And so this fresh water source is infused with heroin, essentially. And so there are signs around this lake that tell people, you know, don't drink from the lake. But it's not really enforced in the way that we humans may think, right? These signs are more of a warning for you as an individual. So long as you're not hurting other people from drinking that water, which everyone in that area does, you have the freedom to do that, right? And so, yeah, this whole minding your own business, if it's so long as you're not hurting others, yeah. Did I capture everything? Is there anything anyone wanted to add? Leo wanted to share, and because this is such a central foundational understanding in their culture, this is why he forgot to mention it. Don't lie. Pleiadians never do this. They understand this concept from a young age. And you know, for us humans, right, like, be as transparent as you can. You know, don't lie. Let others make you know, informed decisions, you know, to the best of your knowledge of yeah, the truth. Did I capture that, Leo? Okay, so Leo wanted to add that, yeah, if a foundation for society
Your sound, we can't hear you.
I thought I clicked that. That's crazy. That took a minute. What's up, Ariane? What's up, dudes? So let me go back to the beginning. Apparently, we've been canceled again. Not by tech, not by government goons, not by so-called truthers, but by so-called truthers. The ones LARPing as moral leaders while hiding Telegram groups, using Scientology-level smear tactics against anyone who won't bow to their idols or join their New Age cult of false unity. Now people are calling out of the woodwork, wanting to be handles and moral consultants trying to advise me on how to do my show. Tone it down, Jeffrey. Stop naming names, Jeffrey. Be more nice, Jeffrey. Okay, I will. I'll chill out. It's not like people are dying or anything. This platform was built on transparency and courage, not coddling cowards or stoking egos. We're not here to make relativists feel safe, even if those relativists are popular in a community. We're here to expose what they won't. You don't get to hide your fraudulence behind the word community and then tell me how to speak truth. And the people who watch us the least seem to be the ones with the most to say. They don't engage in the evidence. They don't respond to arguments. They just get triggered that someone had the gut to call a spade instead of bowing to the social hierarchy these people are regulated by. I can say, hey guys, it seems like Mark Passio is having a hard time vetting the people he vouches for. And guess what? I don't suffer any consequences like you do. Can you do the same? You don't even have freedom of speech in your community. Are you willing to be unpopular for the truth? So let's talk about their new strategy since VGT's come around. No face, no video, there's no comment section, no live chat, just a one-way sermon and slick merch links. What am I talking about? Radio. It's not a dialogue. It's damage control. They've built mic'd up bunkers to do podcasts in where no one can challenge them in real time. Radio isn't their platform. It's their escape hatch. It's how they cosplay leadership while ducking accountability. And while they claim to be exposing the occult, they become occulters, gatekeepers, and guru robes. And true to their pattern of sabotage and avoidance, to test out my theory, I scheduled an interview on Revolution Radio. And guess what happened? One Great Work figureheads had me pulled off the podcast last minute. I was literally waiting backstage. Bad excuses were given. They pretended to reschedule, only to cancel again. And guess what? No follow-up. It wasn't clumsiness. They didn't lose their internet. They didn't have technical difficulties. It was coordinated censorship. I'd even call it conspiracy. I bet Sarah the Karen Cross had her fingerprints all over this one with using her backdoor influence to get me removed while hiding behind her curated image of truth and freedom. These are the people who preach transparency while running from conversations like it's molten fucking lava. No comments, no calls, just controlled messaging and curated followers who won't ask questions. And it's not just me they're trying to silence. They blacklisted Nemo from Europe and natural law. One of the nicest dudes in the world, honestly. One of the most principled musicians in the entire movement. But when their Freedom Sound Bath Festival, music festival, rolled around, Nemo was first scheduled to perform, and then the shadow work warriors over at the One Great Work Network kicked him off of the festival. Why? Because Nemo doesn't play pretend. He knows the difference between truth and new age psychobabble. He defended truth when it made him very unpopular, and he did it to defend someone he probably didn't want to defend, me. He corrected the nonsense in his group, and they exiled him. People he called friends rejected him, defending new age nonviolent communication bullshit. And everyone whining, Jeff, stop attacking people within the community. Let me make this simple. Again, I am not a part of your community. I am not in your obsessed rune casting drum circle of relativists and spiritual bypassers. And if I was, I'd still be holding people accountable. Real communities don't silence dissent. So here's the bottom line. Veganism isn't a diet. It's a litmus test. It's the baseline for whether or not you understand natural law. Principle. Or just talk about it while participating in violence and coercion. So go ahead, try and cancel us. Just try and smear us for being mean. I'm not here to be nice. I'm here to be accurate. And I'll keep standing on natural law. I'll keep calling out frauds until the behavior changes, because that's what doing the great work looks like. As always, this podcast is live and open, giving anyone a chance to come talk about anything, guys. That means you can spend all the time you want on your presentation. You can chat GPT a bunch of really cool comebacks about me, and you can sneak up on me. I'm actually giving you the upper hand here. I won't expect you to be there. And you could just pop up on the show and call me out on anything I've ever said. That's why the show is live. I'm not afraid to answer any questions. I will not hide, go block people, and ignore, act like they're not around. So anyway, please smash the like button, subscribe, and notification button, because we're just getting started here. If you missed the last few episodes, you should definitely check them out. Is there a audio problem? Can you guys hear me?
Out a little bit.
Oh,
A bit of distortion, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
Right now?
Yeah, it's good. Now it's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, yeah. Maybe delay. I don't know.
Oh, weird. Okay. If it's like intolerable, let me know.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Seems to have gotten better when you stopped sharing a video or something. I don't know. It got clear for a second.
Okay. Weird.
Video
Okay,
has
well,
disrupted your representation.
that sucks. It's a breach of contract. Hey, so Ariane, this is like Adrian here is like the antithesis of Esteban. Remember Esteban? Breach of contract?
What are the three expressions of consciousness? Yeah, I know.
Exactly. Yeah. Remember, he came here to to tell us all that he knew everything and that we were all wrong. And Adrian's actually very open-minded. But I think Adrian might be a little bit older than Esteban. I think Esteban was like 19 or
That's
something.
right. There are kids with 20 years old that are more bright than people at 40s. You know. I think it's about
Yeah,
emotional
for sure,
intelligence
especially
and all
these
that
days.
stuff.
It's just a boy.
So
Boy.
people say that I only talk shit. So this week we're going to look at a bunch of what my critics have to say about me. And we're going to start with one of my first critics, maybe in around the 20 or 30th episode. One of our favorite natural law teachers. Boom. Jana ESP. I think this was her first video she made in maybe 6 years or something, and it was a petty tyranny session for me, and this performance is worthy of being on any of our episodes. Watching it again, it was pretty rad. But anyway, we're gonna watch this for a little bit. Boom, natural law scammers.
So my name is Jana, and I have made this video for the Vegan Group Therapy Circle or channel online on YouTube, run by Jeffrey Phillips. And this is a private video. It is exclusive to you guys, to the members, except for one person that I have blocked after I made the video. I had to unblock them to get the evidence and proof that I'm going to be presenting here. I just wanted to interject that I will be interjecting throughout this video, as I did not make it to my standard the first go around, of course, since I don't have a lot of time to spend on this, but also that my initial intentions for doing this video was to make it for the group, the Vegan Group Therapy, but then I decided to just make it for selected people within that group that have some association with it in varying capacities. That I think just really need to hear this information. So this is just, private information for certain people that I think may really care about the truth and the facts.
By saying that, she was trying to she didn't want to put me on blast to the world, so she was just like, oh, I'll keep it private between X amount of people. And she told us when she sent it to us that we were allowed to share it. So I was just clearing that up because it kind of made it sound like it was super ultra private when I don't really care about what she's exposing about me in the video.
I'm not interested in making this a public scandal or public video or airing people's dirty laundry out. And because I'm not involved with the community, I'm not here to protect the natural law community. The community is a complete mess. Yes, there are certain individual people in it that, that I can respect, but I acknowledge that Mark has gotten to this high intellectual level, with the understanding of moral philosophy, but he's only gotten so far. But even at the level that he's gotten, the people in his community are not to his standard, and that is a big issue. And that is something that the Vegan Group Therapy goes after. You've made it your kind of goal and agenda is to expose people. Like that's the nature of what you're doing, to expose the frauds, the fakes, the hypocrites. And yeah, there are plenty of them in the community. I mean, And that's a big reason why I'm not part of it anymore. So I agree that, that the community is pretty much a failure, and it's frustrating that Mark doesn't seem to care about the individuals and what the individuals in his group are saying and doing, and what they understand about this body of work, that's called natural law. And I think that he's just more interested in building his content empire, and that's just where his focus is. When I think, this should be about the moral development of each individual person. So that's why I'm making this video just exclusive to the individuals who are watching it right now, to your own personal growth, and to actually reflect on, what are you involved in? What are you doing? Like, are you actually living up to what you're holding, to the standards that you're holding other people to? And you're even holding the standards higher than what most people can conceive of, having digested at least some of Mark Cassio's work, because Mark Cassio does go into some esoteric philosophy and holistic philosophy. Like, there is good content in his work that's at generally higher level than the average person or the average cult leader or the average group, spiritual or esoteric group. So I'm going to hold you to the high standard that you hold yourself by creating this video, and this will hopefully act as a mirror for you to be able to reflect on yourself and to see if you're not being hypocrites as well. Because you have put out like almost hundreds of hours. It seems like it's been hundreds of hours at this point of this type of content. So, let's see if we can actually internalize it and be in alignment with the moral values that we are so passionate about, and it's like, I love being passionate about morality myself, and that's probably why I'm making this video. But and hopefully I am providing kind of more of a backdrop and kind of evidence for you to examine, so that you do have all the facts to come to conclusions about things. So let's get into it. Jeffrey Phillips, the creator of the Vegan Group Therapy channel, is a natural law anarchist and whistleblower of the truth movement.
You not want to piss off Jana.
This is what his channel is all about: exposing people in the truth movement, the freedom community, the natural law, the One Great Work Network. He does these lives.
I would say the majority of the content is about trashing carnists and statists.
Fuck yeah.
Looks like he's been doing this for a year, over a year, maybe 2 years.
So when I first came across this group, I noticed that they were discussing Logan Hart and defending a child molester. So we see that. I knew instantly about what this was about. I knew who the child molester was, and I knew that Logan Hart did not defend him. But I know why Jeffrey is claiming that, because there was false accusations thrown at Logan Hart. Now, there's a debate between me and Jeffrey about that fact.
Okay, so there is a debate between me and Jana about that fact. She claims I was hearing hearsay about Logan defending this guy, but I actually had a one-on-one conversation with Logan about this subject, where he was just completely denying. It wasn't just I heard, because there was some misinfo being spread around. I directly talked to Logan Hart and was like, "What the fuck is up with your boy?" And he's like, because a video, the guy put out a video, him and his child, and he was telling his child to tell everyone that she consented to being molested or something like that. It was really bad, obviously. Awful. Really bad shit. Yeah, awful. The worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Real nasty stain on the freedom movement. There was this guy, and then he ended up being connected to the guy who did the Sandy Hook, the shooter of Sandy Hook. Which was really weird. So it was like a CIA op that happened within the freedom movement to discount the freedom movement, perhaps, or something, perhaps, maybe not, who knows. But I confronted Logan, because Logan did a post defending this guy, and I was like, "Bro, have you seen the fucking video? Like, this shit's sketchy." And he defended it. He defended the guy and then blocked me. And Logan Hart has me blocked to this day because of that conversation. So Jana tries to make it sound like I just heard some hearsay, but I directly heard it from the horse's mouth. Whether or not he recounted after the fact, I never would have seen it because he fucking blocked me. Blocking is just like the dumbest move, you know, like it's not that person isn't getting shot off into the atmosphere and like vaporized. They're still in your circle, you know, you can still be touched by those people. They can still get to you. Be touched. That was creepy. So anyway, so that's the first. We did have a discussion about this because it came into a weird stalemate, but you'll see. Back to Jana.
I was friends with Logan Hart at the time. But I also know that there's this really sticky situation with his ex-girlfriend, and I can't go into it right now.
Sticky situation.
There's this confusion of understanding about Logan defending this guy. But to my knowledge, he did not. There's nothing on the internet of him doing that. No one ever came to me and said, you know, Logan is doing that. And I defended Logan for not defending the child molester. So when I saw this, I was already thinking, this is not good. Like, I feel like this guy is throwing out false accusations. And when I watch the videos and stuff like that, he does not seem to have any evidence. So that to me is a little bit of a red flag. Like, if you're going to put out this claim that someone is actually defending pedophilia, like, you need to have some solid evidence backing that, because, you know, it's a serious claim. Like, this is a major ordeal, right? So anyways, Jeffrey says he had direct evidence, like he saw Logan defend this guy.
Oh.
I'm going to go into what that story is all about. Not about Logan Hart anymore. I'm just going to say that Logan Hart and I parted ways probably around 2019 due to philosophical differences. But it had nothing to do with this. Like, Logan Hart, he's got issues of understanding morality, but not this bad. He would not defend the child molester.
He did.
So moving on, we're going to look at who this child molester was. If we go here, his name was Sean Wingdinglen from St. Paul. And what happened is that he posted videos of him talking to his 2 young daughters who were around the age of 6.
I just want to mention that Sean Wingdinglen, I had pronounced his name wrong, posted these videos. He was the one that put these videos up live. And so later we are going to discuss some reasons why he might have done that. But that's important to understand the context for some things later.
About his sexual contact with them and asking them questions about it. So people from all over the country saw the videos and contacted the police. Then later he told the police he had posted the videos of the girls on pornographic and pedophile websites, and he had deleted the videos of the sexual nature. So this is just terrible. Now, what is shocking is that Mr. Wingdinglen was part of the natural law community. All my friends knew him. He knew my husband and had private messaged him several times. And so we were all very shocked, and we were all very much looking into what happened because we wanted to not believe that this guy was a monster. But the evidence was there. The evidence was there. These videos, you know, got him convicted for 36 years. All right. And look at the time. It's September 6, 2019. For some reason, people want to act like they know, like that it happened in 2013 or 14 when they don't know. We're going to see that later on. I was friends with
I mixed up the years that this event happened, and Jana got really mad at me about that. But I apologize. It was not in 2012 or 13 or 14 or whatever. It was 19. It just seemed like way longer time ago than 2019. But she does have a point there.
This person right here, Svetoslav, let's see the pronunciation.
Svetoslav
Birik. Goes by the name of Steve. We became friends in 2018 when we met at a conference, at a Mark Passio conference. And
Adrian,
I did not
do you know
know
who
what was going on
Slav
with
is?
these videos in this.
Yeah.
He's like Mark's little right-hand man guy. Hangs out with Mark, and yeah.
He was in the How to Become the True Media class.
Yeah. So she's going to explain why Slav was in hiding for a long time. And he had his reemergence on my show. So all the people that knew he went into hiding, you know, like people were like, whoa, Slav's back, huh? And he was on my show. And I didn't really know his history, but she explains it here.
Wingdinglen until Steve had contacted me. So let's go to those messages here.
Slav.
Steve contacts me this right here. And this is on March 22nd, 2019. Now, what I find interesting is that right before that,
meow.
Steve had posted this right here. He posted this on March 17, 2019. The phenomenon of global pedocriminality and massive moral societal decay can be easily observed by the content viewed by users on YouTube. Many people in this world are child predators. Humanity as a whole is deeply repugnantly ill. So it's very interesting that he posted this just a few days. Just keep that in mind, because we're going to see that this person is actually the pedo defender. Okay. He's in Facebook jail. I ask what happened. Sean Wingdinland on Facebook has wrongfully been labeled a child predator for a video he posted having a discussion with his daughter about her inappropriate conduct. They lynched him and got my post removed, and now I'm in Facebook jail for defending him. I've seen a toucher. He's not a toucher. He was defending this guy and enough to actually be put in Facebook jail. Like, he's publicly coming out to defend this person. Like, this isn't just a private message, contact with him. At the time, I had no clue. I had no clue what's happening. He's coming to me and telling me this. So I asked, what was Sean discussing with his daughter? Her touching or trying to touch his privates. And then I said, why does that make him a child predator? Because I didn't have any more information. And I was giving Bjork the benefit of the doubt. So I said, Justin, just post about it, but there's no evidence. Where's the evidence? But that's what I want. I want evidence. That's a fucking huge accusation. Yeah, no one pays to think, Jana. This phenomenon is chilling that people can get destroyed like morons and with twisted motives, okay? So said it's pretty upsetting. I won't remain silent about it. Was the original taken down? I see his profile gone. So I was ready to, if he's on the side of truth, I was ready to go up for bat for him, But of course, I was not going to do that before I saw the evidence. So he tells me that the pedo hunters, they had picked up the video and they posted it. So before I looked at the evidence, I said, you should block Keith because he's saying this. So Keith Smith comes out and he says, Svetoslav Birik, Steve, is not only a militant vegan anarchist who pushes his extremist views, but he's also a pedophile apologist for Sean Wingdinland.
Now, it's unfortunate that Keith Smith is kind of conflating veganism and anarchism with defending pedophilia as if they're all extreme views. So that's unfortunate. But those of us watching know the truth of that.
He says he was charged and found guilty of lots of violence in his past. And so he actually provides this link that I should have actually looked at the time, but I didn't. So we're going to look at that link right now about Steve Birik. Svetoslav. Let's see here. Man threatens to bomb a hospital and turn it into a graveyard. So here we have a picture of Mr. Birik. And he was making threats. I don't know why, but he made enough threats to get an article posted in 2014. So this is
5 years before the incident with Sean Wingdinland. Now, I did, after this whole incident with Steve, check out this information, and it verified some things, as we're going to see.
So in threatening the hospital, he writes all these messages that are just completely nuts. Have fun at work Monday, cocksuckers. Mother Mary gonna have a miscarry. Who will cover their asses when they're all burning alive? Who will corroborate their false claims and statements when Sharple is sent hurling through their skulls? Put a fucking pipe bomb in St. Mary's cunt. Remember my name. Rawr! Like, dude, what the fuck is this guy on?
Jeez, Slav.
I hope to see one day how easy it is to bite through a cop's eye socket after I've ripped off his face. You better wear a mask, pussy, because I'll chew through into your brain. That's
not very vegan,
that's pretty fucking gruesome there. So he went to prison. Like, he spent some time in prison, and like this violent aspect of him came out with this issue. And I'm going to even show you him threatening Noah and I, which he has done on several occasions. So going back to Keith's post, now I can't find this on the internet anymore because most of the people like that saw this side of Steve Birik, they blocked him, including Logan. Logan blocked Birik. Let's go back to the message. And then I posted him something I wrote. I just joined this thread. I'm finding zero evidence to support the original post. Can anyone tell me what Sean exactly said to his daughter and what he exactly said that is considered molestation? So I am looking for the exact details. I hear a lot of rants, no concrete evidence, and this accusation deserves 100% certainty. So that's what I'm looking for, And then Steve responds that he'd be really sad if I don't agree with him. He's got to know, like, I'm on the side of truth, and that's why I don't have a lot of friends from the community. And that's the main reason why I left, because if you really go for the truth, most people are not. Most people are going to go for self-interest. They're going to go for their own personal agendas. Their intention, their spirit is not right. Let's continue. I said, wow, it's amazing how many people are calling Sean names. I haven't seen the video.
Correction, they haven't seen the video, because I'm not the type of person that's just going to jump on the bandwagon until I have concrete evidence.
It's everyone is so ready to condemn him to hell. I don't know what's going on. So can he attract a better stock? So, okay, I found the video right here. I'm going to get back to you. So Steve says these people feed on other people's shortcomings and think they did something. So he's definitely defending Sean here. So I say, can you access Facebook and watch the videos again, Steve? I think you need to revisit the data. This is clearly molestation. He asked his daughter, you don't want to be sexual with me anymore? Then asked in another part of the video, you want to continue touching me? Is that correct? To his daughter. Then he asked why, and she says, because you like it. So yeah, the video was very shocking and horrifying. Wow, and I mean, it's even more horrifying to I didn't interact with Sean, but to have him part of this community that's supposed to be about morality. I mean, we're caring about the torturing and the suffering of animals, let alone young children, and how this completely fucks them up. Like this is just horrifying. So then Steve tells me his theory. Sean's a passive drunk. He passes out when he's in their custody. They get bored and they start touching him when he's passed out. He catches wind and tries to stop it via live video where he's brutally honest, as he always is. Oh, hooray, hooray for Sean. He's just being an honest dude. He's just outing his children for molesting him, you know. I mean, even if that were the case, like what a shameful thing to do. Like you want to humiliate your children for doing something innocently, because if your children were to be touching you there, it would be out of innocence unless somebody molested them. And you know, like that's why this whole thing is like the way that that Bierig is twisting things is just it's gross. It's really gross. So so it looks like I corrected something that was said. So the daughter says, because I like it and it feels good and it makes you feel good. And then Sean says, it makes me uncomfortable because you are 6 and I am your dad. Like this is fucked up, man. That's clearly sexual abuse. Oh, Mr. Bierig says his theory stands. The children were molesting him. You know, he would not touch those girls. So here I'm a little bit gaslit. I'm admitting I'm gaslit. I said I'm considering it. It seems far-fetched, man. Like, because I was just like, but don't worry, I get to my senses again. You know. So, anyways, so Bierig says, and he only says he's okay with her not doing it. He doesn't say he's okay with her doing it. He says everything to the contrary of desiring sexual interaction with them. This guy needs to be left alone. So I said, that's not true. You need to watch the videos again. And then here he admits, okay, he may have admitted pleasurable sensation, but that's a body response. He never explicitly expressed any desire. In fact, all desire on the contrary of the unthinkable. It's true. I've watched it many times. So he is admitting that he's watched this video a lot. And he's going to say he's not a predator. He's their father. He's trying to keep them honest. He's trying to keep them honest too, so that they can admit on a public live video that they molested their dad. So, you know, he picked the wrong level of intellect to demonstrate through. So he's criticizing people for seeing that this is bad. And this is why, you know, I had to block the dude. I thought he was just crazy about the subject at first. And I did give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, but he he was like angry at us. He was angry at us for seeing the truth, and even violent. He made violent threats because we could see the truth of the situation. So Steve says, I've seen Sean behave. I've seen child predators behave. He's not a child predator, nor by will, nor by deed. I've watched and rewatched the video several times. He's admitting he's seen the evidence, you know, and it's this evidence of these videos that put him in jail. Okay. So it's not enough to disturb a man's life forever. Why would he put it live? Tell me, why would he? So he can't understand that's like, he can't understand abnormal psychology, and you know, and that maybe Sean put it live to get him locked up because he knew what he was doing wrong. You know, maybe there was something in Sean that knew that he needed help. The only way he could have help was to be locked up. So that's why he put it on live. He's not a child abuser. I'm telling you, this is all fucking bullshit. So it's one thing for Steve to be wrong, but he's like
doubling down fiercely on being wrong.
He's like aggressively going at this, and this is something that he did with other people too, where he's aggressively being like, you're totally fucked in the head for thinking this guy's a child predator, right? So I explained to him, children don't sexually touch their parents unless they're being abused, and same parents wouldn't tolerate it for even a second, and immediately seek the cause of the child's abuse if it wasn't them. If you had a daughter who was touching your penis, you would instantly know that someone taught her to do that, and you would seek to kill that bastard, and you would not let her touch you to derive any pleasure from it unless that person was you. Really think about this. It's quite a disturbing conversation, no matter how you look at it. Even if it were a fictional or a mock conversation, I don't think you're bad for defending him. I think you're just not clear and aren't making sense. It's probably because he was your friend. I can understand how hard that would be to confront. It's all very sad piece to you. So I'm kind of, you know, goodbye. Like, I'm still going to give you the benefit of the doubt that there's just something wrong in you, like to not see this, but it's not that you don't know that pedophilia is wrong, right? But let's continue. Nope, you were incorrect. Steve says it appears that they were touching him sexually and he was putting an end to it by shedding light on the topic. So he's putting an end to him being sexually abused by his daughters. I don't think he's a child predator. Why would he make a live video about it? It's you people who aren't making sense. That's their father. It's clear in every video I've seen of him that he wouldn't do anything to harm them. Kids are bored and they're liable to do anything when he's passed out drunk or something, which is the only time I'd imagine of him letting him touch again like that. But there aren't many children predators that would go live to discuss something with their victims. That's absurd. Maybe you'll never see him behave here. Maybe you've never seen him behave before. He's weird, but he's not a fucking monster. It'll come out later. That's people's minds. That's where people's minds go when nothing really occurred. That's how fucked up they have us. He's not even a big friend of mine. So that's what's interesting. That Steve's not even like, okay, so you don't have a friend. You're not biased towards him because you're a friend. You're just really fucked up in the head. That's what that tells me. But I know something he's not. So I said, you are absolutely wrong in the head if you think it's normal for children to be sexual with their parents. Are you seriously going to defend a guy who's not even your close friend and said, you don't want to be sexual with me anymore? Yeah, those were the exact words in that video, to his daughter. Don't tell me that's the child's fault for coming on to him. And he is scolding her while telling her that he likes it. That is sick. Children are innocent, are not sexual, and don't even have sensation in their genitals. The only reason she would be touching his penis is if he wanted to. Get a grip about this matter, or please don't talk to me. I'm so upset about what I saw. And then Steve says, what? You're deluding yourself. There's nothing here. Mass psychosis is real. So I'm the one with mass psychosis here, okay? For thinking it's wrong for a dude and his daughter to be talking about touching his penis. So I'm the one with mass psychosis here. And Tavistock has been running circles in your shadow. I'm done. Goodbye. So now this is at the end of Steve's interaction with people, and his interaction with my husband was similar, but he ended up making threats. Like, I'm telling you, like, this is like, this guy we're talking about, like, he went to jail for threatening to bomb a hospital. Like, he's got some weird fucking violent thing going on with him. So to show that this experience wasn't just between me and Steve, let's go to somebody else who had posted something about him. Okay. So this person who I know, who I've hung out with personally, stated, okay, how many more people do I need to unfriend because they support pedophilia, rape, sexual assaults, or some other horrendous perversion of the most sacred energy that we possess as humans? If you haven't yet learned the basics of reality and you're over the age of 20, you need to seriously reevaluate your life. I'm not your teacher or your friend. Please let me know if you're a supporter of non-consent and we can voluntarily dissociate.
I would just like to add that it's not just an issue of non-consent. So she's kind of talking about two different things here, like someone supporting rape, which I don't know how that debate came out during this whole debacle with the molestation thing, but it did. And then we're talking about children in which the consent aspect is not present. Like, it doesn't matter if the child is consenting. It's sexual abuse either way. That may be where Björk is kind of messed up in his thinking.
Okay, so scrolling down from that post by Anastasia, Bill Church asks, who the hell supports that shit? What's going on? She says she had to unfriend Mills Alex, Steve Björk, and obviously Sean, the pedo guy.
Notice that Logan Hart is not part of this list.
She's seeing ridiculous things being said, like putting your 6-year-old on blast on Facebook for being sexual with you doesn't make you a pedophile.
She exposes this Millis Alex guy who is condoning rape. I don't know. This is a side topic, but that's equally as bad.
She posts the evidence of it. So she posts her interaction with Steve. So he's again saying the same stuff to her. No, he admitted they were sexual with him, which he was putting an end to by putting his children on blast on Facebook. He's putting an end to their molestation of him. So she's like, I can't believe you're on his side in any way. He admitted they were sexual in the past, as he had done sexual things with them. This should never come out of a father's mouth. A father should never be sexual in any way towards his daughters. Putting a 6-year-old on blast on the internet? Are you on drugs? Steve says, I'm not saying it was good to put her on blast, but that's obviously what he's doing. He's not a goddamn child predator. I've seen them. I know how they behave. Saying he is wrong because it's untrue. Bill Church responds, Jesus. Lewis Mack responds, wow, that sick fuck actually believes the 6-year-old daughter is to blame. That is actually a common trait among pedophiles. They accuse the young girls and boys with flirting with them. They actually think that children are wrong, deleting him ASAP. So now I wouldn't call Björk a pedophile. I don't think but he is, there's something deranged in him. So Lewis Mack tags Mark Passio and Barb Talica. And my husband had a private conversation about this with his ex-girlfriend. And Mark was also tagged in other places, but he was informed about this. Then Noah talks about my exchanges. Better to figure him out now than later when people are already close to him. Lewis Mack responds, just wow, dude is probably a pedo himself. This is again, I wouldn't say that. I think that's going too far. This is unreal. I hope Mark and Barb see this. This is the type of guy you want in your company. I suggested that Steve might have been sexually abused himself, as identifying with the abuser. So all that speculation. I just want to talk about the facts in just the immorality of supporting Sean. That's all. Anastasia says here, I think the community needs to become more diligent about who we support and who we make famous. These people are all examples of great lessons for us to integrate and never repeat.
Damn right.
Absolutely. Anastasia says to somebody that Steve told her she was fucked in the head. Suffice to say, no longer
Sounds like
friends.
Steve.
So Jason Wright also comments, he told me the same thing too. He's completely beyond words, and I'm no longer ever associating with him ever again. He also started texting everyone, including me, the same thing verbatim, right as Mark's show was starting on Sunday about Jana and Noah and how he's done with everyone. So yeah, he was really pissed at us, because we don't subscribe to his retardation. I really hope Mark Passio stops hanging out with him after this. So we can see that, yeah, Mark, here's Mark, here's Steve hanging out. There's Logan too, Jason Wright. So also Larkin Rose had posted something about the whole issue and saying that the whole incident sickens and angers him. Sean Windingland is someone he's known online for a while, and he's met him in person, and he can't even bring himself to watch the video. And he had created this fundraiser to help the children, which I thought was a really good thing to do. So this is my private exchange with Leia, who was Mark Passio's personal assistant for many years and was at the time of this incident, 2019. And I came to her, let her know about the Millis Alex guy condoning rape because I noticed that she was friends with him. And then she responds, what Steve is saying is also very disturbing.
I want to emphasize here that I didn't say anything to Leia about Steve. That she is telling me that what Steve is saying is disturbing. So she's discovering this on her own through either her interaction with him or seeing him online. And I'm just saying that to emphasize that he is making a stink about this in front of everyone.
I wrote, yes, I unfriended him last night after our exchange. Now, I don't think I went to her about Steve because she wasn't friends with him. That's why I went to her about the other guy. But regardless, I did send her the screenshot of our exchange. She wrote, I don't understand how he doesn't see that as abuse. He's making up arbitrary conditions to support his conclusion. There's no evidence that it was the guy passed out or doing anything other than what he said he was doing. And the guy did not live stream himself. His friend put it out. So she presents this theory that Sean didn't put out the videos. And she asks, what grown man is exposing himself to his children? Do they have access? How do they have access to grabbing his penis? Children are in their grabby phase at 2 to 3 years old, not 6 and 8. I really don't get it. It's absolutely fucking insane. So she saw Steve doing this, and I wrote, yeah, the live video thing was really bizarre to me. So it makes more sense if his friend outed him. Now, after the fact, I've reflected, and I can imagine him outing himself, because imagine if you were a pedophile and in the truth community, you're a truther, you're going to have a lot of cognitive dissonance going on and kind of a split in your psyche. So I can see how Sean was trying to get help in a way. That was his kind of call for help, was releasing that video. Related is this other article that informs us that Windingland did confess his acts of sexual abuse on March 22nd. So him coming out with a video was, yeah, he was ready to turn himself in, basically. So back to this exchange. I really tried to give Steve the benefit of the doubt in our private exchange before I got all the information, thinking that he couldn't accept that his friend would do this and that this was some type of denial, only to find out he's not even real friends with the guy and completely dismisses the facts. Disturbing. Possibly Steve was actually, again, this is just speculation, and hasn't confronted it. Who knows the reason, but it's serious to ignore. It's too serious. Better to see people's true colors before you invest time in them. I've been so upset about it. And she writes, yeah, I also don't like the way he dismissed you without actually even talking about evidence or anything, just belief and excuses. And so he understood the intent behind it or something. It doesn't make any sense at all. Sometimes the people that you try to attach themselves to Mark are so crazy. Also, even in his fantasy world, live streaming that conversation would actually be considered abuse, because that's very harmful for those children. And I said, yep, even if the entire story were fictional and a mock skit of some sort, that is still sexual abuse, no matter how you look at it. So when I saw that Steve Burek, was going to be on the vegan podcast group, the vegan group therapy, I was shocked. I was like, no, that's the dude that actually defended the pedophile, like, to his death. Like, he literally would not stop about it. And so I let Jeffrey know. So let's see here. So here's Jeffrey Phillips. So yeah, so I sent Jeffrey Phillips that. And interesting, but he's like, not a good take 100%. I'm not exactly sure what he meant by that. So he said that's almost verbatim what Logan had told him. oh, he wouldn't really do that, and I'm like, it's not the same thing. I'm like, he could have been in disbelief about it, but after watching the video, Logan did not defend the ordeal. Like this guy Steve clearly watched the video over and over and defended it. And so I asked Jeffrey, I'm like, did Logan actually claim that touching the dude's penis was okay? And he's like, no, not to that extent, So anyways, enough about Logan. Let's get back to Steve. Oh yeah, so I also sent that post about Anastasia, that other people were like alarmed by this guy and also being affiliated with Mark. Like what, like that's like bizarro world, dude. Like the community that's supposed to be at such a high moral standard, it's a joke. It's like a joke. I sent him that Anastasia right here, and then Jeffrey had sent me the link of him wanting to talk some more shit about Logan. When Logan defending the child molester was kind of the deepest thing that he has on him. Other than that, he's a moral relativist, which he is. He's got philosophical issues. He's not a vegan. He's a carnist. Like these kind of issues. But defending a pedophile is another level of the lack of immoral knowledge. Like that's to me the worst.
Definitely agree.
Everything.
I have to admit, though, that I did stoke the fire about Logan being a moral relativist because I did have the proof. I had a screenshot. I do regret that, though, because it kind of feeds into Jeffrey's tirade against Logan, which I think is...
Jana loves Logan.
I really don't like Logan being mixed into this really bad stuff. Okay. So here is the thumbnail for the live stream that Jeffrey created, in which he's going to expose Logan Hart and Matt Keller and these other people who have way less issues than Birick.
That was an early one.
I had sent Jeffrey.
We were barely doing thumbnails then.
He doesn't seem to care.
And we're going to go to their live because I decided to drop in on their live and confront them about this matter.
For shadow work.
So this was done on September 29th. As we can see, I did message Jeffrey.
Arian, do you see who's up on the panel with us?
16th. You have plenty of time to think about it. And
yeah. Wait a minute.
Again, Larkin Rose here. It was
Chris Hines was on the panel while this all went down.
Sean Windinland was arrested in September, so 6 months after the video came out. And this is kind of an interesting plot twist, but Sean Windinland has actually become a woman. And this one person who worked in the Department of Corrections, she quit after male inmates were allowed in women's prisons. So he's trying to go in a female prison. And look, he's not even really looking
oh my
feminine,
God.
That is the interesting plot twist here. This guy's really messed up.
I don't remember.
Back to the vegan podcast.
Must not have paid attention to that part last time.
But it's a vegan.
Look at poor Chris Hines up in the middle. Like, what did I just get myself into?
Argue against veganism, tell you to eat more meat or something. Are the same ilk? Oh, Adam.
This is before I joined.
Are the same,
yeah, this is before you came around.
As the scumbags, the narcissists, the people that'll rob you, the people that'll scam you, the people that support these friggin' carnism and all that, they're all immoral, and it's just a reflection of that.
I'm like this guy.
So he's going off on how these people are immoral, for eating meat, blah blah blah. Yeah, that is definitely a moral issue. But like this dude, like he defended some pretty nasty immoral behavior. So I pop in here, and I pop the question. I'm like, how about talking about Birick on your very panel, who defended pedophilia that I gave you direct evidence for, Jeffrey? I gave you the evidence. You're wanting to talk about Logan doing this. You don't have any proof. I've given you proof about Steve. So let's see what happens.
I mean, it's obvious.
So take note that I put her comment up on the screen. That is an important point.
I don't know who just said that, but I mean, people are always accusing people of being pedophiles in this community. I would not jump to any conclusions based off of your words.
And I need to preface this whole thing with this is a live open podcast and people come and go. And John Bob was not into natural law at all. He wasn't into Mark Passio. John Bob has, I guess, anger issues or something, but he's not. John Bob is not a representative of the. Some of his opinions, most of his opinions, are not those of the shows or the hosts. Just letting you know, John Bob, I think, went to the Philippines and got a wife, and she's like 30, but she looks like she's 12. So John Bob gets a lot of flack for having a young-looking wife, and so he gets very angry about this stuff.
First of all, I'm not accusing of Steve being a pedophile. I'm accusing him of defending it. Second of all, don't jump to conclusions off my word. It's not just my word. I said I gave you direct evidence. Yeah, you shouldn't jump to conclusions. What should you do first? You should gather the evidence. And this guy, Bob John, has no interest in that.
Bob John! Bob
I just want to
John!
interject that I got the dude's name wrong. It's not Bob John, it's John Bob. It just shows you
John
how much I respect
Balls.
him.
Yeah. Shout out to
That's all
John
they
Bob.
do. I mean, fucking,
John
when I
Bob's a
got
cool
married
dude.
to a fucking 25-year-old, I had fucking, what, multiple million views of people claiming my wife was 13? Dumb motherfuckers.
Dude,
Yep.
Jana, you shot out.
He
Bitch.
mad.
Like,
All right, so Bob John is like, I don't know why he's conflating
Bob
what he's
John!
coming out with his own personal experience. Just because some people call him a pedophile for marrying a woman who looks a lot younger than she is has nothing to do with the situation. Like,
Yeah,
get over
true.
your experience. Like, get over it and move
I
on.
feel like
You
a
guys have got
pedophile
nothing
when
to
I
do
look at
fucking what you went through.
20-year-olds.
So, you know,
Yeah,
that's one of the things in the
seriously.
Trinian process is you want to get past your own biases, your own experience and bias and prejudices, and try to take in the information objectively. You know, you want to be as objective as possible. That's what all this philosophical stuff is about. So Steve is saying, he's like, dude, Jana, you something bitch. Like, he's just calling me names at this point. So let me see if I can rewind that a tiny bit.
dude,
Yep.
Jana, you shot out, bitch. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, how many viewers do you have? Shut the fuck up. What direct evidence? What the fuck are you
That
talking
doesn't
about?
matter.
Shut the fuck up,
So Steve was like,
motherfucker.
you fucking bitch, get the fuck out of here.
Get
You
the
don't
fuck
have
up,
fucking
fuck up.
viewers. And Jeffrey popped in. He's like, that doesn't matter. Because like, that's dumb. That's a dumb. Okay, let's look at Steve's. Let's look at his. Like, the whole thing is dumb.
South
But let's
Park or
just say that mattered. Let's say that views mattered.
So how
Look
many
at the
views do you even have?
He's got 15 fucking subscribers. Like, and look at the shit he's posting. Like, this is like nonsense.
And I'm singing because I'm happy. Because I'm the man. And I
Guns N' Roses.
understand. And I was born.
I mean, it's
Excellent
kind of
Roses.
crazy shit. Like, oh yeah, like, you got 2 likes. Like, what the fuck? Like, so that even makes what he's saying even more like ludicrous.
Come on, Slav.
Jesus.
Not that I
viewers, bitch. I'm literally in Mark Passio's studio, cunt.
I'm literally in Mark Passo's studio.
I am literally in Mark Passio's studio, cunt. Get the fuck out of
Wow.
here with your clown shit, bitch. Like, I mean, are you serious? Like, how is Jeffrey like letting him say shit like that? Like, it's like so like beyond. Like,
my
it's
responsibility.
just an emotionally troubled person. This is a very
Oh,
troubled
no,
individual. This is
no,
not-
they Logan. So
if I made a false accusation, just clear it up. He knows I did. He knows
Conflict
that
resolution.
like he knows what he did. So all he's doing is just acting like an immature like child and like reacting and getting mad at me.
Sure.
But the irony is, like, he's in Mark Passio's studio. Like I said good riddance to Mark Passio in that group long ago. This is why. I mean, look at how corrupt that dude is in Mark Passio's studio. Like, that just proves like why I left. It just proves like how corrupt and sick that community became. And then him holding up clown shoes like the whole time. Like, he should put those fucking clown shoes on. Like, he's the biggest clown of all these people.
Oh,
Oh
So
shit!
here's Steve Burek playing with clown shoes earlier in the show.
Steve is a clown.
Like the mentality behind the anti-war. Yeah, like
returning back to my encounter with the group.
Fuck out.
Oh.
What are the allegations, Bert? Do you know?
Mark Passio makes false allegations too, dude.
Like what? Like, what false allegation has Mark Passio made? I mean,
Sean
this is the only
Bob
time
doesn't
I've
know
heard this
anything
group criticize Mark
about
Passio, and they're not even
Mark.
providing any evidence for it. These people just talk.
Fucking, you know, the entire truth community claims people are pedophiles when they're not. They're fake as fuck.
Again, he doesn't get it. I'm not calling him a pedophile. Like, I don't know. Like, this guy can't even take in information properly. Like, he just wants to like he's just so clouded by his own fucking experience. That's not what's going on here. This was a legitimate situation. Like,
Hate to
That's
say it, but it's
fucked up.
reality.
People die over that shit, though.
Oh, shut
he
the
says
fuck
people die over that shit. So this is part of Steve's threats to us.
This is what you would call a veiled threat, where it doesn't
Eh.
sound like a threat, but it is. And the only reason that we know it's a threat is because he's made threats.
And yeah, let's just remind everyone. Yeah. Yep, this guy he
I took that as people have died for being accused of being pedophiles when they weren't.
Right.
She took it as a threat on herself. I don't really know which one is right, but it's definitely aggressive.
I mean, he makes threats. Like, here's some threats that he made on Facebook. I wish to make hamburger meat out of all of those who hold any minute association.
Hamburger meat? That's not vegan,
this is
Slav.
who the vegan group therapy wants to have on their panel, just because he kisses Mark's ass enough.
My
to fucking
panel
get in the
is
studio.
open.
Like, the dude's obviously here for the wrong reasons. And
My panel is open and live. You know, it's hard to be the daddy of the group, you know, and have to like regulate this and know all this stuff and intake all this stuff. And I think I handled it okay, but let's see.
My hydrogen machine.
Mark obviously doesn't give a fuck about anyone in his group other than how they can serve his fucking one great work network, which I declined to be on, by the way. I was at. The dude's obviously here for the wrong reasons, and Mark obviously doesn't give a fuck about anyone in his group other than how they can serve his fucking one great work network.
Yep.
Which I declined to be on, by the way. I was asked.
Ouch. Do you know about the situation she's talking about?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah, I know
Is it from like 2013 when that dude did the thing?
Yeah. He's still in jail.
Okay. Did you defend him?
I in the beginning I had some questions about it, but then I saw that he was a complete fuck up. So I mean, in the beginning I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but obviously he was.
Yeah, a lot of people did. I remember it quite clearly. The amount of people who defended him.
Jana wants to make a name off of calling other people pedos, though. And
I want to make a name off of calling other people pedos. Like, again, have I called anyone a pedo? No, the only person I called a pedo is this dude right here, Mr. Windingland.
Steve and Bob John are sloppy.
Bob John.
So he's literally talking out of his ass. Like, I don't know how Jeffrey doesn't see that.
People die from that shit. They get killed over that shit.
See, that's him threatening us. Like, why is he saying that? Why would I get killed for outing you?
No,
you're the
that's
one
not
that wanted
what-
to defend him in public.
That's
You were
not
the
what he
one
was
going
saying.
off
I
on
don't
it.
think.
Great threat
You outed
network.
yourself, you know, it's a historical fact.
Like, you need to redeem yourself. Like,
Yes.
you need to come out. You need to come out and say, like, you were fucked in the head and you got better. You're not doing that because I don't think you got better. I think you're just as fucked up as you are now as you were then.
Yeah, they'll kill innocent people over fucking the words of fucking liars on the internet. Of course they will.
So John Bob is misled by Bierrick. He doesn't understand the veiled threat because he doesn't know who Bierrick is.
Bob
So
John.
he's just kind of jumping on his bandwagon. Somehow he's smitten with Bierrick for having access to Mark's clown shoes.
Oh, but you're going to be on Jeffrey Phillips' channel, who goes after Logan for doing the same shit.
It's a big deal.
So I have for years talked shit about Logan Hart because I saw him defend this guy.
Thank you. So now Jeffrey's stepping in and he's actually addressing this because it's like, if you look over here in the comments, I'm like, you're a bunch of hypocrites. Like, this is utterly
Ruh-roh.
like I'm appalled.
And the last time and before he blocked me over me calling him out for defending the pedo, he blocked me and still has me blocked to this day. But the last thing he said to me was defending the guy. And I've talked shit about him for years about that shit. So it'd be super fucking hypocritical of me not to at least address this.
Not only did that happen, but Jeffrey admitted to me that no, Logan never defended like the girls touching his penis. Like, this guy Steve did. He claimed that the children molested the dad.
Because Jana sent me a bunch of shit and it didn't look very good, honestly.
Jana sent me a bunch of shit and it didn't look very good, honestly. So Jeffrey's at least letting people know, yeah, it's not here to make a false accusation.
I want you to notice that John Bob did not get that information from Jeffrey. Jeffrey just
John
said that
Bob's all,
I gave him information about Bierrick. He did not.
I spoke to-
John Bob.
yeah.
He cannot hold that content in his mind because he is so
I spoke too early.
biased towards Steve. He wants to just believe whatever Steve says. So anything said to the contrary is completely rejected from John Bob's
Ariane.
perception.
Ariane, you gotta introduce the natural law warrior guy to Adrian at some point during the show. Ariane is our entertainer. Impersonator.
Okay.
Vegan.
Logan, it was a little bit more than that. Then I heard about.
I'm not really concerned about Logan. He's a peon. he's pure scum. Like I already know that, you know. So do you obviously know that's wrong, right?
So here Steve is taken aback from the question as he wasn't
Gross.
expecting Jeffrey to confront him.
You obviously all know all that shit's wrong, right?
Oh yeah.
He never came out that it was wrong. I mean, he could have after we all blocked him, but I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that. And even so, he could just say no. He could say, yeah, I defended this guy when I shouldn't have. You know, that would
He
be a
did.
person who actually
Isn't that what he
redeemed
said?
himself and went through some kind of moral work. You have to admit that you were wrong. Do you see it? No. You
He
see
said,
him
I
calling
gave
me
him
a
the
fucking
benefit of the
cunt. He's
doubt.
in fucking Mark Passio, who's like Jesus Christ. He's in Jesus Christ's
Just
palace.
marginalizing it.
Like, how dare I, you know, appeal to authority? He's into this for clout chasing, like for all the wrong reasons.
I think people like to use the word pedophile just to make up rules and laws.
Now, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with John Bob. Like, he's saying that people use the word pedophile just to make up rules and laws. Like, what is he even talking about? Like, does he not understand that there's a difference between using pedophile, you know, as a tool, you know, to falsely slander or condemn somebody? Yeah, that happens. Yeah, people make false accusations. Like, I still think Jeffrey's making a false accusation of Logan. So yeah, that does happen. But it's like, but there is a such thing as pedophilia. There are pedophiles in the world. Do you not know that that's against natural law? Like, you're saying that people use the word to make up laws. Like, do you not understand objective law that this is wrong? Like, we're obviously talking about a specific case here that Steve has admitted that he knows about this dude.
That's where fucking laws come from. It's just like a DWI, dude.
Please
What?
try and hold yourself back.
So Jeffrey kind of knows that this guy John Bob is like way.
I was
out
all,
of line, so please try
please
to hold yourself.
control yourself, John Bob.
by this
Please hold
subject.
yourself back. 'cause
He's
he just
triggered by
couldn't-
it in a way
he
that only
couldn't
involves
not
himself.
keep
Does
his
he
mouth
not
shut.
know that pedophilia is a serious issue in the world? Like I'm like, I have no clue what's going on in his brain. Like, for him to like feel like this is not like this is a moral issue that's completely off the table. Yeah, you're going to care about animals' lives, but you're not going to care about human lives. Like, these daughters were fucking. These daughters are destroyed, man.
Yeah.
Situation where I don't think John knew all of the details of what occurred as well.
This has been a.
So Allie jumps in, voice of reason, fortunately, to like let him know, dude, you don't even you're not connecting that we're talking about something very specific here.
Drama that has been going on for 10 something years. What?
Was it that long ago, or?
Yeah, this happened
She asked, was it that long ago? So she knows like he's off with the time.
in like 2014 or something. But a truther made a video with his daughter talking about you know, how she consented to them doing stuff together. Some crazy shit. Like the worst thing you've ever seen in your life. And
So even Jeffrey's commenting that it was the worst. The video was the worst thing you've seen in your life.
And it took kind of a while for everyone to understand how serious that video was. And so it was there was a lot of infighting about it. And there's been a lot of, you know, grudges held over the decade. And, you know, I just don't know at this point.
That motherfucker was actually
how it's
learning
still a
to do it, if I
problem.
recall correctly. I know what you're talking about now. Sorry, I spaced it. I didn't know what conversation we were having there, but yeah.
Oh, it was in.
He's all, oh
So,
shit!
yeah, he
I don't want to
apologizes,
defend that
but he
guy.
should fucking apologize to me. Like, why is he acting like I'm making I'm calling him a pedophile, making false accusations, and that people
Kinda
could be killed for that? Like, Jesus, man.
2019?
What was his name? Sean something?
This might be a completely different situation, though, that I don't even know about. Because I was talking about the situation that I knew about with Logan Paul. Or
Logan Hart. Logan Paul.
Same difference.
Same difference.
Yeah. And yeah, so I don't know. It's been popping up, and
Poor Chris Hines.
I don't really know how to address this.
So Chris Hines, the guy next to me in the middle, he's a vegan activist in England, and we were interviewing him, and Jana decided to show up and do this, and he was just like completely like in the dark, like what are you guys talking about? No context whatsoever. Hilarious.
Someone saying one thing and someone saying something else.
No, that's not correct. No, this is not hearsay, bro. This is not someone saying something. This is you getting direct evidence of this dude defending the guy for having sexual conversations with his daughters, touching his penis. Like, you can't have more irrefutable proof in front of your face. So Jeffrey is being intellectually dishonest right there.
What was his name? Sean?
Yeah, I don't. Huh?
What was his name? Winding Land.
Sean?
No, it's
What's
something
that?
else. His first name, and then his last name. He used the Winding Land.
Yeah.
I should remember his name. You went to bat for him so hard.
Okay, so this is a different thing than what I was thinking about.
It's one thing to be out of touch with time. I understand that. I've done a lot of drugs myself, which I'm assuming Jeffrey has. But it's like another thing to be so certain of like the wrong time,
Call me out.
Which I mean, I'm sure I've made that mistake before.
No, that was the 13th. That was 2013 or 14. That was Sean Winding Land, and he did a video with his daughter where he talked about her like touching him or something sexually, and how like she didn't mind it or he didn't mind it or something.
I know. It was like,
no. That's what happened to me back in the day.
He went to jail for like he's probably still in jail.
He's still in jail for sure, as he should
They
be.
found out that he was like trying to
That
traffic
sounds
her.
good.
He was trying to traffic her to some other group. Like it was deep. It wasn't just him like because he would always go on Facebook and explore these topics. He was like real philosophical.
Yeah. Okay.
But I have no idea.
So what's the thing with this other guy?
What other guy?
I don't think there is another guy.
He said something
What is
happened.
Ellie's like, I don't think there is another guy. There is.
What is 2019? Like this happened in 2013, 14. No, what are you talking about?
Like, why are they so sure? Like, they know what happened. Like, these people
Christian
can't
do
even get dates right. Like, they're freaking 2013. They're 6 years off, man. You're 6 years off of time.
No, it was Anna. I think. Yeah.
It's like
Okay.
not
So there's simply just a disagreement of what year it was. I remember it being more like 2013.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Definitely wasn't 2019.
No,
But it was.
dude,
It was.
Gotta get your shit straight. Like,
Oh, we got to get our shit straight.
you guys turned your
I'm
back
not-
on absolutely everybody. Like they turned their backs on everybody everybody, and they.
That's not entirely true. We left the community and I stopped putting energy into the community. We didn't turn our backs on people, though. If people contact me from the community, I engage with them. I've never given up on doing the great work. My whole life is dedicated to this stuff. Currently I'm working on a natural law philosophy book. Like I'm going deep, man. I'm going way deep into this stuff and integrating it into my life. I don't have to be part of a community to do that. I saw too much corruption in the community. Like these people are supposed to be better than the people in the One Great Work Network.
That's
Because
whack,
they
bro.
try to make each other accountable and point out hypocrisy. Well, at least
Look at
that's
my
what they appear to
face.
do. And the good people in the community won't call Mark out on his bullshit because they haven't gone deep enough with truth. They're still stuck at his level, and they take a lot of his opinions as fact. You got to differentiate Mark's opinions from philosophy. You can say that you're in a community all you want and not a cult. You can call it not a cult. But if the leader in the community is the highest level that you reach, and you don't go beyond the teacher, then you're in a cult. Communities easily become cults and they stunt your growth.
Damn
have
right.
no viewership. They have nothing. I don't know who they are even associated with now.
Yeah.
And yeah, why did I leave the community? Look who's fucking in Mark Passio. Look who's sitting in Mark Passio's studio. Like, gross. Like, do I seriously want to be involved in that?
That's so Valley girl.
There's no way that Mark Passio did not know about this situation.
Gross.
Barb, his ex-girlfriend, who he was always in contact with even after they broke up, and Leia, his assistant, that I showed you, those message exchanges that I showed you, the exchanges we had, like they both knew about it. Like, Steve was supposedly in Philadelphia hanging out with them.
There's negligence in Mark Passio and in the people he associates with, and negligence in terms of he doesn't attempt to see where people are actually at in their consciousness. Like he's not concerned with that. And that to me is, how can you form a group of initiate light workers when you don't even care about what the people in your group are actually saying and doing?
We have to ask the Pleiadians.
Bomb.
So
Ask the Pleiadians.
I don't know. Unless Anna, you guys want to come up here and prove this somehow?
Prove it.
That was the
somehow,
wrong
some
thing to
serious
say.
truth out there.
Sorry. My bad.
So in here, the chats,
Whatever you.
I did tell Jeffrey to show his phone at some point. You can't see it, but
Poor Chris Hines. Look at him.
Yeah. Sorry, Chris. We were trying to do something.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? We're gonna do this some other time. Yeah.
It might be something we
Don't worry about me. You cry.
I want to do some other time. So,
He's
yeah,
like,
that's what
this is
That's
crazy.
why I'm providing you your video.
Yes,
for you
man.
to actually
So polite.
do this work. So
Yeah, so polite.
This is
He's
your
awesome.
live stream. I'm just hanging out.
We should go
Carry on,
through
Mike.
the list in the background's what we should do. We should get off this subject. It just pisses me off. Bunch
Oh,
of fake motherfuckers
Bob
in
John.
the freedom community.
calling my
We should
wife
get
a
off the
kid.
subject. It's bothering him. It's bothering
Bob
him.
John's bothered.
Fake ass people in the freedom community. I'm a fake ass person
Boy.
for being concerned about this. Like,
Hijack our live right now.
letting them hijack our live. Fuck those guys.
I'll start.
These people are fucking hypocrites. They want to get on this video. They want to do this and talk shit about other people for hours. Look, 8 hours, 47 minutes. They just want to talk about
47
everyone else
minutes.
is doing fucking wrong in the community. Look, they'll show
I don't-
screenshots. They'll show
It's a long
screenshots.
episode.
But only about other people. Like Byrrk's wearing Mark Passio's clown shoes. He's now useful to us.
Byrrk is the yellow brick road leading us to the Wizard
Fair
of
enough.
Oz.
So even later on, like Jeffrey Phillips and Steve are perfectly fine analyzing other people.
Slav looks like Jabba the
Perfectly
Hutt.
okay with that.
Want to
Perfectly
see
not
my
okay with
face.
Logan defending a child molester. In these comments here, I just want to say
Make
one last
me
thing.
popular.
Byrrk has physically threatened us, so let's go ahead and go down here. I shared these
Come on.
screenshots with Jeffrey. So let's see. He goes by Slav Squatch. I will beat your ass, Noah. STFU. What does that mean? Sorry, I'm not culturally savvy sometimes.
We'll
Shut
beat
the
your
fuck up.
ass.
He says here, people die all the time over dumb words, Noah. I mean, that's a threat. Why else would you not say that? He's directly threatened us. Don't get me wrong. This is all the evidence I have of that. But it's like,
What?
why? And he said that 2 times in the video. Like, why would you say that unless you're making a threat?
Because he's a coward.
You and Jana are shot the fuck out. He's threatening to shoot us. Like,
I don't think that's what that meant, but whatever.
All right, so let's just wrap this up with some finishing thoughts. And I'm really specifically in this video calling out 3 individuals in the vegan group therapy. I'm not saying everyone associated. In fact, I actually admire and respect people involved with this group, which is why I'm making this video. And I want you to ask yourself, do you think that the subject was handled properly? Jeffrey at least attempted to address the situation, so I give him that. But why didn't he show the screenshots, which he so famously does for other people? And ask Byrrk those questions. Is it wrong for a father to talk to his daughter about touching his penis? If that isn't a yes, it is absolutely wrong, then there's a problem. At least they put the conversation
So I didn't
on
ask
hold,
a
and I give them that.
clear enough
So think of this
question.
video as a continuation of that dialogue. Now,
'Cause
Byrrk,
I was like, what do you
let's
think
start
of
with
all
him.
this shit?
Can we even take the guy seriously? I mean, the only real attention that he drew for himself was this ordeal with defending the pedo. He doesn't make content, and thank God. And also, thank goodness that he's not on the One Great Work Network. Since 2019, a lot of people in the natural law community blocked him, so he hasn't really existed. Now let's look at John Bob.
John Bob.
Did John Bob not attack me unjustifiably?
Profiling all of us or what? What is
Did he
this?
not seem to dismiss the entire topic of pedophilia, support of pedophiles, and
What'd you
support of
say,
pedophilia
Arya?
as not only unimportant and irrelevant,
Profiling us or
to a
what
topic
is
that can
this
only consist of
CIA
false
shit?
accusations? Like he dismisses the entire topic. The entire topic gets him triggered. How is this person morally balanced? He shuts off the conversation before it begins. Now let's move on to Jeffrey Phillips.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh,
The
shit.
whistleblower of the truth movement.
Gulp.
Dun,
Is he
dun,
not
dun.
Does his group live up to the standard higher than that of the One Great Work Network, of which he criticizes relentlessly on his channel? Or is the social power getting to him? And are things starting to fall into corruption, or are true colors being revealed? That is all up for you to determine, my friends.
True colors.
I can only provide you
Questions.
the information you need to make an informed decision, but the onus is on you.
Damn.
What was
Roasted.
what was the intention of this video? I mean, is it
Well,
like
okay. Let me finish the story. Slav, I ended up having to eject from the show because one night we were live with someone having a discussion, mild debate, and Slav went on a racist tirade, dropping N-bombs and all kinds of stuff in the middle of the show. And, you know, it was really strange. And
Just exposed where he was
Yeah.
at worldview wise and just in his
Yeah.
beliefs. you know. So it's like, okay,
Yeah, he actually replied to my comment about like something about pedophiles, and that's when I noticed something's wrong with him.
Yeah.
I thought I had some sympathy, you know, like Slav, you know, maybe he has some, you know, maybe he's aware because, you know, he has something Eastern Europe or something, I don't know. And
Yeah.
but I was disappointed really, and he commented some passive aggressively, like something like, "Oh, so you like condone pedophilia?" Like I never said
Yeah.
that, and I'm not gonna
Yeah.
kill somebody if they didn't do harm. If they are pedophiles, but they're not doing harm, I'm not gonna do like touch them or whatever. You know, like I'm not. Uh, I mean, if they didn't do violence, why should I, you know, go against? Why should I do anything? I have no right. And he was something like, "Oh, so like," and I just like unfriended him, and you know, what? I don't have time for this shit. Like, really. Like,
Yeah. So
very childish behavior. Right?
So yeah, it was weird because Slav's hanging out in Mark's studio. Slav's talking about Mark. Slav's talking to Mark about us and the podcast. And Slav nominated me to be on the network, and you know all this stuff. And then this happens, and so I eject him from the show. And so he just goes on this like 2-week long tirade of sending me messages with N-bombs and, you know, just like crazy stuff about his opinions on the world and all kinds of stuff that was just completely wild. And so I had sent Mark a message and was like, I sent him the episode and my and Slav's correspondence, and I was like, hey dude, you know, maybe you can help me talk to Slav about you know, his presentation and why he believes these things and like all kinds of stuff. And I didn't get any message back from Mark about that. So it's obviously something he's been ignoring for a while, because Slav lives in Philly and is one of his yes men and will do anything for him, and, you know, cleans out his pool, and, you know, like, he's just another Will Keller, you know, a guy that he's got like doing editing for him and making him thumbnails and making him slides. So he doesn't seem to like care when these major things happen, which is questionable. So Slav still texts her like every day, crazy stuff, like to this day. Yeah, I think he just texted her right now because he's probably watching. And so that brings us, I guess, to yeah. So I apologize, I guess, for not being faster about kicking him off the show or something.
Or maybe like for not responding faster to the allegation.
Yeah. It's easy to just be like, I don't want to deal with this, you know, and just blow it off and like half read a conversation or half read someone read, you know, and just not use the trivium on the subject. And you just get into trouble that way, especially when you're dealing with people that are real sharp, like Jana. You know, she's not going to let you get away with anything, nor are we up here. So yeah, Slav was a weird thing to happen, you know, and like, you know, like I'm having problems now for the same reason. I got a bunch of people wanting to regulate how they want to not have the show be live, not have it be open, regulate who's here, when is moderate more. I don't really know if I haven't been moderating enough or if I'm moderating too much. I usually give people a lot of chances before, like, the few people I've kicked off the show, I've given them a lot of chances. And obviously we just saw that, you know, having Slav around. And it was like, okay, well, he's, it was a tough situation, because I respect Jana and Noah a lot, and but I don't know about this like social clout. I don't know how much social clout I have. I mean, the show's only now getting some views. If that's what she's talking about.
I think she's talking about Steve related to like being in Mark's studio and sort of like throwing around that clout within the natural law movement and or be friends with Mark. That's how I interpreted.
Fair enough. Which isn't wrong. Yeah, exactly.
For sure, what he was doing. Like, for sure.
And it was like when I sent Mark the message, I was like, dude, this guy's saying he's your right hand man. Like he's podcasting from your desk in your studio on my show, speaking for you on the show, and then he goes into this crazy racist tirade and is apparently has had some really bad takes in the past, and we don't have a lot of evidence that he's changed because he was in hiding for a while and came out of hiding on our show, and Jana wasn't having it. So Darren, so we're gonna talk a little bit about when Darren came here.
Sovereign
cyborg over here. Darren kind of came around a little bit and came up on our radar because, as you guys know, Alicia's not here. Alicia is one of our very loyal panel members, and she's not here right now. And so Alicia came to me and Allie and was like, whoa, Darren like flipped out on me and accused me of being like an alien worshiper and all this stuff. And we were like, oh, weird.
And maybe to go back, just to be clear, like we were I say we, so Alicia, Darren, and we were all in the How to Become the True Media, Mark Passio's class, How to Become the True Media. So that just to give a background of how we all know each other, where we're from.
Yeah. So during after class talk, that Mark leaves the Mark lets everyone talk after the class. Darren was obviously having a bad day and was very aggressively going after Alicia live to like 150, 200 people and Mark Passio and all that stuff. So it was a big deal for her, and so she came and told us. And so on episode, I don't know what episode, but it's the episode with Slav and Darren as trash apes on the front. If you look up the number, maybe it's in the. Never mind. We went over the conversation that happened and the conversation around it, and just kind of grilled Darren a little bit about. There was a conversation about calling the cops. He called the cops on a guy that was out front of his house, and him and St. John, who we'll talk about later, as well as Jerry, the alien lady, we saw in the beginning of the episode. So they had this conversation about how, when it's, oh, I called the cops. Was that wrong of me? And everyone supported Darren. And I absolutely disagreed and was like, no, you should absolutely, as a man, be able to handle most situations and not have to go call Satanists to come possibly kill the person you're calling the cops on. So Darren ended up coming to the show and apologizing, and we had a really amazing conflict resolution happen right before our eyes, a foreshadow work session with a result. And Darren's been around ever since. He's one of our best guys, and he's So anyway, so I got a couple strange messages. We did a Kabbalion reading a couple weeks ago. Is the mic sounding okay?
Yeah.
A couple months ago, we did was it a month ago? Last month, did a Kabbalion reading. And one of the guys on the reading who originally had a good time and said that, you know, can't wait to do the next one, sent me a message and was upset with how things went. I think that he kind of saw it as like a teaching session, and because of the open nature of the show, we had people on the show that he engaged with, but then, you know, was like, oh, those guys shouldn't have been there. It kind of, we lost an opportunity to learn.
Yeah, and I think to be clear, I think there was a misunderstanding as to what the Kabbalion reading was supposed to be, and some unmet expectations that I don't think were clearly communicated. But yeah, there was no, it's just like how VGT is here. It's an open panel, so it's still a relatively open show, right? So yeah, just to explain that, like I think there to be no planned confrontation or anything.
Yeah. So and in this letter, he said that there was dissent in my ranks. And this was something that was a little strange because I was like, who's mad at me? I don't know anyone on the, at least like as of the last show, no one on the panel that's mad at me right now. So that's a little strange.
In your ranks is a little, like, it's like weird. I don't know.
I don't know if he said in my ranks exactly, but something to that matter of like there's dissent in your own community. You shouldn't be calling out all these people when there's dissent in your community. And I had no idea what he was talking about until the other day when I get another strange message from Alicia, who's, you know, like I was saying, my trusty panel partner who's always here, who's helped me with the show just keep things going, because she, you know, is very dedicated and very smart and can talk and, you know, can articulate well, and it's been great having her. But I got this message from her. She's pretty mad at me. Where is it? Where did it go? Oh no, I put it right here. Here it is, right here. Okay, so it's a bit long. Actually, can you grab me some water? I'm drying up, and this is a really long letter. But it's pretty serious. Hi, Jeffrey. I come in peace, and with best intentions, but also truth. I'm sending this so that it's crystal clear that you now know and are choosing to not take action regarding the situation and continue nonetheless on the path you're on. Do know that I've been deeply hurt by you, and now having removed myself from the situation for a month now, I feel free as I see a lot of truths that I've been blind to before, given my loyalty to your platform. Having joined the panel for each episode of VGT since October 2024, having supported you and Allie through many trials and tribulations, even being on the phone with you for 3 hours when Mark Passio's decision was fed back. I've had your back. Here's the thing. I'm noticing a pattern that you don't have people's back in return. It's a one-way street. I will use myself as this example, but I know full well I'm not the only one. Are you aware of this pattern with yourself? You have said many times, many people come to your show, but don't stay long. Is the mic okay? Check. I think they would have said something. You have said many times on your show, many people have come on the show, but don't stay long. Have you ever wondered why? That perhaps you did something to turn them away? Have they come with best intentions and left slighted? Consider a post-mortem on your panel and guests. Shadow work. Really what it is ego hygiene. Should it be forced? Now, I will probably say no. Does repeated public force shadow work achieve anything? Seems not. Should it be brought to a person's attention? Yes. But the act of shadow work is up to each person to take hold of the information and do something with it. Review, apply discernment, and take action, or not. If they fail to take action, that's their free will and karma tab. It's the reflection of their level of personal awareness, accountability, and connectedness to their source and conduct in accordance with natural law. It is what it is. Holding oneself accountable and regularly reviewing one's actions is essential. Ego soul hygiene. We have seen the hypocrisy of Mark Passio saying he has done his shadow work as if he's above it now himself now. No, it's never ending. Just like taking a shower, it puts into question how he can teach a course on it, but that's another topic. And so my question to you today is, how do you allow yourself to become Will Keller? Woo! Holy crap, let that sink in. Where darkness overshadows the light, ego trumps facts, enablement, support, and endorsement of support and endorsement of abusive conduct, even though it's in opposition to natural law, occurs. Where view, like subs, and success matters more than truth, authenticity, and people. What's fascinating about this is that if you can become like Will Keller, when it shows how easy it is for people, that it shows how easy for people who you yourself have shone the light on to become what they are, because congratulations, now you are no different. You share their frequency. Wow. An example, you have held Derek to the fire many times now regarding his conduct. Derek Bartolicelli is who she's talking about. In particular, with Oscar, and his throwing his toys out of the crib, insert the baby crying wah wah, with his childlike, egotistical conduct. You highlighted his inability to demonstrate emotional regulation, becoming unhinged amongst others, and his not holding himself to the same standard for which he preaches. We see this a lot. Well, remember this. It starts at 2:02. It's the Will Keller, Dustin Plantner, Darren shit that you're bringing the issue to the light. She's talking about the episode that I was talking about earlier, where we went over Darren and St. John's opinions on the cops, and we listened to Darren flip out on Alicia, where he made accusations against her that were actually, he was saying she was like the alien lady talking about aliens, but that was the lady we saw earlier, Jerry. She was the one talking about aliens are going to save us. We need to get to the aliens. And so in this episode, we corrected it. We showed him that he was wrong about that. And he proceeded to come up and we had a conversation. And we worked it out. Well, back to the letter. Oh, I don't want to explain much until after. So, well, we all fell for Darren's fake apology. I can say that now, before he admitted to playing the VGT group in his messages, which was in quotes, to us, when he left the group in yet another raging fire escape. Adios, gay boys, he said, and inserted a visual of shooting his load to the group. You can go back and look at them. So why does someone in your own house of VGT get a hall pass, but Derek doesn't? It's well documented that Darren has a long-standing history of being violently unhinged. Violently? Attacking people? Those are two words. Keep going. Even innocent people, losing his shit and repeatedly fake apologizing. Dressing up as a priest as if he had changed overnight, but not doing the work. By repeatedly looking the other way, you became Will Keller. When you let Darren let loose in our group chat, unmoderated. Darren's being Darren again. Really? That was, yeah. Just like with the Marcasio out of class group when he erupted on me. I managed it on my own. Except it was in your group chat this time. Where was Jeffrey? As Will, he would smirk. Oh, ask Will. Ooh, this is really dastardly here. Ask Will. He would smirk broadly if he knew you also do what he does, looking the other way and ignoring shit. So you don't get to judge anymore. You became just like them. I raised it in 2 conversations with Ali and you both. You said, it looks like we need to address Darren again. Did I use those exact words?
I mean, that was the gist of it. Maybe not.
That was the gist. I don't think I said need. I said, I recall saying, I'm just going to keep going. Yes, and yes, we do. You have the receipts, for goodness sakes. It looks like we need to address Darren again. Yes, yes, we do. You have the receipts, for goodness sakes. So imagine my shock when live on your show, not only did you not do that, but you rolled out the red carpet and practically served him chilled champagne and a flute. Hi, Darren. Oh, you have new Swami content? Yes, we'd love to see it. Let's play that on my show. And furthering with your mind was blown by the content, hands to your head movement of his narration, which really was a steal with pride narration that we had just done with Jana's real work. He copied the format in case you didn't notice. All calm and Swami, Darren, what the fuck? I digress. We all know that Darren is the perfect example of mentally sane and ego-regulated human being who is perfectly placed to teach the world. Not. What the fuck, Jeffrey? You're really lucky I stayed quiet on that show. Out of respect for allowing the kitchen to be cleared privately, I stayed quiet and bowed out early. And yet it was never addressed, was it? Your kitchen is still filthy and festering away, and guess what? Where's Darren? You've been played, Jeffrey. You let yourself be played. You became just like all the others you've exposed. Not only did you let him have a hall pass, but you hero welcomed him. Not only did you show a man crush on Darren and Vivek, but you furthered to post that shit on your VGT YouTube videos for people to watch and follow. Is that shit truly vetted and approved by you? You did all of that despite knowing he is literally a pathological liar who is, Hold on just one second.
Up a little higher.
Yeah, wow, this is huge.
There it is.
Okay. So imagine the shock of live show. Okay.
I mean, did you let him have a hall pass? You're welcome him.
Okay. Not only did you show a man crush on Darren and Vivek, but you furthered to post that shit on your VGT YouTube. You did that all despite knowing he is literally a pathological liar who is mentally ill against natural law, addicted to booze, and goodness knows what else, as he has self-admitted, is evil. In short, a sick human who needs a lot of professional help. A professional who won't be duped by him. He should be exiled by all. Did it escape your notice that Vivek may have issues himself if he was drawn to a life lesson with Boza, and yet is now working with Darren, yet knowingly asking Darren live on your show what he was drinking on your show, just a soft drink, don't worry, he replied, aka, or aha, you don't work with alcoholics on Swami level publication. That's insane. Is Vivek aware that the person narrowly avoiding jail for a teacher for believing he had thrown flammable liquid on her and he was going to set her alight, that his mother was so distressed she institutionalized him, that his excess knowledge can be the numbing tool of trauma and pain in a closed environment like psych ward, yet memorizing isn't doing. He is not the guru of psychology that he professes to be, or he wouldn't be doing what he is doing. Just as Jerry issues death threats, then goes on a podcast auditing her partner on a crime he committed 20 years ago. Call it whatever you want, but your own inner circle is no different now, and you're allowing that. Will Keller, Derek Oscar, Logan Boza, Brendan Corey, and fill in the long list of one great work, Sea Occupiers, all started somewhere. It started when someone and then a group chose to look the other way despite knowing they shouldn't. When the false veil of identity was allowed to seed, sprout, and flourish, group enablement, something we all have talked about a lot. When people knowingly participate in that, you're activating your free will right to do so, but it also will be part of your karmic tab, especially when it's on public platform. Wow. People like myself endorsed and supported you because I thought it was based in truth. I see now it isn't. It's based on your leaning tower of ego. This I cannot endorse nor support. I will not let myself be exposed to the truth. To that truth. To that shit. Nor will I give a false impression that it's a good place to be and that the data and content is truthful and of value. It's not. Did you let me down as a friend who has shown a lot of care and support for you? Yes. Did you let me down as a VGTer? Yes. Did you let the group down as a moderator? Yes. Did you let the public down putting out such trash, misleading content? Yes. You need an ego chiropractic adjustment because your head is frozen in look the other way mode. Your head is in the sand and your ass is in the air, and I don't want to know what's coming your way energetically. It can't be good. My being on your show has exposed me to the law of polarity, and I've taken that road with it. I've used that to do intense, deep, soulful work on myself. Have you? Or just like Mark, are you beyond that too? It's up to you if you do something about it. All I wanted to do was bring this to your attention. There's no guessing what happened, in fact, and it's wrong. Again, and I'm not the only one. Mercifully, like cicadas, beautiful souls alive and hidden until just the right time have come out to support me. I've been met by others, and we cicadas have bonded in truth and natural law, humility and personal spiritual growth and love, and not all this shit. It's bad and it's wrong. It's the wrong seeds to plant and water, Jeffrey. I've had many good things come from bad. The origin of Darren has done me wrong. Because of this rage, I was kicked out of his group, not for no good reason. Saved by Slav, the irony. Dropped into VGT that one time. At one time, you used to have valuable, life-changing guests and panel participation like Scott Gordon, Peter Rogers, Patty, where I took action and became vegan and turned my health around. Then there was the Kabbalion reading study group and the Great Quest Noah. Okay. What happened by the Kabbalion study? Did Noah also feel slighted by your stitching him up on the last episode? When I asked you, are you warning Noah that Darren and Vivek are not in line with this? You knew full well because Darren has spent the 2 weeks prior talking to Ali for 3 hours and myself saying he is no longer aligned to Passio's work and walking away from it. Darren posted that on our group chat, yet you let him on the show for the Kabbalion study with Vivek. Why? Is that another lack of loyalty, rating, baiting exercise? You finally get someone who brings tremendous knowledge and who understood the underbelly of all the Passio groupthink and natural law, and you treated him like shit. Wow. Yet hero worship Darren and Vivek. Your morality compass is facing due south, not north right now. Why? Only you know. Have you noticed that the crickets have been chirping in your group chat lately? Many people seem to have faded away, haven't they? Enter in now Crow 777. Is that your next boy crush? It's not natural law. It's another potential cult you're opening up your vulnerable viewers to. Is that on brand? What is your brand now? You're in a kayak with no oars in the middle of nowhere, Jeffrey. you've lost your way. Preaching about shadow work and not moderating in your own home turf, but also not doing the work yourself is a false starter. This is a wet match that will not ignite a thing. You will never have any impact with anyone if you're closed yourself. Think about it. Are you closed, or are you open to doing the great work, which really starts with yourself and being open and receptive to truths and feedbacks? I wish you nothing but the best. You have great talent and conviction. I hope that this can be received in the truth that it is sent and the value that is cherished. The value of it cherished. It takes balls for someone to say, a friend, you're fucking up big time, stop, drop, and roll. Put out your own fire, heal, recede, and restart. I've had massive ups from the whole Passio group interaction and massive lows as of now with VGT. Jeez. But I've done the work. I've pointed the light. I have pointed the light at myself first and foremost. I am no hypocrite. I walk the talk, and I'm open to feedback from those I cherish and value near me. Those whom I see doing the work. Those whom I respect. Have you considered that actually it's you who is canceling VGT Live yourself by your own actions, energy, and karma? Think about it. You're an endurance athlete. Go the distance in this. Put in the work. Change yourself. Do right for yourself and others. It's never too late. People care about you, but only to a point. If you're pulling your own version of Darren, that's on you. It's self-destructive, and it's your journey. In your own words, do less harm, allow no harm. Right now, you're doing harm to friends, VGTers, and the viewers. Peace, Alicia. And then she did a PS and said, I had already written this, so we'll leave it as is, but I couldn't help but notice that Vivek just called Darren out as a psychopath. I howled. No surprise. I knew what would happen. It's Darren's MO. The truth always comes out, so will VGT need the unshakable shit posted on your YouTube channel anymore? Nothing like leading viewers astray. Woo! Holy crap. Yeah, give me some water. That was long. So, oh, Noah's in the chat. Oh, there's some chaos going, huh?
Should we just address the point?
Should we all address? Yeah. So, addressing Alicia's points that she made against me. Huh? Oh, it's on the different tab. So, her first point, you are choosing to not take action regarding the situation. Meaning me, not moderating Darren or kicking Darren off the show for him attacking her in our chat, she said. So, Darren, we talked to Darren. Alicia didn't know this, but we had talked to Alicia about it, and I told her, I'm going to talk to Darren, and I talked to Darren. I think Alicia assumed we were going to do it on the show because I was a little unclear about what Darren was saying. He said something about Michael Tessarian acting. She said, oh, Alicia, Michael Tessarian, something. And I was like, what? I didn't quite get what it was, but it sounded like the first time where he was accusing Jerry shit on Alicia, right? So I was all, dude, did you just like fall back into this bad old pattern that we already talked about on the show? Did like 5 episodes on it. And he was like, whoa, what do you mean? And I was like, you know, you kind of like, you called Alicia out and said that she was acting like Michael Tessarian or preach, or I thought he said that she was saying that she was like quoting Michael Tessarian or something, but he actually said that Alicia was doing something that Michael Tessarian does in like taking something someone says and kind of changing it in a way. So
basically, we when we spoke to Alicia, we thought it was a situation like what happened with Jerry, like we explained, where he blamed Alicia for talking about aliens, but it was really Jerry. We had a conversation about Michael Tessarian, where we thought, oh, he's just mistaking again with thinking that his conversation about Michael Tessarian happened with Alicia, but it was clarified. It was not. So basically, the claim that no action was taken is false.
Yes. And so outside of that, all Darren had was, I don't want to be in a group with Alicia anymore. And I can't, what's wrong with that? You know, that's his choice. He doesn't want to be in a group anymore. I think Alicia, so we had gotten that cleared up with Darren for the most part, and we had not yet talked to Alicia yet.
And I'd like to say, I understand Alicia being hurt as a friend. The fact that we didn't reach out to her for a couple weeks or immediately after we spoke to Darren, it's one thing. I can understand having that as a conversation from friend to friend. Hey, why didn't you hit me up? But you know, that's not necessarily what's happening here. We've had an open line with Alicia. There has been no contact since the episode that she's talking about occurred. And yeah, I think I just want to be clear with that I'm open to conversation and discussing things just through, you know, at meeting each other as friends on the level that we were at before, but that attempt was not made before this letter, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And and I do apologize, for not reaching out to Alicia, but if she were to reach out with me, I would love to have the conversation. You know, if she were to reach out to us, we would love to have the conversation. We
have lives and stuff. We can't, you know, spend all our time.
As we all do.
You know.
But it was there were a lot of blanks, I think, filled in here by us not speaking over this time, and her assessment of the situation is a little is corrupted and untrue. But again,
So she said, you know, I thought we were going to talk to him. We had already talked to him, and so we didn't have some trap for him to walk into, you know, ready. And she was really hurt by that, and we could tell on the show she just changed. She got a sad look on her face and just kind of dipped out after an hour. And so it's like, okay, well, Alicia's mad at something, but we hadn't talked to her yet, and so there was action taken, for sure. Her second claim is, you don't have my back in return. That's complete BS. I've had her back more than anyone a few times here. If she is bringing me the truth, I will back her in any situation. And I was backing her up by going and talking to Darren. It was an uncomfortable conversation, you know, like it's not always fun to confront people. So I went and talked to him, and that was backing her up. And things were clarified, and it was not as bad as I thought it may have been, because I thought he fell back into an old pattern, and he was like, no, that's not at all what I meant when I said that. And I was like, oh, okay. So I do and still do have your back, Alicia.
And I think it's important, again, to sort of go back to and remind ourselves that this is a very open show and an open panel. And if it were to have been brought up by Alicia and Darren confronted, we would have her back in airing it out. We would never silence her. And so when she said, "Oh, you're lucky I didn't say anything on the show," to the contrary, we wish you would have said something on the show. It would have been great to have gotten that communication across, and we could, at the very least, communicate, hey, let's agree to disagree here, or get to the point where we can agree to disagree about someone in our community, friends circle, on the show, whatever you want to call it. We've all had individual correspondence. I said we all, meaning me, meaning Jeffrey, meaning Darren, and Alicia, all together independently. So
Darren and Alicia are buddies. They talk a lot, you know, so like saying this is all on me to defend her is a little strange. So
well, yeah, that's one issue. And
yeah,
the
we're
other
not to
issue
that
is
one
where-
yet. So I absolutely have her back. 100% always have. If it's the truth, I'm backing the truth, no matter who brings it to me. You have become Will Keller. Wow. Holy crap. So Will Keller blocks people. He takes himself out of the situation, takes you out of the situation, cuts off the dialogue, silences people, blocks himself off from the conversation. How could you compare that to someone who puts his ass on the line, puts himself on a live podcast, open live podcast, puts the StreamYard link in the chat, so anyone, any of these guys I've talked shit about, any of these guys I've gone after, they can come up here and call me out for anything in the world. How is that the same as Will?
I mean, just to be logically consistent here. Okay, let's say you could always be doing that. You could be doing that, calling people out, and then in this one, let's say, in this one situation, just playing devil's advocate here. Okay, you slipped up or not. Let's say you could be doing the same thing. Now, the difference, looking at it specifically, Will Keller silenced Alicia and silenced the confrontation on how to become the True Media group.
Yeah.
And her confrontation, her issue
Kicked
with
her
Darren.
out of the group. Kicked her out of the group.
Yeah, he did not. It's not that he didn't step in and defend her. That wasn't the main criticism. The criticism was that he silenced the interaction and the resolution. Yeah, he didn't offer the platform to do that. Again, going back to point number 2, we would have never silenced Alicia or discouraged her from bringing up the issues with Darren again on that show. I think that's a key difference. I mean, to me, that's where I see where Will Keller and Jeffrey Phillips divide, looking at that specific situation. Yeah, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. So I severely disagree with the idea that I've become Will Keller. I'm not selling a $5,000 snake oil machine. I'm not telling people they need to be healthy by buying this machine from me and breathing through a Chinese machine.
I mean, that's all whatever.
Yeah.
Again, that could all be true, but then you mess up this one time.
Yeah.
That would make you like Will Keller messing up this one time. But I don't see it in the same. I don't see the situation being the same situation that happened with Will.
Yeah.
And that had to become a True Media chat.
Yeah. So point number 4, you support and endorse abusive conduct. So we cleared up the fact that Darren saying, I'm sick of your Michael Tessarian way of dealing with me and talking down to me. I'm out of here and leaving the group. I don't know if that's excessively abusive.
I don't. So I think the real important thing here is to define what abuse.
Yeah. What is abuse? Are words abusive? No, words are not abusive.
Like there's issues. Again, it's coming down to definitions. What does harm mean? What does abuse mean? When we say, I mean, generally when we say the phrase,
Darren was being
do
honest.
no harm, allow no harm. We were talking about bodily harm. We were talking about. It's very important to be specific here. In interpersonal relationships, in friendships, can emotions be harmed because of unmet expectations, because of whatever disagreements? Absolutely. But again, it's very important to distinguish. Okay, I thought you were going to stick up for me. You didn't stick up for me. That hurt my feelings, and you allowed someone to harm me, meaning put me in a situation that I couldn't control where theft was occurring. And looking at that with that definition, I don't think we allowed abuse. I don't know if you agree with that, but just I think
harsh terminology is not abuse, and stopping people from conversating is not conflict resolution. You let the thing happen. You let the person say the stuff so we can analyze whether it's true or not. You don't just muffle people. So I'm super confused because it doesn't even sound like the Alicia I know wrote this. Because
I patched things up with her for a while.
with Evic.
And then like over time, it's not that she was doing anything, let's say, terrible. It's just like people have colleagues and neighbors and coworkers that they're peaceful with, but they don't particularly like their personality. And what I had noticed is that she had kept saying really patronizing things about like me, especially when Vivek came onto like, you know, the show. And basically like she has a habit of saying to me personally when we're talking on the phone as well as in the chats, always saying Swami, 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 Swami when she's ridiculing something. And it's like, dude, any time anything about like anything Eastern, yoga, meditation, philosophy, Vedanta, every single time she would say some kind of pejorative or like make light of anything Eastern. And then she would also say stuff like, you and Vivek are like long lost brothers. And I'm like, stop talking about us like we're children. And kind of, you know, and then she'd send me these private things. I've shared audio files with you where she's like, oh, I can see you left the group and you want to work on your substance abuse. And it's like, dude, I drink 6 beers in a week and I smoke a pack of cigarettes a week. And I want to stop that. It's not like I'm all effed up on substances. And she likes to exaggerate stuff. And then she can't speak without allegories or metaphors. And it's like, okay, just say what you mean. And then every time I say something, don't like reinterpret it as or spin it as a metaphor or something. Like, I don't need you to reword what I said. And it's not a horrible thing. It's just something that I said what I found annoying, and then I stepped back. I didn't try to bully her into anything. And then once again, now she feels like it's some injustice, and I have to be publicly shamed for not wanting to associate with her. But that's what voluntarism is. She hasn't done anything wrong, and neither have I.
So I'm being played because I haven't kicked people off my show. That's an open live show. That's open and live. That everyone knows is open and live. Like, this is why it's open and live, so we can deal with this shit.
And I think it's important
Ariane,
to
we
like.
Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, Ariane. Nope.
Can't hear you still, Ariane. Go ahead. I think it's important. Can't hear you.
And now Alicia forgets how to go live after doing it.
Yeah, she's hiding in the chat. Got it.
Okay, so I think it's important to distinguish like worst case scenario here. Again, going back to definitions of abuse, do we think Darren, based off of our experience, our communication, do we think he is someone who needs to be exiled? No, at the worst case, we can agree to disagree. Talking about Alicia and us about someone. We could be wrong, you know, Darren, you could be, you know, like, but whatever, like, it's still, as adults, especially as students of natural law and even as friends, there should be an ability for us to communicate on that level. Let's agree to disagree about this person. And let's just agree that, you know, like I said, Darren, you can agree to not be
more expectations.
to want to involve yourself with someone. And we could even disagree with you and be like, okay, well, we don't agree what you think about Alicia. But again, it's just, I don't see why all of these possibilities are being shut off to where, you know, it's burn the house down. But again, Alicia can, you know, we can only provide our perspective and what happened with us so much. She can make the judgment call that, you know, we're all narcissists, and like, that's fine. But it's unfortunate that it got to this level without more communication, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like,
and to answer Jana's question, you know, No, it's not necessarily about it, although friendship is a part of community. You can be in a community with people you don't even like as long as you respect their rights. And that's the mature thing to do when you just, I mean, I think it's okay to tell someone, like, look, I don't really like you, but I mean, that's why I'm going to step away, instead of try to initiate like confrontation with people. You know, I just aired my grievances. I said, these are the things I don't like, and I'm stepping away because I had another thing I was working on. And that was about it. And then she wants to, like, you know, I don't know, castigate me publicly.
It's like what?
When do I not listen to feedback?
How you do conflict resolution? By blocking people and getting rid of people and cutting people off. You go and actually talk to them about the problem.
Talk to me. Even Vivek has talked to me, and I'm like, okay, I'm listening. I don't necessarily like what I'm hearing, but it's not about what I like. It's his honest feedback. It's not about my opinion of it. It's like he has a right to his opinion, as do you, and as do everybody else. And then when they say that, whatever it is, I can either agree with it or not, but I don't want to shut anyone up. It's usually the contrary. People don't like what I'm saying, so they send private messages about shutting me up. Whereas if they just told me, hey, bro, can you shut up? I don't want to talk to you. Will you please not talk to me? I just don't talk to them.
Yeah, and there's obviously Alicia, Noah obviously triggered each other. They're in cahoots together. Noah is making some pretty ballsy claims for knowing half of the story. It's a little weird because Noah at first loved the Kabbalion podcast, but then after he talked to Alicia, he was like, "Oh, I'm mad because you didn't regulate the people on your podcast." And I was like, "Okay, well, we had the Kabbalion, the first Kabbalion reading. Darren was there. Everyone loved Darren. Darren was the fucking king of the show, right? So the next Kabbalion reading, I was supposed to have kicked him off in that time for some reason.
Well, I think that the misunderstanding here was that
I was supposed to be second violin.
Or no, there's that we sort of arranged some sort of like secret confrontation to occur, and that was absolutely not the case.
Yeah.
I think perhaps I could be wrong here, and that doesn't even matter, but there was no intention to corner anyone by
conversation,
your presence, Darren, or by Vivek's presence. Vivek, we never even set up for him to show up. Darren,
I didn't invite Vivek. Not invite Vivek to the show. Sorry, I did not invite Vivek to the show. And Darren even said he don't hit it. The thing's all messed up. Darren even said that he wasn't going to be there. But then he ended up making it. You know, and it's like this is a live open show, people. Do you know what live open show means? That means it's live and open all the time.
I don't know what they mean about I'm admittedly against natural law.
Everyone's telling me to.
Fair enough. Okay, so it was not why Noah backed out. So I just got it. The misunderstanding of thinking we were trying to arrange something. So what's the difference between Mark?
Hear me or not?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh.
I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking about Alicia a little bit, and I don't know if she didn't want this to be public, maybe this shouldn't have been public. You know, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if you didn't respect her choice. I'm not assuming you didn't. Just if she didn't want this to be public, then maybe it would be best not to be public. But I know that we want this to be transparent and like to discuss it like grown-ups, but I feel kind of bad that this path, there's some
for sure. Yeah, no, it's a bummer.
Baggage people carry or something.
Oh shit, what happened?
Wait,
something just got messed up with his audio.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You guys hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah? Can't hear you for some reason. Oh, okay. No, Arian, you just got really quiet again.
It's my microphone or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Now it's good. Now it's good.
So.
All right, we'll just wait. Go back.
Okay. Go ahead, Arian.
I don't know. You hear me? No?
Yeah. It's in and out.
Okay. I don't know. I just kind of feel bad about this situation. You know, like maybe.
So Alicia's going around and talking about me behind my back to people and colluding, and that's pretty much making my information public. We responded to her and she didn't respond back. This is my response to the message she sent. And why she would want to keep this occulted, I don't understand why. This is what this show is about. This is what the show is about. Conflict resolution. We're waiting for things to happen. And Alicia said before she's willing to go to face it if it ever is required of her. So all of a sudden now she's hiding in the chat. Instead of facing the truth about the situation.
Real quick, and then just to like reply to Jana's comment up there, is community not about friendship and just about content? Does it not matter who you associate with? Absolutely. And kind of like what I was talking about before, there has been a month that has gone by from the last show, and Alicia and us have had no contact. Like I said, and I've reached out to Alicia and I said this, and me reaching out to you. As a friend, I am sorry, and we've dealt with these dynamics before where we fall out of, kind of communication for a couple weeks, and after that show, there's so much communication that should have been had between friends about this situation, about you feeling hurt, about all of this, about us not meeting those expectations that you had about bringing that up on the show. I wish there was more communication. So while I understand you are saying, Jeffrey's making this public right now in this response, your response was, you've completely written us off and burned the bridge of friendship, which fair enough. That is up to you and up to your discernment to do if you think that is what is required. But what about friendship like that? I just wish that there was a more open dialogue, because again, I know Noah, you say that's not what happened. That's not why you backed out, but I feel like there is a lot of missing information here. And again, like I would hope that we could get to a point to where we could agree to disagree on, let's say, Darren, but I understand where you're coming from, but yeah, it's just, it's unfortunate. I do.
Vivek was asking why he can't join. I don't know if you saw that in the chat.
Is Vivek backstage? I don't know if. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for him yet.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Continue.
That's pretty much it. Just like, it's definitely absolutely friendship in a community is very, very important, and is more important than making content.
Yeah.
For sure. Like
and about me and natural law, I was saying Mark Passio's so-called science of natural law hasn't gotten anyone on the same page. You can't just memorize
it's not even relevant.
7 rules. And so they were just trying to say that makes me a relativist, when it's like, no, dude, everybody is responsible for their own behaviors. And like, it's okay not to like somebody, but I don't have to believe in Mark's method. Mark didn't really invent truth, or he has no ownership over it. He even says that himself. So I don't think his way is working, and what shows that
emotional abuse going on in the chat right now.
Sure.
Emotional manipulation going on in the chat right now.
Always, dude.
No, it's wild.
Sister.
It's almost like what Alicia's doing to me is exactly what she claimed you did to her.
But you didn't respect her privacy, but she can disrespect my privacy all day long, as long as her feelings got hurt first. Because I didn't know what you wanted me to be.
Number 5 claim. You value views, likes, subs, and success more than truth, authenticity, and people. I don't value likes and views and subs at all. I'm not.
At least like more than
Okay, more than truth.
That definitely.
Why is
not
she?
more than truth, authenticity, people. Jesus Christ.
This is
Yes, yeah, it's quite a claim. Number 6.
Wait, I think Ariane wanted to say something, but I can't.
Ariane's mic's fucked up.
It's fucked up.
We hear you now.
It's like in and out.
Yeah.
It's shitty. I have to buy those headset like Adrian has, or you guys have.
Yeah.
So number 6, you should treat Darren how you treated Derek. Why would you think that? I talked to him and we cleared up what happened, and yeah, didn't seem like an appropriate thing to do, considering Derek hides from me, blocked me. I have no way of getting to Derek but going on podcasts he's on and whispering in the chat. That's a bit different than what Darren's doing, who I can talk to at any time, will have a heart-to-heart with me, who did have a conversation with me about this. So I don't see it being appropriate in the least bit. Number 7, you let Darren let loose in our group chat unmoderated. So Darren said, I don't want to put up with your shit anymore, Alicia, and left the group. How was I supposed to moderate that? So I should have told him to be quiet and not tell the truth in my.
I think you should have pulled
the
a
chat
Jerry
for my
on me.
podcast that is all about conflict resolution, pretty much, or at least, like, I don't understand why everybody wants to go hide all this sudden. We've been talking about people hiding all year. We've been calling all 2 years almost now. We've been calling out people hiding. Now everyone wants to hide and make up stuff. And yeah, so
people get Nemo kicked out of funnel conferences. People get you kicked off of Rev Radio by these little ratty backstage conversations that they have. The little rats of
and no one wants to come up here and talk. They just want to, the worst. They watch in the chat. They don't even say anything. So number 8, you manage the VGT group chat like Will manages Mark Passio's chat. I'm not a fucking manager. That's status bullshit. It's like, oh, you're not. It's the weirdest thing about these natural law circles. We're all talking about anarchy, but the second any of these people get around a daddy type or an authority type, they start demanding that person regulate people. Like, I get it if Darren's up here doxing people, like doing like absurd things, rude stuff incessantly over and over. Okay, dude, you're out. But and me and Alicia talked about Darren's outburst, and I was like, yeah, I need to talk to him. Obviously, it looks like he's doing the same thing to you again that he did before with Jerry, and that wasn't the case.
And Jeffrey actually took the time to talk to me about it, and I talked to him for 2 hours. You know, and I explained myself. I didn't say I'm too good to explain myself, and Jeffrey didn't pretend to be too good to look into it. Like Will.
Like, where was
Will does that.
Alicia during the last podcast on it, talking shit as much as as big a part of that episode as anybody. She is fully locked into what we do on this podcast, and so for her to have to be all, oh, you used to do good podcasts, is pretty funny. But anyway, so number 9. So you manage the VGT group chat like you Will manages the Mark. So I should have kicked Darren out when he said that he's done and he left the group. And the other thing that Alicia doesn't know, Darren didn't rage quit on the other VGT group. He just quit the Telegram group. He's been in the Facebook group the whole time. He wasn't calling me a fag, and if he was, that's actually kind of funny.
No, it was something about somebody quit, and I was like, I posted the animated image from the Hangover where
someone left. Okay,
so was saying "so long, gay boys," but it was in Italian, so it said "Addio, finocchi," and that was it.
So there's Alicia misunderstanding another thing,
like she always does, and I had to explain it to her and translate the Italian for her, and then then I posted a dictionary definition, and she decided to reword it, and I'm like, will you stop rewording what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
So number 9, you're lucky I didn't say anything on the show. What? That is what my show is for, Alicia. What are you talking about? It's like all this whole time I've had the show. Please come up and call me out. So you're going to come up, hang out, and not call me out, act like nothing's going on, and then
Or privately after the show. I mean,
you never hit me up. You didn't hit me up after any of these shows. You're all, oh, you guys didn't hit us up. Yeah, a couple weeks later. But lots of expectations. Alicia, you have a lot of expectations on what you thought was going to happen, and you didn't voice any of these things. And I didn't agree to any specific thing. I didn't say I was going to call him out on the show. I said I was going to talk to him. You misunderstood that as we were going to bomb down on Darren, like I bombed down on Derek, which is a completely different scenario. Completely different scenario.
Anybody who hurts her feelings needs to get bombed down on.
Guys in the chat, because they blocked me. I have to yell louder. With someone who's right here, I just asked them, hey, what the fuck's going on with you and Alicia? Why you, did you fall back into that shit? What's this Michael Tsarian shit? Oh, no, that's, you mean, you know, like you explained what you explained, and I was like, oh, because I totally thought it was something else. And then all there is else is you don't want to be in a group with Alicia anymore, and I don't know. So anyway, 11, you promote Darren. Okay, wait, no, 9, 10, you've been played by Darren. Played how? Has he gotten something from me? Has he tried to take something from me? I don't know. Not really. I don't. You guys act like this is like a huge platform. Like, this is not a huge platform. I'm not like, oh, I got so many subs. Like I don't get shit on this platform, and I don't really care about it. So, yeah, back to that. So, number 11, you promoted Darren despite knowing he is evil. I know he's evil. What evidence do I have of that? I know he's unhinged at times, very traumatized. He's shared that all with us live on the show, not breaking his anonymity. So, but I don't think he's evil or a narcissist or a psychopath. Everyone throwing these fucking words around, man. Like, y'all fucking are just diagnosing everyone. I've met 2 narcissists in my life. Real ones in my life. They aren't every other guy. And narcissistic tendencies, we all have. We're all fucking scum. We're all still scum. None of us are. You're not aligned. Yeah, varying degrees of scum. Still, very much. So are you, Alicia. So am I. I'm on the right path. Like, what? Who is this person?
It's the people that are obsessed with decorum that are the most perverse, in my opinion. Like, they just put on this fake face all the time. Decorum, like, you know, it's all about. I know. Some people are like all about just being like a talking head, like a newscaster. They don't want to like act like they get ticked off ever about anything. They're just fake nice all the time, like Will Keller. And Alicia's like, Darren raised his voice. You didn't check him for that. Darren said a mean joke. He called somebody a Fanuc. You know, like, come on, dude.
Evil and should be kicked off the show.
And we, you know, that, like you said, Jeffrey, and we're all narcissists and are blind. And again, there's just no communication that can be had. I'm
black or white.
Yeah, like I can understand. Like I said, as a friend, I get, you know, I get being boned and like, hey, why haven't you talked to me? Why didn't you bring this up in the show? Then let's have that conversation. I almost like,
especially Alicia, you could have called him out. You had the floor to call him out at any time on the show. Why is it
she jumped to trying to like ruin you guys? Like, that's what she's about. She wants to ruin you because her feelings got hurt. And
Yeah.
I never even did that with her, dude, until she brought it into a public thing. And I knew she was going to be like posting the recording, but it's just like, whatever, man. She took something that happened between me and her and 2 other people and decided to call me out on it, you know, in front of Mark's class. And I'm like, whatever, dude. Like, yeah, it's a little embarrassing and it was kind of like sloppy of me, but I'm like, whatever, dude. I'm not going to pretend I don't get sloppy sometimes.
We know this. We're all sloppy.
Yeah.
You know, like Noah burping on my podcast, sloppy. Jesus Christ, dude. Presentation, bro. So number 11. I know Darren is evil and I promote him. Not true. You should exile. Number 12. You should exile Darren because he has mental problems. Really? Is that how we deal with mental health? Exiling people? I've told the story of living in Nicaragua and watching all the people dance, all the ladies dance with the crazy guy and make him feel better.
I am apparently the only person who
banished all these
yelled
people with mental
rage.
problems. We all have mental problems. We all have mental problems, so we should banish everyone. I don't agree with that. That's not how things get fixed.
And we have a very, I mean, especially as natural law students, we have a very, I would think, understood, clear idea of the principles of what constitutes harm and what constitutes the moral boundary of being, you know, exiling people or embracing them, or even if, like I said, like Darren, even if he was like, you know, he had full of mental problems and was a crazy dude, but again, why? How is it positive, and how does it help by cutting people off like that who have not ventured into? Yes. I guess ventured into doing harm, and I guess that comes down to we would have to just agree to disagree with Alicia in defining what constitutes harm. And to me, it seems like a more interpersonal issue of unmet expectations between friends and between a friendship.
Mm-hmm.
To elevate that to, no, you guys are just all narcissists, all parties involved other than me and the people I decide are good are narcissists. How is that not falling into the same fucked up programming that we're trying to get out of? I mean, again, like Jeffrey said, statistically, like clinical narcissists, psychopaths, like the numbers are a lot smaller than we like to think. And again, there are those tendencies, right? We all have our own traumas and we're all fucked up. And I really do think that this movement, or whatever you want to call it, it does attract people who have been disillusioned for some reason. And a lot of times that disillusionment has been born from trauma.
Yeah. There's a bunch of head cases in this movement.
So we're
all head cases.
Should we, again, like we were looking at the Sean Windingham case, should pedophiles be ousted and exiled from the community?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Should people who are threatening, do keywords not matter here? People who are threatening rape, like, you know, like sexual abuse. Yes, we can look at abuse by words. Like we can, you know, if someone yells fire in a crowded room and people get trampled to death, those words, they harm, right? So
now these cowards are demanding we show the posts and they won't even come on.
Yeah.
Posts that hurt
I
your feelings. Cry me a river. Jesus.
I don't like if Darren flew to Canada and slapped Alicia across the face, that would be harm. Saying, I don't want to be in a group with you anymore, or whatever he said. We know Darren gets a little overboard.
If you were to say, I'm going to fly to Canada to slap you in the face,
yeah.
Sure, okay.
That's harm. That's traumatizing. That's scary. That's terrorism. That's a threat. That is harm. So, you should exile Darren because he has a mental problem. That's retarded. Number 13. You like Vivek. I have Vivek, yes, because I'm worshiping Vivek. I actually have no real opinion of Vivek outside of he's a moral relativist that'll come on the show that we could possibly have some interesting conversations with, and possibly change his mind on. The fact that I don't already have this conclusion and have exiled this person because of their belief, that's not what the podcast is about. We talk to carnists all the time on the show. I commend every carnist that comes on my show. I commend anyone who's a moral relativist that has the balls to come up here and say they are. So am I kissing his ass? No. He may, you know, like, I don't have any, I don't have opinion about him. Definitely don't, like, I'm not like, oh, what you're saying. That's definitely not the case. So number 14, your inner circle is no different than Jerry's. Again, back to no, they are blockers. They hide and regulate and plot little things in the background and get me taken off podcasts and stuff like that. I don't see how I'm doing that. Number 15, you knowingly participate in group enablement. I'm just not seeing it. 16, your content is based in your ego. I would love examples of that. Number 17, you let us down for promoting Darren, by promoting Darren. Okay, we've talked about Darren. You stitched up Noah. What does that mean exactly? What does that mean? Anyone? What does stitched up mean?
Stitched up. We looked this up before. What was it?
It means like
Like
owned. Gratata.
Owned.
As in the sequence of holds like.
I actually no. So I had already had the second Kabbalion reading scheduled. Noah invited himself on. Obviously, it was an open. You know, I would love to have Noah on. Loved having Noah on. I had no intention of doing anything differently than the third podcast. The fact that people were expecting me to have kicked the star of the last podcast out in that short of amount of time is a little strange over some sort of non-abusive situation. Someone just telling the truth. We tell the truth all the time. I mean, what's going on here? I'm confused. So you like Vivek. Your inner circle is no different than Jerry's. You knowingly participate. Your content is based in your ego. You stitched up Noah. Noah, I think Noah rewatched it and heard himself grunting and farting and burping. Well, not farting, but burping, and probably didn't like his presentation and got butthurt because he didn't have the presentation he thought he was going to have, the expectations he put on my show, that somehow it was just going to be like me and him. I don't know. He never said he wanted it to be that way. He asked if Justin Bedini was going to be there, and I said no, not likely. But there was never like we're going to have a closed discussion. There's no closed discussions on a live open podcast, bro. You know, your expectations as well as Alicia's expectations have gotten both of you guys turned up quite a bit. Now, but back to the Vivek thing. So now that I'm thinking about it, I can see if by me tagging Vivek in that video, I could see that as a good criticization of me. Now that you've pointed that out, that is, you know, I'm not doing a network anymore per se. I'm just promoting anyone's content I think is cool. I see now. Okay, you tagged a moral relativist in a piece of content. I could see that as being a good critique of something that I'm doing here. All you guys needed to do was just say something. Be like, hey, isn't it a little contradictory to be tagging a moral relativist in your on something on your show? And I would have been like, hey, you know what? You know, while I know Vivek, Vivek in my head, moral relativist. I just didn't, I didn't think I was being critiqued so hard. So yeah, so I get that, and that makes sense and fair enough. Yeah, I shouldn't be tagging moral relativists in my posts if I'm teaching that moral relativism is bad. But Darren's feedback's around, so we could possibly, make examples, create awesome discussions where people actually see why moral relativism is wrong and why people actually believe moral relativism. Those are the kinds of conversations I want on my show. So why would I be kicking people off that believe these things? I don't get it. It's like you people haven't been watching or paid attention the 1,000 times I said this show is open and live, giving anyone the chance to come up and talk. And you guys just want me to regulate and censor after we've been censored as hard as we have. You want me to start doing it to my group now because of your impression or your perspective on a certain thing that happened that I don't even agree with. And we're allowed to disagree with things without burning everything to the fucking ground, you know? And when I said people come and go on the show, you left out the context. People come and go on the show, and when they go, it's always for something fucking stupid. For me saying, oh, you shouldn't buy a new car every couple of years. Dumb shit like that. That people just can't stand that something I said, they just seize them and they run away and they try and trash me, even though we were best friends. So no, you took that out of context when you said, oh, don't you think it's something you're doing? Sure, maybe. Absolutely, I'm open to it. And if someone has something to say to me specific, they know where the fuck I am. That's why I do this fucking show. So this hiding in the fucking chat. Holy shit, you guys. Who are these people? So number 17, number 18, you stitched up. No, and number 19, you knew Derek and Vivek are not in line with Mark. Alicia, you're not in line with Mark. You've been talking shit about Mark for months. You were pissed off at me because I still respect his work. So all of a sudden you're defending Mark now?
Well, I think to be clear, I don't see it as her defending Mark. I see it, again, the misunderstanding. Oh, why? Or not even the misunderstanding. Why didn't you warn our guest on the Kabbalion reading about these people possibly coming on because they're not in line with Mark? And again, that's under the under the assumption that that was under the assumption that we tried to orchestrate this confrontation, and that was not so. It was just an open panel, as it always is, and Darren had participated in the last Kabbalion study reading, so like, why wouldn't he? Number one, why wouldn't he have been there? And then again, Alicia, we spoke on the phone about that, and we even specifically about Darren's viewpoints on natural law and just all the relevant things, and you brought it up. You're like, oh, what do you think is going to happen if they come on with no? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm looking forward to the conversation, but I didn't say that we were going to force the situation and try to have him be ambushed.
You guys are claiming we're ambushing him.
And again, like I was saying with you, Alicia, to me, it just seems like there is a lack of communication and unmet expectations are causing all of this narrative to be filled in the gaps. Like I
stuck up for Noah several times during the podcast when Vivek and Darren were getting a little too rowdy. I was like, hey guys, like we're having a discussion. You have to let people finish sentences. Like, was I supposed to treat Noah extra special because he's extra special guy? Is that what you're saying? Like Mark's an extra special guy and gets special stuff? Like he came on as a guest just like any of the other people. So to think that for some reason the second Kabbalion reading was going to look different than the first one in any way is ridiculous. It's an open live show. That's what's fucking amazing about it. It's not me.
That's hilarious. Alicia says
it's not me. It's the fact that it's open and live. So yes. Oh, Arian's back. Sorry,
Alicia,
dude.
you
Sorry,
said a bad
buddy.
word. You're canceled now.
Yeah. So yeah, Noah. I definitely didn't treat Noah like shit. And if that's what he told you, that's pretty funny because he didn't say anything to me about it. First he was like, "Yeah, that was fun. Can't wait to do the next one." And then I got the message where it was like, "Oh, there's dissent in your home," and it's like, "Oh, he's talking to Alicia." Now we know. Now we know.
I guess.
Well, obviously they're both white knighting for each other.
But yeah, I don't see
So
why.
definitely
Guys, can I say
treat Noah like
something?
shit. Go ahead.
Stop all being so offended a little bit. Just calm down. So for us, I know we are all reacting on top of each other. Like, can we all calm down a little bit? It's really getting, I have a feeling. No, just for us all to take a back a little reflect. We all make mistakes. We are human. So I don't think anybody has really bad intentions about anybody.
No,
we all
not at all.
Why this a little, for me, this is a bit too emotionally charged on all sides a little bit, and that it's not like it's not very constructive. I'm reading their chats, I'm listening to you talking about, you have like maybe a defensive, maybe because you're justifying, not justifying, but trying to defend. I'm just trying to see objectively here, like, why not like put Vivek on, put Alicia on, put Yana on. We can all discuss here, like not for the benefit of the show, just for the benefit of the people to like exchange,
Yeah,
mature, So it's not about like infighting. It's not like, yeah, we all have our characters, personalities. We all misinterpret somebody's way of being funny. Maybe Alicia, has some patterns. I have some patterns. We have to work on it. It's shadow work. When we call each other out a little bit, yeah, we get charged a little bit. We get a little bit but I totally agree. If somebody wants something to be in private, then I think maybe it should be respected, in my opinion. But even if you wanted something private, I would contact you in private. Said, please don't.
It was not told to be private and to begin with, so it's a little late now to show up and be like, "Oh, I wanted it to be private," when nothing I do is private. Especially if there's serious rift going on. Why everyone's still wanting to hide and let's not have this be an example that people can learn from. Let's go hide and do this resolution in the darkness. That's not what this show's about. Why are you here? Why are you here?
I mean, to be clear, I reached out to Alicia on Wednesday, and I would have loved to have talked about this privately. I know I'm not Jeffrey, and again, I think this is an issue like from friend to friend. I understand, but yeah, I don't know. Just to put that out there, Alicia really wants us to show the messages from Darren that I guess she's saying are abuse, and that what we are overlooking and what categorizes someone as evil. So I mean,
have her put him in give us a link.
It's on Telegram.
Oh, is it?
So yeah, we just have to share on Telegram. I mean,
we haven't been able to do that.
I talked with Darren a little bit. Can I say my opinion a little bit?
Go ahead.
Sure. I have with Darren a really good communication, and with Alicia, and when we talked like 1-2 hours over the video on Facebook or whatever, and then there is this some kind of people get a little bit maybe too much how to say when they want to point out somebody's. Darren has his knowledge about the Indian, Sanskrit or all this knowledge, and then when Alicia says all this Swami, for me it's kind of, you know, funny, but if you do it, if there is, you know, how to say, a sarcastic thing, then I don't know, I would tolerate it. I don't, doesn't matter, but we all have this, you know, sometimes to, I'm not trying to just justify anybody's behavior, but no, how to say, we all make mistakes, of course, you know, and we should all just, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I know what you're trying to do with this, everything that you're talking about. Like, it's an open show, and I mean, it's a like being transparent and how to correct our behavior and how to, you know, show how to correct, how to go through the problems, you know. So it's kind of all.
I see.
There's no shame in that.
Alicia wants you to post me at my worst after I got sick of her trivializing me for like a month. That's what she wants. She wants to take the
We're
worst.
screenshotting it right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to like screenshot all of these and like post up, but I'm like read it through. I don't at the worst.
Let me see why. Yeah, Alicia, you're gonna have to show us something. You can't just. There's literally millions of. She can get on the fucking show and show us what she's talking about instead of hiding in the chat. Like Will Keller, like all the One Great Lurk network. Alicia's now.
Is there a reason like why we
doesn't help? It doesn't
come
help
on the show?
Communication, having communication.
Alicia has special privileges where other people get to speak for her, like a proxy.
To answer your question, Ariana, we're just trying to kind of get through this and then address feedback. Hold on. I'm just trying to scroll through.
I don't need to be there.
Want to read this right here?
Okay. So Darren's saying.
Alicia asked there, if there's no creator, then are you agnostic / atheist? Asking Darren. So read it.
Okay. How many times do I have to say it, Alicia? I'm a man who knows himself. Therefore, I know the universe and the gods. Nos te ipsum. They're really big into trying to sum things up. There is no cheeky phrase to explain this. You have a bad habit of infantilizing me, and this is why I booted you from my Telegram group with Curtis. You actually avoid looking closely at everything because you enjoy asking questions. You prefer to scan and infer. I've never seen you process anything with hard logic. You're stuck on being some maternal figure. You always try to repackage and neuter what I say.
She's saying show the screen. I don't think we can share.
I don't know how. Oh, wait. No, there's just no sound.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, we can. Okay.
Yeah. So here, I'm gonna let you.
I don't know. That was the.
All of it starting with the Viking. Okay, so that's up there. Share screen.
Share screen. Window.
Natural lock. You can share.
Share.
Boom.
So
let's scroll up here real quick to.
I don't see that. What that? As far as I remember, that was when things went haywire.
Okay, so right here we were talking about Magisk Viking who showed up on the last Kabbalion reading.
He left a letter saying, or left like a comment saying it was his favorite show or something now or whatever. I don't know, but so I guess we'll start here. Alicia says it's ironic because at least Viking Brian is reviewing and really trying. I get the sense, as I'm sure is obvious, he may have some underlying mental issues, interlaid with his deep search for truth. When mixed with darkness, like Crowley, that's a volatile cocktail that can take one to the brink, which is, we are seeing inner torment. The masks are asleep at the wheel and don't give a toss. At least Brian cares. Kudos for him at that. His ego versus Indian accent comment made the misread it actually funny. It's good he was trying to explain himself, even if the moment is long past. So Alicia didn't mind the Viking. She didn't mind the Viking back then. All of a sudden, I'm letting a bunch of psychos on the show. He is reviewing his thoughts, process, and conduct, though this is likely to be a merry-go-round exercise with him as he vacillates from humble to wicked. So you didn't have any problem with him there.
Darren's response.
Darren's response. Are you serious? He's not serious about being humble at all. He's completely psychotic, and he thinks this is game. We don't know how malevolent he is, but his state of mind can be momentary or external or eternal, depending on his eagerness to learn how he's wrong and his willingness to accept changes. You know, actors fake emotions. He's not at least doing anything except imagining ways to kill people. This is the mindset of a sorcerer. I wish you'd discard the rose-colored glasses forever. Let's stop idealizing shit. It's unhealthy. Euphemisms, analogs, and metaphors. That's gay-ass Tessarian shit. That guy knows nothing. And people who advocate that have less than zero value. It's a trap. Like, I don't even know why I thought that was what he said with that, now that I've reread it. To move his listeners from mundane right view to transcendent right view, the Buddha used the teaching on birth to inspire not only a sense of heedfulness in his listeners. So this is several Jeff Hammond jumps in. Darren again. We people want to suffer. We don't want suffering. We want happiness, but in fact, happiness is just a refined form of suffering. Suffering itself is coarser form, or suffering itself is a coarse form. You can compare them to a snake. The head of the snake is unhappy. Okay, so it's more of this stuff.
Yeah,
in the same way, both happiness, a link from some book, and then and then he says, unlike Manny Mandela, who claims to know meditation, I've actually seriously studied this because I want the true liberations. Marx's natural law idea came close in a lot of ways, but really it's all about nothing. What happens in occultism is that meditation and other techniques are used for the benefit of the magician. Fuck all that. Study the Four Noble Truths. Blah, blah, blah. Nothing else about Alicia. Right?
And then it comes up again.
And then it comes up. Shouldn't even care if people listen to me. That's also ego. Freedom is a solo mission. Mark's delusional. People can think that they want. I'm not the guy to stay at the casino. And then Alicia, hi Darren. I have one eye squinted. What's been written with my contacts long out? I will read properly and comment tomorrow. So then Jeff Hammond. Darren, there is no such thing as less suffering. It's either conditioning existence. Yeah, can't add nothing, immorality. Yeah, nothing so about Alicia.
Mark is just wrong about this one. There is no creator, says Darren. Then Alicia, if there's no creator, then are you agnostic / atheist?
And then Darren's response.
How many times do I have to say it? Alicia, I am a man. Okay, we just read that.
I will look at into the study of the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. If you have PDF, that's Alicia. Darren, I just want to be a fly on the wall. Alicia,
so he's attributing that to Alicia, saying, "Oh, she just wants to be a fly on the wall." Alicia says, "Darren, look who's striking low here. Why don't you cry some fake tears again, like when you made up a bunch of bullshit about me before? Nah, dude, you're fake. I've never seen any genuine emotion, just blank stares and glib smiles. You choose different moments to name call me, and it bothers me not. In your own words on the phone, we have all done Mark's work more than others because we are doing the work. So if what you said on the phone is a lie, then today's comment is baseless. If you were lying then, fine. I had zero stake then and now with you, Darren. The fight is within yourself."
So I was supposed to be moderating here, apparently, but I wasn't even watching the conversation. But somehow I was supposed to be moderating this conversation. Why would I moderate this conversation? I'm super confused.
Okay, so then the so long gay boys.
So long gay boys, whatever.
From Darren. So silly.
Yeah.
Ask me if I care about your emotional blackmail. Okay, so emotional blackmail. So again, Darren, Alicia, this
is something between you
this
two.
conflict has come up again. I don't see it as us overlooking an evil person. And even if we were wrong, this isn't enough evidence for me, Alicia, about, we could be wrong and Darren could be an evil piece of shit. This isn't enough for me to make that judgment call. And it was not enough for us to stop the show and bring it up.
Yeah.
Right. I wish you would have stayed on. Like, who knows how that show would have evolved. I wish you said something at the time. I wish we talked before this show happened. And I wish we could have discussed this privately. But again, I see it as, I understand you not wanting to be part of the show because of Darren. But again, it's like,
you guys were buddies. You and Darren were buddies. You guys talked all the time. So how am I the big asshole?
Yeah. Well,
like, this is something between you two. Even if I was there watching this, like, what am I supposed to? Oh, don't say that, Darren. How am I supposed to be moderating this? So there is more. Darren says, I made a decision not to include you in the group chat because I didn't like your attitude. You chose to weaponize that decision and guilt trip me to Mark's class, then broadcast my reaction on YouTube. What you fail to understand is that even though I apologize for fighting with people about the ET PSYOP, I was doing so strategically because I was employing diplomacy so that people could calm down and actually see real PSYOPs in the so-called freedom movement. Jeff and Elliot have seen multiple occasions now of me being right about the deep state shit. So once again, you're doing the same thing. I've tolerated your infantilization for a long time, and people have learned a lot about how deep the corruption is and how it is actually begins with the idea of social constructs and feeling blah 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 bullshit. Not wanting to deal with your bullshit isn't a crime. You can go ahead and convene some kind of public opinion trial, but that doesn't make you correct. You know who you care. You know you don't care, or you never have. And Darren left the group. So where is the harm? Show me exact word that you think traumatized you, that you physically were harmed over. Show the exact word. What's up, Jules, mate? We're in some crazy drama shit right now. Some people are losing their minds. So where's the harm? That's it. That's the whole conversation that Alicia has gone ballistic over. I'm confused. Darren seemed pretty honest and reasonable. Barely even said anything bad about you. Just an opinion. And God knows you have opinions about Darren. And you tell us opinions about Darren. And you tell people, so we can't have opinions now?
Braden said it needs to be dealt with. And so that's the issue.
Yeah, your expectations.
We spoke with Darren and we didn't all speak. And
yeah. You got mad before you could actually get the information you needed to control your emotional outburst. Like, I don't know what else to say, Alicia. You're wrong. And you're being extremely hypocritical, considering you've sat on this show for like a year and spoke out about this behavior. The behavior you're doing of someone making something up and going ballistic public about it. I'm confused. Yeah, you didn't contact us either, Alicia. It takes two to not contact. If you had a problem, you had an issue that you wanted to bring up on the show, we talked about it. We didn't say anything specific about the show. I said, I'm going to have to talk to Darren again. And I did, and it got cleared up. And you've misunderstood things and blown this into something that it didn't need to get to. And it's obviously No, it was my responsibility, and I did talk to Darren. I talked to Darren.
Wait, I don't think
So what else? What else am I responsible to do outside of do what I told Alicia I was going to do and talk to Darren? I'm confused. What else should I have done, Jana? Tell me. I diss everyone, Jana, and I didn't diss Alicia. It's not my responsibility to fight all of her fights for her. Just because I did it once to prove a point and to use some people as an example does not mean that it's not my responsibility to fight every single fight she gets in, even if it's with someone who's a friend of hers that she could simply deal with on her own. So she's mad at me. She's like not mad at Darren anymore. She's more mad at me because she thinks that I didn't back her up when I did. You asked me to talk to Darren. You implied you wanted me to talk to Darren, and I did. Just because you didn't wait to hear what had happened during that conversation doesn't mean that I stiffed you or stitched you up or whatever you're saying. It's just not true. And
there should have been, like, I agree, there should have been a phone call in between the last show and now, and that's
yes,
part of
Alicia,
what
1 month.
Wait,
You didn't call either for 1 month.
Yeah, sure. And part of what I said to you, Alicia, in responding to you on Wednesday was that I apologize as a friend for not reaching out in all this time. But again, I called 2 times instead. No, I called. She said she called twice and texted.
Never got through to us.
On which I have no correspondence. I mean, I don't know. I
got nothing saying
Jeffrey's
anything.
Phone,
No.
But
so I said I'd manage it, and I did manage it, Alicia. Okay. So how would it make sense for me to? So I go to Darren and I'm like, "Hey, bro, what's going on with you and Alicia?" And he tells me, and we're like, "Okay." So then during live, I should do it again, even though I was happy with what I heard. I wasn't happy. Obviously, I was like, dude, like you and Alicia are like a big part of the show, and you having this problem throws a rift in the show. You know, like it kind of sucks, but it's his. He is allowed to not like you. He is allowed to take himself away. Outside of that, look, we just read it. Alicia, you just said, show the receipts. We just showed the receipts. Point out where you were harmed in these words. Show me which words harmed you. Because you're changing the subject now. You're jumping from one to another, which is a sure sign of someone who's not confident with their argument anymore.
For the public policy. See, she just wants me silenced one way or another, dude, because she didn't get her way.
She's ignoring she's ignoring the truth right now. Darren did not harm you. I did not stab you in the back. I talked to Darren about it, about the subject.
A little bit overreacting,
You
I think.
just didn't hear that I talked to him. My life isn't centered around Alicia. So like, I'm not going to be calling you if I don't need, like, it's weird. Like if I don't need to, like, if I don't know, like that if you have an issue that I don't know about, or I only kind of know about, or something that I'm going to deal with, like, why would I call you again?
Okay. So
like it's like none of this is making sense.
I would just like to step in here and like, I think we're misreading a lot. These are interpersonal dynamics. Like, okay, so Alicia, obviously it was clear you were not happy after that last show. Again, you know, issues between friends. This goes into like attachment theory, like anxious and avoided attachment stuff. Like it's not easy. And even regardless of all that, it's not easy to come to a friend who comes and tells you, okay, this person is a piece of shit. I hate them. Let's publicly, you know, let's get at them. And then like we spoke before the show about Darren, I was open to your position. We talked about stuff, the track record, the Disserion thing. I look back at the messages. We both did. Yep. Our conclusion is not the same as your conclusion about Darren. You have to, it's not a comfortable thing to talk about, and especially with you obviously not being happy after the last show. It's, we didn't reach out. We had spoke to Darren during that time. There was a lot of things going on. There's reasons why we didn't reach out, and those reasons are it's things that can be talked about between friends. And again, I'm just going back to the message I sent you. I apologize as a friend for not reaching out despite all that, but our lines have been open. I have no calls from you. I have no, honestly, I have no texts from you. I mean, you texted me during that show. I wish I was paying attention more to encourage you to say something at the time when Darren and Vivek came up. You're like, oh my God, Darren sounds so nice. And I'm like, yep, it's a, total, this is nice, Darren. But, again, we should have talked.
She had huge expectations. Huge.
What is expected now to publicly apologize? I don't know. I don't know. Right?
She never said what she wanted us to do. I just said I'd talk to him.
Why doesn't people come here on the show?
I don't know. Because all of a sudden she forgot how to use a computer.
Well,
I really bothered, man. Confusing, really confusing situation.
Alicia, what was wrong with Darren's rant? We just read it for you. You told us to bring it up and read it. We just read it for you. What is wrong with Darren's rant? How did it harm you? If you can't articulate what part of his rant hurt you and how it hurt you, there's no harm done.
I have a question.
Hurting a woman's is violence, Jeffrey. Don't you
Words are violence. This is new age bullshit coming from Alicia. I'm blown away right now.
I'd like to ask if Jeffrey and I were to come to you, Alicia, before the show and be like, hey, look, we're not going to confront Darren just because we just don't agree with your assessment. I mean, would the reaction have been the same, or is it just the lack of communication here? Honestly, is that a valid question? What if, let's say, what if pre last show, hey, Alicia, look, we're not, like I just said, we're not going to be doing this live with Darren.
Trying to force you to choose sides when I didn't even.
Okay. Alicia's saying, I knew it was a problem. I knew it was a problem because I thought he was saying the Michael Tessarian thing because we had told him about Michael Tessarian. We thought he was taking what we said and put it on you. That is what I saw the problem. Nothing else but that. And when I talked to him about it, he clarified that wasn't what he was doing. So I've said this 6 times now. You're purposely not understanding what I'm saying at this point.
Did I disrespect her in the last show? There was no reason to, and it's okay for me not to like her and see her on a public YouTube show and just be normal, dude.
No, she's got to burn everything down. Burn it all to the ground.
Down
over a tiny miss. Nothing. Exactly what I said about people come and go to the show and they leave over bullshit. Exactly, Alicia. I'm not the one leaving you. I'm not kicking you off. You're leaving over a misunderstanding and your own lack of communication and your own expectations you put on me.
And if it was Jeff, everyone assume that I did something horribly wrong. He read it in public and showed see?
Jana, absolutely not blocking Noah's comments. Have you been listening to me? I don't block shit. YouTube, I don't know, YouTube, everyone who's on YouTube knows YouTube comment blocks tons of comments.
Also, in the chat, you have to select, there's top, it automatically shows top messages. You have to do all messages.
Yeah, like on Facebook.
Not show, but yeah.
If I get fucking accused of blocking comments again.
Can I ask, is there a reason that Vivek is in the backstage?
This isn't the Vivek show. I'm not done doing what I'm right now. I don't give a shit.
No, I'm just
this isn't
asking,
the fucking Vivek show.
Sorry, guy. I'm just asking.
No, it's okay. So Jana, considering we just looked at what Alicia claims is a harmful conversation she had, being, you know, what do you think about that conversation? That conversation that she said to pull up, that she says is the harmful conversation. What do you think about that conversation? Since you're here, do you think that's worthy of everything that Alicia is saying? And that I should banish Darren?
Yeah, I should walk.
I'm thinking that Noah's ego got a little hurt, and he's taking it out on me and Darren, and that's not someone who's, you know, doing all the stuff they claim to be doing. It's a little weird.
How can we solve this problem? I mean,
it's very very gossipy, very strange, you know.
Every single time,
and then everyone's just sitting in the chat now, sitting in the chat, knowingly sitting in a harder to communicate position. They don't want clear communication. They want to make it harder by chatting. They don't actually want to talk face to face where we could see facial expressions, body language. They don't want to do that. They just want to hide down here. I think Darren has a personal grudge against Alicia coming out in rough and low comments. Inappropriate. Okay, but harmful? Okay, harmful though is the question I'm asking.
Yeah, why don't you also
is this
come
harmful? Oh, Jules, mate, here's the
like every
Jules has been trying to get in for a while. So I'm confused because I have no, because everyone's sitting in the chat, I have no idea the context, the accent. There's no way of knowing Jana's facial expressions, her temper, her voice changes. I have no idea where she's at in this conversation because she's choosing to stay in this harder to communicate zone. And so this is either not going to get resolved or take a long ass time, or, you know, because like we can't just talk. So
wasting your time, Jeff.
I did respond to you, Alicia, right here.
Okay,
You're just this is so Alicia's now going to retreat to, you made this public, you're an asshole, and that's going to be her chief complaint now that all her other complaints were just flushed down the toilet.
And that's
no chance for fixing it, right? No chance for fixing it.
I'm here to fix things.
Again, I ask another question. If Jeffrey were to reach out to you in writing, would there be, I mean,
I'd still be
is there room for resolution? Or
there was no room for resolution in that letter.
I have a hard, it feels like from my perspective that there was not, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong. But I wonder. Yeah, in writing, if he responded in writing privately before the show, Alicia, I mean, would there be room for resolution? Or is it the fact that this is being brought up publicly that was like the last straw? Because I have a hard time believing that they're
bad because you guys didn't publish.
She never said anything about keeping it public.
She said just move on, have other talks.
Yeah.
So again, maybe we should, at this point. This is not,
Yeah, boring.
Well, no, I mean, it was addressed and it's unfortunate. I'm not happy with how this went down.
Discuss this. We are grown-ups. We should discuss this.
No, exactly. Like, we are all grown-ups. We can voluntarily associate and dissociate.
Game sniper.
We move outside of the path. We make mistakes. We should correct each other without any personal offense. Personal. Yeah. Put aside the ego. Just okay. I made this. Okay, I should have addressed this. Sorry.
Okay, Alicia, you can go. You said you're done like 5 times.
Bye, Alicia.
Well, it's not that it's boring now. It's just that, I mean, I don't see. I feel like we're sort of like just repeating things now. And like I said before, as adults, we need to just agree to disagree here. And Alicia, I don't think you are a narcissist, and you are absolutely, can walk away from this thinking and believing whatever you truly believe. But sorry, what was that?
Keep going.
Ah, darn it. Oh, your mic keeps cutting out.
Yeah,
But,
shit.
Sorry, yeah.
It's okay.
So I'm still confused where Jana's supporting Alicia in this. I'm still confused because she hasn't given me anything. No, Alicia, you don't fucking control my show.
When you don't perform like they want you to, they try to hurt you. That's what they do every fucking time.
Exactly.
Every time someone can't control me, they try to ruin my life, dude. They don't have to like. I don't go out.
Jana, in Jana's words, I want to hear what I did wrong. And what harm was in this conversation, where the harm was. Oh wait, Sherry answered that. So she agreed that there was no harm, so why are you still backing Alicia if you agree that there was no harm in this conversation? If that is what you said.
But I'm like, we can, as we're all adults, and we can choose the people we associate and people we're friends with, and not everyone is each other's flavor, and we all have our own traumas and issues that come up, especially the closer people get, the more people talk and spend time communicating with each other, the stakes get higher. Yeah, we get emotionally wrapped up, and being able to resolve conflict or get through conflict. I mean, this is like this. We talked about this on ENL with Nemo. I mean, that is sort of like the basis for a community, a group of friends, a panel to be able to function and interact together. That there's going to be conflict. People are going to be disagreeing about certain people. People are going to be wrong. Like I said, we could be wrong about Darren, and Darren could be a psychopath, but it's like, it'd be one thing if we were overlooking, like we looked at, are you primary? Or he's just a secondary, not a primary. No, but like, it's just, I lost my train of thought, but we're adults. But
so again,
we will agree.
If there was an attack, where was the attack?
The very thing that we're so emotional is a sign that we really want this to work, right? So
it's a sign that we cared. Yeah, it's like if nobody cared, then they'd be like, all right, fuck you, later, bye. Like
Alicia cares, Darren cares. Alicia would not stick in the comment section still if she didn't care to make this better. I mean, we are not in bad intentions about each other. I mean.
But the letter that was sent to me was pretty bad intentions. Oh, you got shit coming to you.
But it's emotional.
Like, whoa, lady.
I understand it's emotional. Like I understand. Like we're,
I thought you were leaving.
If you knew what I have from my
you were going.
Family members, but I get sometimes, to come on, and you brush it off. You go, I know.
Yeah, but I don't know what wants to like. I don't know, man. I just don't like her, bro. That's not a crime. And like, why does she feel the need to try to like smear me publicly just because I told her I don't want to be friends with you? Why is that such? Why does she take that as violence?
I don't know. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
The accusation is that you are willfully misleading people and are lying, and are the type of person to do that. Which even if someone would. What was that? Say that again.
Continue with Nemo.
Oh, it's with Nemo.
Nemo is.
I agree with that.
Was I done with that? Am I done? Let me see. Look at my notes. Yeah, I think so. But yeah, Alicia, I think you're acting just like Jerry and Vivek and all these people that you claim to be completely against. And it's pretty funny that at the end of your letter you sided with Vivek on whatever, and you thought it was so funny. It's just really kind of gross. Like, I just don't understand what happened last time. last show you were here 100%. So it's just a little weird that you weren't harboring something back then.
There are ups and downs, I think. Yes.
Yeah.
Beck has the right
But
not to
anyway.
like, and I'm not trying to ruin his
Yes,
life over.
you do. This is all
I don't like real
fucking
killers,
literally
but
non-violent communication bullshit. That's why, Jana answered the way she did, because she knows this is fucking bullshit.
Oh, I guess our mic is chopped.
Whatever. Get it.
Europa.
Natural Laura.
Come on, Vivek, you know you like it. Come on.
Let's go for the actual score. Europa. Natural. This is the actual show. Get ready, cause here we go. Truth, yes, lies, no. We're talking natural love. We're talking natural. Let's go for.
You have to get these chords and learn this on the guitar.
Yeah, we gotta cover this.
Europa.
This. Winding down.
Everybody breathe.
Everybody breathe.
I should learn this on the saxophone. Make a collaboration with Nima.
Somewhat off the cuff broadcast. So the first thing I should say is I've not done like an open stream before, so I don't know where to post the link. Like, shall I just put it literally in the YouTube comments? Is that a good idea or a bad idea? Will I get like spammed if I do that? What's a better way of doing it? So if anyone can advise me on that in the comment on YouTube, that would be helpful. Meanwhile, I'll explain a bit about what's up. The chair's squeaky. Hopefully it'll be all right.
You hanging in there, Adrian?
Yeah.
Oh, have any thoughts, opinions?
Just running the process.
All right.
So, hello all. Don't know if anyone's actually watching. Perhaps I can check that. One watching. So, hello. And yeah, we'll see how it goes from there. Just leave that there, right. Okay, so basically, I wanted to get some content out there. I'm doing my best to do the one great work. I've had some, a real life change, which is, just changed my life a lot recently, and I have not had time to continue as I was producing, writing, and putting music out, and also doing the Europa Natural Law show. And then for various reasons, it all went a bit skew-whiff and kind of dwindled to what it became. And but there's kind of been quite a lot of stuff going on, like behind the scenes, in the scenes, whatever. And I thought it's just quite a good opportunity for me to just express stuff in, I haven't really got time to sit down and write and craft stuff and respond to things and whatever. So, but it's not just that, it's that this title, Shadows and Light in the Natural Law quotes movement, is, I think it's worth considering. I think there's a lot there, because really, if you're looking at that, it's just a lens on ourselves, it's a lens on the world, how we are the same as the world, how like we want to point our finger and say, oh, the world sucks, but I'm okay. And actually, we're not okay. And, the thumbnail picture that I chose was this candle because, you know, and it's surrounded by darkness because that's the reality. We're in a dark time, we're in a dark place, and we're not immune to that. We're full of it. We're all full of this bad stuff, really bad ideas, bad habits, bad patterns of thought, bad strategies for basically maintaining some kind of egoic well-being. And that's why when communities start to happen, generally, not just in the natural law realm, but in anywhere, it doesn't work because of the shadow stuff, because it's because people see certain, you know, see a certain amount of shadow and then they can't see beyond that. Obviously, because that's the nature of shadow, it's unseen, right? And so people's shadows are going bouncing around, bouncing into each other. So I wanted to sort of take it as an opportunity to just get some of that. So let me see, no one has commented as far as I can see. I still only got one watching, so it's not a great thing. So basically, if you want to join the stream, if anyone does join and wants to join the stream and can advise me about the best way to get the link to them, which may not be putting it straight into the chat because for whatever reason I might get spammed or something, I don't know. Yeah, if you can do that, then you can join the stream. Okay, so yeah, so I just, for a start, I'd like to just step back to a kind of meta view of like this time that we're in and my perception of it. And that is to look at Mark Passio as a spiritual teacher, I guess. Hi, Alicia. If you have any thoughts about sharing the stream link, that I'd welcome that, because I haven't done this before, like an open show. And I'm slightly nervous to just post it in the YouTube comment or description or whatever. Yeah, so this moment, spiritual kind of moment, the spiritual reality we're in, I have a very strong idea about, which a lot of people just wouldn't even understand. It'd be bizarre to them. But this is, so I need to kind of spell that out, because I think this is when people.
What up, Jeff? No audio, bro. You muted.
Thanks. Duh. So to give a little context to what's going on, Nemo's been doing the Europa Natural Law Show, and it got pretty popular. But it got popular with like people that didn't really understand natural law. Yeah, I'm off. And I started going on the show, and Derek Bartolocelli was on the show, and Derek didn't like me, but I was always respectful of him and encouraged him. And but then I kept noticing that he'd have these emotional outbursts on people, and it wasn't like Mark Passio righteous anger. It was like someone kind of having a temper tantrum because they weren't getting their way. And I saw everyone else on the show kind of accommodate it and enable it and enable that behavior, just thinking like, oh, it's just Derek. But it's like you know, a bunch of European people that aren't as abrasive as I am, I guess. So one of the times Derek, you know, raised his voice at someone and was like, you interrupted me, or, you know, we watched it on the show. He yelled at Oscar for interrupting him, even though Oscar didn't interrupt him, and made a big deal about it. And I was just, whenever I see Derek flip out, I'm just like, Derek, don't forget your shadow work. You know, I didn't call him names or anything. I just said, don't forget your shadow work, Derek. And he went ballistic. And thus, the ending of the Europa natural law as we know it happened. A bunch of people just jumped ship. There was a bunch of there was fighting about whether or not the action was okay, whether or not you know, it was like people didn't have enough discernment to see the difference. They're just like, oh, that's just Derek being like Mark. And it's like, no, that's not Derek being like Mark. That's Derek, who is now on the network, who's going to represent natural law to the world, who can't seem to control his emotions on podcasts when problems come up. That might be something we want to address if Derek's going to be representing natural law to the rest of the world, you know? And so many people disagreed with me and said that Derek was being righteous and all this garbage. And so recently there's been a definitely a concerted effort to shadow ban ENL and later, Jules, sorry, you didn't get a talk, to shadow ban us. And basically from ENL's chat was very bustling, and there's no one on it but me and Nemo anymore, and a couple other people. Chris is in there. Chris has a level head. Chris Nelson. He's not one to get caught up in the drama, but everyone attacked Nemo for what I was saying in his group, and they were telling Nemo, well, he explains it here. Yeah. But anyway, so he explains it. But we had a pretty crazy couple months. And then what Nemo won't tell you is that Nemo was supposed to play on the Soundbath Music Festival and has been asked not to anymore because his support of me telling the group that something was wrong when they said that I should just be getting along with everyone, and that
he got in trouble for not banning you from
banning
his
me
group.
immediately, which is what's happening here.
Regardless
again.
of if he agrees with what you say or not, that was the central. What it came down to was people were mad at his lack of moderation and allowing you to speak on his group.
Yeah, but not no one asked. Like it's like these people just expect to have their feeling, their opinions enforced on people. Like I was saying earlier, whenever these truthers see a daddy, they're like, daddy, please go control that other guy. And it's like, I thought you were about anarchy and natural law. I'm confused right now. Why are you trying to quiet people? Why am I getting kicked off podcasts by natural law practitioners? Because I'm telling the truth. That's pretty wild. But anyway, we'll let Nemo get back to it because he's a lot nicer than I am.
We do talk about the natural law movement, and they do. They are referring to something really quite specific, I would say, and it's kind of like quite a clique. It's quite a niche thing that a lot of people wouldn't understand. So wherever you're at in your spiritual kind of journey, whatever teachers you've had, it may not immediately, seem to correlate. And so this goes back to Mark Passio. And what I would say really is that what is called by some the natural law movement is really the whatever circle, the diaspora of people who've received a certain transmission from Mark Passio and decided to act upon it. And that's what people talk about as being the one great work. And it's really about in a sense, it's very, very simple. It's about taking morality seriously, understanding that in a sense it's child's play. The world is clearly immoral. So what's the solution? Well, the solution is morality. But if people don't understand morality, then you can't just snap your fingers and have a moral world. A moral world exists through understanding morality. That's the only way it can be manifest. So the first step is to understand morality, which is understanding natural law. Natural law is also called moral law. So, it's really, really simple stuff that is kind of mysteriously absent from the conversation, or the conversations, the many discussions that are happening out there in the media, the alternative media, anywhere. It's not really, we're not big on talking about morality at a fundamental level. And often people who are talking about morality are talking about it in the context of effects, events. They're responding to events in the world rather than trying to address the cause of those events. So this is the kind of transmission of Mark Passio that I think is, what some people refer to as the natural law movement. So I have a big problem with the word movement, which I'm going to talk about. And yeah, that's that. So sorry, just morality starts with each person. Yeah. So what was the question Alicia asked? The question is, if I want to make this an open stream so anyone can join it, then how can I share the link in a way that, can I just put it on as a comment on YouTube, or will that, like, will I get spam or sort of a robot? I don't know this. I've not done this before. That's the question. And that's only if anyone wants to join, and if anyone does want to join, they could just tell me. And I don't know how this works. I'm happy to just ramble because I've got stuff to say. And yeah, and of course, no one has to listen to this. Just a quick reminder that, if you are listening to this, that's your lookout. You know, it's absolutely your responsibility, and well, that's that. I get to select if I allow someone in or not. No, I know that. Okay, so StreamYard, you drop it in here, yes. So you're saying it's okay. I'm not going to get. There's no problem. I don't know what it would be, spam or something. If I just put the link into the comment, do that, and anyone's welcome to join. 1 second, invite, copy. So I'll put a little join stream. Yeah, that's fine. People can figure that out. And I think I've got 3 watching. Hello, 3 people. So yes, so for me, there's no competition. Mark Passio is the spiritual teacher of this age. I don't know who comes close, and it's because it's just pragmatic. You know, he's just completely pragmatic spirituality. You know, he's looking at the situation, and he accurately describes the problem and the solution, and that is, you know, what's call it on the ground, on the street spirituality, or whatever. So that's sort of a position that I think a lot of people kind of hold. And then there's like all the questions about the other things that Mark said, and is everything he says right? And I don't think it is. I think he's really off on some things. And I don't think, and so, you know, one of the things that he said is that he's done all his shadow work. That's why I'm kind of referring to this, because I mean, that's quite a claim, you know, and, you know, I can understand it in a sense that he has, if he perceives what the work that he's done up to now as his life's work, and that he's achieved it, then fine, he's done the shadow work to do that. But he could do more. He could do much better as a spiritual teacher, you know. And the problem with this approach that he's taken is that, and to just give an example of that, Mark's got a podcast that is close to 300 episodes, I think, or something, 210 something. And it's really quite difficult, very difficult to listen through, because it's got adverts in, it's got like technical interruptions, it's got endless kind of like tangents and stuff, you know. And he describes that as his work, and it's like, well, you could go back, and I would want to go back. I would not want that to be my magnus opus. I would want it to not have any noise in it. I would want a dead clear signal, and he's not done that with his work. He's kind of moved on to other areas, and so anyway, so that would be an example for me of how Mark could continue to tighten his work, you know, to like make it, to improve it, to refine it, and to make it just better, you know. But to sort of come back to this thing about shadow work, if he's saying he's done shadow work in that way, and he's kind of putting that out there, and it's this kind of, it comes with this message as well. Part of that is, I've done my work, I've put it out there, now it's up to the rest of humanity. And this is wrong. That is not it. I'm sorry, that's not right. You know, and as much as I hugely respect Mark and massively indebted to him, that's incorrect. It's not good enough to just put the work out there. You have to keep trying different ways of putting the same work out there. You know, he said, and we all know, it's very simple, it's very repetitive. So keep repeating it in different ways. Get better, get cleverer at repeating it. Get, you know, like refine it, make it shorter. You know, all of that kind of stuff. So this is the kind of, but the problem. So if you accept, you know, that Mark is the sort of the prime like teacher of the moment, then there's a flavor that comes. There's a sort of I guess a karmic flavor that comes with the way that he presents his work, which is his character. And don't get me wrong, I'm really fond of Mark's character. I don't know him personally. I've spoken to him a couple of times, but he's like his character is hilarious. I think it's hilarious and perfect that it's him that is the prime teacher of the moment. I find it just hilarious and perfect because of course it's this, what does he call himself, Philly punk. It's like, yeah, of course it's perfect for this moment. That it's that person. But it's not just up to one person, it's up to everyone. And if it was up to one person, then Mark will be more widely understood, and he knows that. So I don't think he's making claims beyond what he is. I don't think he's claiming to be more than he is.
Can I talk?
He wants the people around him that receive his transmission to take it.
Can I talk?
Take it out and take it to
No.
the level.
Why?
There's an issue with this kind of.
Why?
Because you're interrupting my
Well, there's two
presentation.
things. One is I've done my shadow work.
You're being rude.
And the other is I've put the work out there now. I've done my bit. My hands are clean. Those are two like flavors, ingredients that in his transmission, which get transmitted.
Did it hang or something?
Go ahead.
What
ahead,
was
Vivek.
that? What was that?
What was what?
What is he talking about? Even like Mark is the best person we humanity can do right now.
There are people,
I agree
different
with it.
people with different opinions of Mark. It's completely
Yeah.
okay. It doesn't mean anything they say is irrelevant.
Well, I think his point is that we need other people other than Mark. Like Mark has his own style, and it works for some people to spread natural law. But I think that's like the gist of what he's saying, right?
Yeah.
Like Mark is
Only
this-
thing that is okay with Mark is he has studied these things way before any of other people. His character is bad. I will not say that it's shady. I will say bad. His personality is bad. Everything he does is bad. His past is bad. Even if you see his present, it is bad. So I don't think
I could say the
idolizing
same about you, Vivek.
Yeah, so prove it. I can prove these things about you and other people as
Those
well.
things aren't
I want
provable.
you to
It's
prove
an
about
opinion.
me. No, opinion, I don't speak in terms of opinion. I do some work when I say something about certain people. I don't say anything about anybody unless and until I see something.
But everyone's a narcissist, right?
Yeah.
You're just surrounded by millions of narcissists. Everyone's a narcissist because
all the people
because
in
Vivek
anarchy community are narcissists.
in IP
Anarchy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. You can have that opinion.
Yes, and I can prove it.
You don't have to prove
Provable.
it.
It's
You don't have
provable.
to, though.
No, I just don't say things like maybe you people say opinions about others. Actually, can prove these things. Yeah.
Good for you. Good for you, Vivek.
Thank you.
So,
yeah,
you stopped my presentation for something, and now there's dead silence.
Dead silence about what? I just said. You said
Okay, that's all you wanted to say?
You cannot say anything. So, do you want me on this show or not? Because it's a good faith communication, open table communication.
You were the one who spent like an hour. demanding to get up
Usually you
here.
don't control all these things, and now you're trying to control. So, what is this narcissism?
I'm not controlling anything. What do you mean?
You just interrupted me that this is rude. Then you had this
okay.
sadistic pleasure, smiling and all stuff, and then
Leave
you
it more in
paused.
car.
So you want to be in control of what?
Do you want to debate?
You want to be in control,
Want to debate
but
something?
you deny it. When people you hold me backstage, and you keep on asking people. I mean, you keep on saying that nobody is
Vivek,
coming. You come to here.
I
come to
know
here.
you have.
Why
a
are you
rude
holding
nature.
people backstage then?
I know you have a rude nature, and I knew that you would interrupt whatever
I
I
have
was
rude
doing,
nature.
which you did
I
right
have
in
rude
front
nature.
of us.
Jeff,
I
are you
have rude
going to
nature.
let it speak?
I have rude nature.
Oh yeah, it's a roast chicken.
No, I have rude nature. I am asking you right now. Can you
Yeah.
tell me? And you don't.
What? No, I do.
They can both be true.
Yeah, we could vote with it. It's not mutually.
Yeah. So why are you just talking about my rude nature? Let's talk about yours. For
You
change.
asked a question. You said, "Why'd you keep me in the back?" And I gave you an answer.
Oh.
I said, because I know you would interrupt
So
what I was
you
doing,
judge
and I didn't
people,
want to deal
but you
with Vivek
pretend
at the
like
time.
it is open table and this and that.
But
So
that's what you ended
play
up
both
doing
sides,
anyway,
right?
Vivek. You
You
proved
play
it
both
to us.
sides. You play
Oh
both
my
sides,
God.
and then pretend to be the good guy, right?
I don't know. All I know is you call everyone narcissist, and that's just
narcissism. I can
that's
prove
not
this.
balanced, bro. It's
I
not
don't
balanced.
say it's not balanced, maybe, but it is true.
I think a misunderstanding is that because it is an open panel show, but that doesn't mean there's never specific situations where Jeffrey doesn't moderate. But that doesn't mean, it's not. Again, it's not either or. There are times when,
I'll
like
kick
as you've
people off.
seen, I mean,
Yeah.
if we're going through something, so the topic doesn't get lost or things don't get off topic. Sometimes
Two times we had people dropping N-bombs on the show. I had to get rid of them. They're
No, that's fine.
compromising the entire broadcast.
I was not talking about all that stuff. I was talking about what you just did. That's all. And you tried to call me rude.
You'll live, Vivek. You'll live. You'll be fine.
I will
You're a
live
big
because
boy.
I actually know natural law. I don't know all these crazy things. I will live. I've survived worse people.
But you know about duality, don't you, Vivek? Playing both sides. That's what life's pretty much is, isn't it? Polar opposites.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I don't support duality. If you're talking about duality with me, I know about duality, but I don't support that.
Reality itself and playing both sides. It's
okay. Yeah.
Someone said, "Let the hot chick talk." You've been
You
voted
missed it
off
earlier.
the island, Vivek.
I
They want to hear
know.
Allie talk, not you. Okay, so what else you got to say, Vivek? How are we all narcissists?
So you like to provoke people, then like to sit nothing happened. If you want to provoke me,
there's no emotion attached to the individual that's criticizing.
There was no emotion where?
In the criticism. That's what a definition of a narcissist is, isn't it? Someone that lacks emotion or remorse for.
No, that's not the definition of narcissist. That's actually people have invented a lot of things about narcissists.
What's the definition?
When you diagnose a narcissist formally, I don't have that authority, but let me tell you how you diagnose a narcissist. There are a few criteria. You have to fulfill at least 3 or 4 those criteria. Then you are narcissist, and that should be done in clinical settings.
Right.
Okay, but narcissism in general, it can be seen by everybody. There's a positive side of narcissism as well, and negative side of narcissism as well. But if you are old, and you keep on doing this narcissistic thing, so that is pathological. Okay, just keeping things like squared.
Would you say that people can have some narcissistic tendencies but not be?
Can you speak a bit louder? I cannot hear you.
Would you say, or would you agree that people could have narcissistic tendencies, but that don't necessarily tip them over to the side of being completely described a narcissist? I guess that's my question. Where is is it like a scale, or is it just like black and white, like either is or isn't?
No, there can be a whole what you call it, spectrum of narcissism.
Right.
If that's what you meant. But do you think Darren has some sort of narcissism going on or not?
As in like narcissistic tendencies, or because I guess that was the point when we were discussing with the stuff with Alicia. Sure, he might have some narcissistic tendencies, but I would not clinically identify him as a narcissist. Absolutely not. Being someone that was devoid of empathy, being able to feel empathy, I guess, looking at that definition of a narcissist.
So maybe why can't I see any of your faces? Why is just my face in the center?
We just wanted to give you the stage.
You wanted the stage.
Okay.
So there you are.
I did not want any stage. You were challenging people to join your show. You were challenging people to join your show. That's why I've joined. Don't make it about anything else, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
What do you think, Adrian?
A deep need for excessive attention and admiration, and a lack of empathy for others.
Yeah.
So
It really-
I don't see that here on this channel. I see important topics being covered, natural law, and then conflict of egos maybe clashing here and there, but it's all natural at the end of the day, I guess, and that people are going to butt heads, bitch at each other.
Yep.
So, Jeffrey, do you think you are narcissistic
Oh, let
or not?
Adrian talk.
Hold on, real quick. Yeah, I just wanted
I'll
to
just
hear from
ask you a
Adrian.
question. You asked a lot of questions from me. I'm just asking one question. Do you think are you narcissist or not?
Huh?
What's your thought about you?
Me, full on narcissist? No way.
Do you have any tendencies or something?
More so in the past, but yeah, for sure.
There's no past. If
I've
you have
had
these things, they never go away.
I've had a pretty privileged life.
Okay.
And you know,
Mm-hmm.
I've had ego problems at times, and I think I'm definitely in like the best part of you know, my shit, my
You
spirituality.
feel like you've done
shit.
growth? Is that what you're
Yeah,
trying to
for
say?
sure.
Like,
Oh,
you,
yeah,
like
for
there's still
sure.
the tendencies are still there, but you've had growth. Is that
For
what you're
sure,
trying to say?
yeah.
'Cause, like, I would agree
My
about
opinion, yeah, just my yeah.
Okay. Thanks for being honest.
Right. I want to understand the question.
I asked him that whether Jeffrey has narcissistic. I think he has personality, but he's saying tendency. So I don't know.
So you,
Because I'm not a clinician, but I've
okay.
seen these things. I can see this thing because there was a narcissist, Sethicus Buza. He did narcissistic thing, psychopathic thing. So I had to study the psychology. So I studied psychology for 6 years.
Okay.
And not like through TikTok or this and that. I actually did. See, they are still gone. It's still gone. This is narcissistic, actually, what you're trying to do.
That was an accident.
Straight in the face. That's not an accident. Accident does not happen like this.
On a podcast when someone's talking to feature them. That's why.
Yeah,
that's
but
there.
I've seen your what you do with other people as well. So yeah,
Oh, okay.
you're trying to
I have fun,
shame me.
yes.
You're trying to
I
like
think it's maybe a
induce this feeling of
cultural-
shame or something. What are you trying to do?
No.
I wanted
No, I
to
don't
ask you.
No, not at all.
So why is this? Why you keep on doing this again and again?
Because that's what you do when someone's talking on a podcast.
Okay, but this is new format because I did not see you doing this.
I have no format.
You guys ever been on a Zoom meeting? The Zoom app does it automatically.
Yeah. Zoom does. This is not Zoom, but right.
Yeah.
But this never happened before.
It's
Right?
happened.
Oh,
You've been here a very short amount of time, Vivek.
Well, as long as
We'll
I
just
was
keep
there,
them
it
in a
never
normal
happened.
quadrant so
Yeah,
everyone's equal.
Get to the point. We got it. We got it.
No more switch.
We're not trying to lampoon you, dude. Like if he doesn't want to work with me, that's fine. Like I appreciate the stuff he said about Boza and like whatever, man. People don't have to like be friends to respect each other as a human being. And people saying, "Oh, he's a relativist." Yeah, but he's a relativist that's not doing anything wrong to me. So why would I have a problem with him?
I'm relativist.
No, I'm just saying that's what people are saying.
Can you explain how?
I don't
Can you explain
think
how?
about it. I think of you as a human being. who's
No,
not
I'm
hurting
just
me.
coming from India and I speak in those terms because there's nobody else to represent those things.
And I don't see anything.
I'm
wrong
not from
with that.
America. I just
I don't
explain
see
my
anything
background, my
wrong with
culture,
it.
because you
I know,
can
and
still
that's the
be
problem in the
objective
natural
about
law.
things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a problem
but you
in the
can-
natural law movement is they think everybody has to believe the same things, which Vivek doesn't, and some people have a problem with that. I personally don't.
I don't belong
have
to
a
any
problem
natural
with
law
it.
community. Let
That-
me be
and-
very clear.
and-
I
and-
never was a part of
and-
all this.
I don't either.
Yeah, and that you know why that's fine though, because Vivek's not really doing anything wrong. He just disagrees, and that's fine. And other people want to shut any dissenting voices up. I appreciate his dissenting voice. I don't appreciate crap like Sethicus Boza and other people because that's actually misleading and harmful. Vivek has a different perspective. I tried to understand it. I guess we didn't see eye to eye, but that's just life. Like, why would I try to
So you
poo-poo
could-
his
you could have
viewpoint
been
when I
more-
don't? Maybe
more clear about the fact that you don't I thought you were interested in talking with me because when after the first
I was
show,
interested though.
I told you that I don't want to do this anymore, and I left, and I asked you that I'm going to leave. Did this
Yeah, I thought
happen or
about
not?
that, and in retrospect, maybe it would have been best had we parted then. I don't
Yeah.
disagree with you. I agree.
Yeah, but
And you
you
know
asked
what
me.
we learned?
You asked me
No,
that we should stay friends.
Yeah, but it
You
wasn't.
said that, right?
Yes, I did, and I don't. I mean, it turned out bad, but like I agree. Like maybe when you felt initially, yeah, okay. To fill everyone in after the first show or after the Kabbalion reading that I was on, Vivek said, "Hey, man, I think we should part ways here." And then because you're, like we're just not. I think you said basically it had to do with I'm still reading the Kabbalion and like he doesn't like that, and he just thought we had a different.
No, there's
viewpoint.
nothing like liking or not liking.
But either way, he didn't think that
I just
we
did
were
not
good.
like how Jeffrey was treating because I think
Okay.
I came in good faith with good like I wanted to do good faith communication.
Yeah,
And
but either
Jeffrey,
way, I encouraged him to like
started
let's
his
stay
stuff.
friends, but maybe it didn't work out. But like
Wait,
man,
you're
we
mad at
tried.
me for
No,
for the-
we tried, bro. We tried, and that's like
If you're going to insult me, I will be mad, and that is the right like reaction.
When did I insult you?
So if you are inviting a person to your show and you are talking about that person is eating microphone, this is insult or not?
What?
You didn't say you were eating a microphone.
I didn't say you were eating a
You
microphone.
can check the video. You can check the video. You can.
I said
see
you were
it.
eating a microphone.
Oh, we said your microphone was too low, maybe?
You should.
We couldn't hear you in
watch
all
the
your
video once
videos.
again.
Your audio is really low.
Yeah, I know we talked about.
That's called helping you with
You
your
should
podcast,
watch
bro.
what you were saying there.
Okay, all
I've
right,
watched
I
it. That's what I'm saying.
Whatever.
Yeah.
it was
Now it's
hard to
whatever.
watch though. But like
Yeah, the hundreds of hours
The
of the
volume
show
level.
that I have. Yeah, I'll just
Because
rewatch
you
it
people
because
don't.
Vivek told me to.
Because you people don't know this.
You
that I
people.
don't like. I don't
Vivek,
like.
don't you
I
hate
don't
Americans?
like. I hate assholes, not Americans, but say. Plus, I said when I created my YouTube channel, I said I'm not a YouTuber. I don't do YouTube videos. I'm doing this to expose these people. That was the medium for me. So that's why I don't dress up myself like Boza or something.
You
I
kind
say
of
what
do
I have
though,
to say,
bro.
and I leave. That's all.
Yeah, okay. I got a question. Can you
Okay.
guys hear me?
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
Yeah.
Vivek, is morality objective?
What are your thoughts about it?
I want to know. No, I want to know you because I might have assumed something because of something I thought you said in a video. And I
Okay,
might
if you think it is objective, so I would like you to tell us some examples from real world.
What are you talking about?
You asked me a question about morality.
You're answering a question with a question,
With a
bro.
question,
I'm not
yeah,
gonna let you do
stupid.
that.
No, I can answer a question however I
No.
want. No, I'm just asking you the
And
same
so
question.
can I.
Yeah, so
but-
Is morality
maybe
objective?
is it objective?
Of course.
I feel like it's subjective, isn't it?
Yeah, it
It's
is.
based on the individual for the most part, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure. But like in terms of
Morality
like
is an agreement
right
between
and wrong,
people.
like instinctively we should all fucking know that by this point for the most
Yeah.
part. Yeah, I don't know.
it's both.
There, you have your
It's
answer.
really both because there's the expression of it is subjective because we do things as an agent or a subject.
Right.
Mhm.
I'm the only one performing my actions. Although objectively, you can say, for the most part, it's wrong to steal, it's wrong to rape, it's wrong to murder. That's so.
Okay.
But we can't hyper moralize because moralism as a doctrine, like some people do, like in the Victorian era, or like hyper morality, like Talmudic laws, or a huge law book full of 5,000 laws that can get you in jail, but only a few of them are objectively wrong. That's bullshit. So I would say, like,
it's not objective still.
So it's
Something
an
is-
interesting one, isn't it? Stealing from an
something, if
individual
you
that's
want
worked hard for theirs.
I wanna hear his
wrong,
take.
but a corporation that's corrupt, doing the wrong thing, and overcharging a population, say like a Coles or a Woolworths, like a grocery store chain or whatever. If you stole from something like that for food, is that wrong then? Because you need it to survive. Like, it's
well, Right.
When does that
I know what you
See,
mean.
For something to be objective, it should be exactly the same in all settings. Morality
Right.
is not objective because when you go to jungle, there's a lion that
Right.
eats all sorts of animals.
Yeah, they eat
It
their
is
own
not
young.
objective. It
Do they
is
have a choice?
compromise.
They don't have a choice,
No,
and it's
choice
life or
is
death.
no. I'm just talking in terms of objectivity right now.
But we're talking
Do you
about
understand?
humans, not lions.
No, objectivity is objectivity. It is objective. It is. There should not be this thing like humans'
But
objectivity or
laws are for humans
in
though,
general.
not for animals. Animals
So
can do
that
whatever they
is a
want.
compromise. That is a compromise.
So
People have
law
made.
is subjective. Law
No.
is subjective.
No law is objective.
Is it though?
No science is objective. Even physics is not objective.
So how come a bird can fly to Mexico but an airplane can't unless it has government permission?
I don't know. As the people who
That's what I'm
create law.
saying. It's you can't codify morality. I understand that. Like you can't.
I'm talking in
codify it.
terms of logic here. If you did not get this,
Is morality
Jeffrey asked me.
logical though?
Jeffrey asked me if morality is objective or not. He tried to put me on the spot, and I did not have to even answer this.
I don't, it's
J-
not a
JM
spot. It's just asking a question. I'm not putting you in
Yeah,
any.
I understand. I actually
Everybody
understand.
thinks I'm
psychology,
like
so I know.
out to get everyone, and I have everyone a trap set for everyone, but I don't.
You have that personality.
I
You do
think
this.
Well, I've bred that reputation, but it's not true.
I think the
People,
idea
everybody
or
who
the
sees this
ethos
are wrong.
is objective to do no harm or to do as less harm as possible. Like
See,
you might
morality
call it
is
ahimsa, and that can
agreement
be expressed in
among
different
people.
ways.
Morality and ethics is an agreement among people. People can choose to participate in it. There are people who are mostly in this anarchical circles. They don't choose. They don't like this morality and ethics. That's why they fight with others. They think that they are superior because
Because
of
it
their
gets exploited, though.
exploited by whom?
Anybody who benefits from the exploitation of codification of rules and morals. Like,
Just
for
tell me
example,
who does that? People who already follow morality and ethics.
in the
they do.
United States, there used to be laws against black people and white people getting married. So I don't know who benefited from that.
This
but
is
that's a bullshit law, and they called it morality, but it was bullshit. So it was objectively wrong when they did it, even when they all agreed on it.
That's fine. But I
The
have this
fucking
thing.
caste system in India is objectively immoral.
Yeah,
I'll say
it
that.
is.
So
It is.
that's where like they're like whether or not they believe in it, fuck their beliefs. It's wrong. So that's what I'm saying. It's objectively wrong, even if
How is
everybody
this
thinks-
morality and objectivity? What are you even talking about? I'm failing to understand this point.
I'm just saying it's wrong to violate.
Yeah, that's
someone
fine.
else's free will.
I can understand that as well. I was
Yeah.
answering Jeffrey's question.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you're saying it's subjective, and we say the expression. I say that the expression of it
Morality
is
is
subjective.
subjective. Morality does not exist, to be honest. It does not exist.
I know it's something for humans because not. Do Davis have morality? Not really the same as humans, right? Other species.
I feel
Do
like without the
animals-
concept of it, does it even exist for the individual? Because you got the law of Moses, which is what most Abrahamic traditions base,
Which is
morals
crap.
off of, which
Absolute crap.
Could be,
Yeah.
perhaps, but the framework's
Objectively
important.
bullshit.
I feel like, and no one's quoted anyone else who's like citing moral frameworks other than
If God tells you have to
Death,
spill the
and
blood
that's
of an
like
animal
war,
to pay for your
um,
sins, that's just evil, bro.
See, I support Abrahamical religion for their morality. to
right, and
exist.
there's not
I will
fucking
not-
10 commandments. There's like 613 to be exact, but
Some of the
and-
laws make sense, but some of them are absolutely ridiculous.
yeah, right.
Okay.
The main
Yeah,
ones,
they are.
the main, like
the issue
a lot of
is-
the main ones are fine. Don't steal, don't murder, don't lie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the 10 basic ones, yeah, they're pretty solid. But I don't know what the other fucking 600 are, to be honest with you. That got to dive into the Torah or the Talmud for that.
It's more the eschatology or the direction that those things move people, as in this person doesn't accept it, therefore we have the right to clear out their whole village. That's
Right.
the problem, is the extent to it, what it's taken. But either way, I mean, we don't agree on that, but like at the same time, nobody's violating each other's rights here. So whether it's
Right.
subjective or objective, I don't, you know, I think the once again, even objectivity is according to my understanding, right? So I only have my mind and my brain and my senses. But when I hear objective morality, it's like, in my mind, because that's the only place where it can exist. I can't pick up a morality on the beach or off of a tree. But when I think
you
of
can practice it.
Yes.
Even if it does not exist, people
Yes.
should practice it.
Kind of like irrational
Everybody should.
numbers, like an irrational number. It exists in its use, right? So our thing is to try to do no harm, don't allow harm to be done to us. That's basically it. That's
Why people
basically
think that when I talk about something that they don't know, I don't know anything. People are saying, I don't know who
I
is
know
it?
you know a lot of things.
Aryan. Vivek, it is okay to say you don't know. No. But I know. I know.
You know it from your perspective, and nobody's poo-pooing that. Or at
No,
least I'm not.
when I apply things, I see things through logic. That's the best skill we have, to see things through. So if morality exists, there should be morality elsewhere as
Apathy
well.
would be the absence
Otherwise,
of
it is not objective.
Morality exists
That's bullshit.
right up there with logic. Does logic exist? Because a lot of
Yeah.
things happen that aren't logical.
Logic exists. It does not have the tangible form.
Right. Just like morality.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a viewpoint.
But is it objective?
Trade logic for
Certain
order.
darshans
order and
are
chaos.
objective. Like,
Recognize that.
like even with Buddhism, just to cite an example, there's an eightfold path. There are so many ways that people
Objective.
do that.
If morality is objective, why are humans killing 8 billion animals
Because
in one day?
the problem is with us, not with morality or
Everybody has problem.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
where you get into everybody has a problem, or we
Okay.
wouldn't be here.
Okay, your words, not mine.
Yeah.
All right,
Some people
well-
have more problems than others.
Okay.
I mean, at least
Yeah, my name's
Some
Julian.
people have more trauma.
Sorry.
What did Jeffrey say?
Huh?
You were talking about trauma?
Trauma. TRAUMA.
Yeah, what about it?
I don't remember.
Get yourself a bachelor's handbag and 2K. Good on you, DK. Sorry about reading the
All right,
comments.
y'all. We're getting back to Nemo's discussion.
Finding Nemo.
Finding Nemo.
The true transmission that he's given, right? So other people pick up on that. Other people pick up on, oh, I've done my shadow work. Other people pick up on, oh, I've put my work out there and that's all I have to do. I don't have to try harder. I've said true things on the internet. Now I can retire happily. So yeah, I wanted to sort of step back and take that macro view to sort of frame it, because the fact is, without Mark Passio, there would be no natural law movement, as people call it, and as I keep putting quotes in, because maybe I could move on to that. I'm just going to look at some of these comments because I know they're coming through, and I haven't got, I can't really be editing them as we go. Jeffrey says you can't expect everyone to sit through that much content. Well, it's just hard work.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, that's a bit of a distraction.
True.
Way
too much content.
Shadow work is not a body of content. Mark's claim to have done his shadow work is not the same topic as his body of work. No. Oh yeah, Nemo separate them. I did, I think. He gives the people in his network a false confidence. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Well, anyway. So obviously the problem with this.
Jeremy Gord's in the house.
When you say I've done all my shadow work, or I've done even you say I've done lots of shadow work. I've done so much shadow work. It's like what are you saying? And this relates to people saying I'm awake. We're awake. So and this is deep poison. Okay, this topic, this subject, and where you get into a space with people and you say, oh, it's so good to be with all these like-minded people. Finally, I'm associating with people who are awake. No, None of us are awake. We're not awake, you know, and I'm not awake. We're struggling. We're fucking struggling, and we're deep in the doo-doo. You know, like most of our thoughts are fucking bullshit, you know, and most of us are just trying to keep our ego safe, you know. We're trying to like comfort our ego most of the time. So yeah, so to talk about, so that was a kind of bit of the macro. And of course, yeah, Dunning-Kruger is the thing. Yeah, I've done the shadow work, and so now I'm at the top of the mountain. No, you're not at the top of the mountain. You've just climbed a foothill, and you are totally deluded. You know? So yeah, that is the sort of macro. I wanted to sort of frame that because I think, you know, this being the case, that there are these flavors within that kind of have permeated out, you know, in the whatever you want to think of it as, the karmic way ripples of Mark's work. And the mistakes, you know, I would say those are mistakes, both of those things, and they're related. You know, and it's fine. We all make mistakes, and none of us are perfect. And Mark, I'm not even really faulting Mark. You know, like, I don't expect him to be completely enlightened. Why would I expect that? You know. So anyway, so that's that. So then I just wanted to kind of narrow it down a bit to more recent history and my involvement in this diaspora of people that have, you know, put their head up above the parapet and kind of said, oh yeah, I want to be part of this. I want to do what I can to basically teach morality. And I've started to frame it like that, at least in my own mind, because that's what it is, and that is the job that we have to do. And it's important to claim that and not to shy away from it, to say, I am here to do my best to educate people morally. Moral education is what's required. And that doesn't mean teaching people how to act. It means teaching people what is right and wrong, because they don't know. And it's not complicated, and they need to learn it. And then the world will be moral, because everyone will understand what that means. It's like so incredibly simple. But if I talk about like my journey into this, I think I wrote a piece on my blog called The Ultimate Red Pill, which was maybe a bit of a tacky name. Anyway, that was my attempt to kind of, this was maybe 3-4 years ago, I can't remember. And that was my first attempt to kind of like really put something out there that was expressing my understanding of natural law. It was attempting to do what Mark urges us to do, you know, to sort of like to express things with our own voice, to get the, you know, but to get the fucking information out there. And yeah, it was like really unread. No one was interested, and it was a funny piece the way it was written. Anyway, that's an aside. But what happened next was I started to feel really alone with it. Right. I was just read, because Jeffrey's saying stuff. I'm just going to read this. The hardest shadow work to do is understanding you don't need a community to do great work. Yeah, I think that's really, really. Yeah, I agree with that. Well, I don't know if I agree if it's the hardest, but it's certainly huge, and it's literally one of the main things that I'm kind of wanting to talk about. The one great work is a social hierarchy that goes against natural law. I guess you mean the one great work network, I'm assuming. It's more important to practice what you preach. Teaching is secondary. Practice what you preach. Maybe. Practice what you preach. Teaching is secondary. Not sure. Anyway. So yeah, I started to feel really alone, and oh yeah, then I did a sorry, I mean, I hope this isn't too boring. I've already lost a couple of people, but yeah, that's what it is. You know, to me, this is actually really interesting. Not just because it's me, but because I think this is a journey that we've all taken individually, or are taking, the people that are trying to do the one great work, and it's a journey that we want other people to take. So that's why I think it's interesting. That's why I'm talking about my experience of trying to become a natural law teacher. Yeah, so I started to do a group in my town, just a little group, promoted it a fair amount, and it was called Natural Law Club. And of course, it was funny because people would come. I mean, we never got great numbers, but it was always from first principles, trying to explain misunderstandings about what natural law means, getting into common law, this all kinds of tangents, so very unfocused. And it didn't create. I didn't feel like I've connected with someone that I can have conversations about what to do next, with. So, and that's really when I say I was feeling lonely, I mean, I was feeling natural law lonely. I was feeling like, geez, no one is talking about this. No one likes Mark Passio. No one, everyone's caught up in effects of some kind. No one wants to look at causes, all of this kind of stuff. So that's what I mean by loneliness. So that's what I was looking for. So, okay, that didn't really work. So I went and started a Telegram group. And I can't know if it was initially called Europa Natural Law, but it became known as Europa Natural Law. I mean, I'm kind of fast forwarding through. I mean, I joined at least one other group, and they were having discussion meetings, but they were in America, so the meetings would be at 3 a.m. in my part of the world. And so I thought, well, let's see if there's anyone, in this time zone. And that's why it was called Europa Natural Law initially. And then as people started to join the group, and we started to have a regular weekly discussion, it was a nice warm feeling. It was like, oh, look, people are popping up everywhere. Boop, boop. People, like little lights in the darkness, oh yeah, I've done that. I've done Mark Passio's work, all this kind of stuff. And, you start to feel like, finally, I'm in the place. I'm in the room with people who get it, people who are awake, people who, and I mean, just to be clear, it's not like to say that people aren't, in some sense, more awake or whatever. It's far more fundamental thing than that. It's that it's about this process of coming into community, and I knew from the beginning that it was going to be interesting. I kind of knew that I was going to learn something from it. And as another little aside, something about me that I might have mentioned on here before, but I mean, who listens to this, I don't know. But I've spent more time than most in sort of different types of intentional community, semi-intentional community. So yeah, that's just something about me. So I'm kind of interested in those dynamics in a way of like seeing patterns, and in kind of somewhat closed communities, which obviously like an online group is that. And I also kind of understood that, of course, when you hit go, yes, I'm creating a group, you are setting yourself up as the parent of the group, not in reality, but in people's kind of internal psychology.
This is what's happened to me right now.
Not
Poppy
kind of really thinking very
control the other.
They haven't done that bit of work.
I'm just asking, why is there any reason we are listening to this?
Like they're still projecting stuff onto you, power dynamic stuff or whatever. So I kind of was aware that could happen, and I sort of...
Vivek, are you interrupting again?
I'm asking, is there a reason we are listening to this? Why are we listening to this?
Maybe the reason, maybe just because you don't know the reason doesn't mean there's not a reason. You just start shouting.
I should. Am I shouting?
Yeah.
Between you and me, you are shouting. You are shouting.
Hey, I think
me and you are shouting.
Both of you are being quite loud, actually.
I'm just asking you a question. That's how you ask. It's not
very relevant.
Signal.
It's something
when you signal properly
to me and Nemo.
I don't know about you, whether you know any ethics or morality or anything what you spew about. This is how you ask questions, right?
By just shouting.
Did I shout
in the middle of?
Did you hear shout?
Or watching something?
Yeah.
You're like, why are we watching this?
No, I'm just because there was this audio in the background. I raised my hand first. I raised my hand first.
Reducing what Jeff says to just spew isn't isn't nice, man. That could be considered
I'm
insulting.
just asking you, why are we watching this? Is there a reason? Because I don't know
It's
why we are watching this.
Yes,
natural
there's a
law.
reason. I talked
Can you
about
tell?
it earlier before you
Okay.
got here, I think, and you missed
Okay.
it. But
Okay, that's why I
me
was
and
asking.
Nemo have been canceled basically from all these One Great Work Network people. They've been going around and conspiring against us. And
Okay.
this is, I've been telling the story on my podcast all year. And now Nemo's finally telling the story about him getting rejected by all his new friends and kicked off of out of a conference he was going to be in and all kinds of stuff. And we're just kind of showing how hypocritical it is for these people claiming to be so high and mighty, yet still can't seem to make anything, like can't seem to get through any kind of conflict together without just like breaking things up and burning everything to the ground, which is happening all day today, as we're seeing.
The main thing was that Jeffrey called out Will Keller for running a scam, and Nemo didn't cancel Jeffrey from the group, so then they had Nemo canceled, even though Nemo didn't see anything wrong with Jeffrey for calling out Will on
because
the
you did the
scam.
right thing, Jeff. You're saying something wrong. People
Yeah.
being taken advantage of that are vulnerable for healing. What was it? The fucking hydrogen machines?
Hydrogen
or some
water,
other-
yeah, these Chinese hydrogen
fucking
machines.
hydrogen. Yeah, bro. Anti-inflammation, guys. Get some.
Yeah, and then Nemo is getting punished for simply like allowing Jeffrey to participate in conversation. So when you're not part of the scam, they try to cancel you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
there's
Nemo's
this
talking
thing
about
with
it here.
there's this thing with these people, Satykas Booza, Mark Passio. They're narcissists and they thrive on drama. So the more you are going to glorify these losers, the more you are going to talk about these losers, the more they will amplify it. They have just created a new video, if you have noticed. Yesterday I tried to speak about it a little bit. But
Satykas
Mark
and Mark?
Passio,
Oh,
I will say just one thing
Trash.
about Mark Passio, about
Yeah.
the video. Mark Passio was talking about behavior, this and that, and all that stuff. And I saw Mark almost growl. He was like growling literally. And he was talking about behavior at the same
He
time.
was.
So
This
it was
bullshit.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
So these people, they thrive upon this thing. They think that they are like, what was the term? Like sharpening their short swords or something using people. That's their truth.
Bro,
Truly.
they have such serious anime fantasies. It's unbelievable.
Oh yes.
These guys, this like dick measuring contest of fake, inauthentic, righteous anger that happens in this video is just unbelievable. And it's just like, God, Mark's so repetitious. It's like I can't even hear all this shit again. It's like, I don't know, but let's watch a little bit of it.
Yeah, let's do that.
We're gonna listen to some black metal for like 20 minutes, way too long.
Probably
He's calling
AI.
all of the people who don't support the hate vampire.
Yeah, that shit was disgusting, dude. That vampire imagery. I hate people that like that stuff, man. They're all obsessed with death, you know, because they want to live their life.
Do you want to really expose Satykas Booza? You should search his interview from Booza's channel with Sean Stone. He's telling you that he's telling people that he's Illuminati. He's coming from the lineage of Illuminati and this Freemasonry. So when he's creating this thing, what the fuck is he even talking about?
Did you say Sean Stone?
Yeah.
That the Oliver Stone's son?
Yeah.
I know that guy.
Holy shit.
Boy. Oh
You
boy.
know that guy.
I
You
know
called him out.
some gnarly stuff about that dude, and I've been around him to see him do some crazy stuff. He's kind of like the worst. Like
but still Booza has a video with him where he's exposing himself. Calling himself
Aaron.
Illuminati.
Remember David Cole Stein, I told you about him?
Yeah.
In David Cole Stein's book called Republican Party Animal, which is absolutely hilarious. David Cole Stein was the Jew that debunked the Auschwitz death camp, the gas all the stuff he went as a Jew at like 19 years old and went and did a scientific examination and like found that nothing, that like there's no way that any of this stuff could. Anyway, I'm getting this episode's getting fucking dinged for this
And
for
Jeff,
sure.
real quick, there's another
Anyway,
thing with that, bro. You can't carve concrete like with fingernails.
no, you
bro.
not at all.
Yeah.
And so Dave hung out with Sean Stone a lot and wrote a lot about him in his book, and it's like dude's just like a cokehead, like a weird cokehead dude that like is still it's like a typical we're from Hollywood, right? We're from LA. You meet these people, these like, oh, your dad's someone, or you're something,
Scientology, Illuminati, all that.
Yeah. Like I grew up in Orange County, California. It's full of these people, like kids from money, and you meet them and you're like, oh, so you just wear the fact that your dad is a producer on your shoulder, and you do anything you can do.
You don't have to be Illuminati to be Jewish, bro.
Yes, still, but my point was Boza exposed himself to be member of Illuminati and Freemason and Christian, and in this video they're calling other people
who created the Freemasons. We have to look into these things as well and what the purpose of the Freemasons were. And I feel like
these people, they blame other people, all these
the
things.
blood ritual stuff, bro. I'm pretty sure that all comes from Talmudic traditions. It's all Babylonian cult bullshit that sprung out of Sumerian time since the last cataclysm.
And at the same time, Sumerians, I don't know, man. I have a feeling that they like to pin these things on extinct cultures too, right?
Right.
So that the good people are probably all dead. And here's the thing: this is what the path of becoming, Pravriti Marga. Like basically, these dudes are obsessed with constantly manifesting on the physical plane, and they'll do anything they can to manifest this, which includes basically violating moral laws. If you look into the Temple of Set, I mean, anything that requires bloodshed is, like, as far as for sacrifice, for power, is evil. It's been done by multiple cultures, but the mindset is the same.
Hey, see this? Do you come in?
Do you think with the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, that was ritualistic as well?
With the piercing of the ear?
Yeah, the piercing of the ear, and that's like a signal to signal you want to stay with your master or something.
Well, yeah, I mean his thing with Peter Thiel and his obsession with Israel.
If you look at
the whole thing is when you believe in a linear like creator and a linear point culminating in Armageddon. That's pathological and sick.
100%. Do you think the numbers have anything to do with it, or is it just purely coincidental? Because I even worked out the numerology on the day he was shot, the numbers on his fucking hat, 45, 47. That came out to Revelations Bible verse and said they would take Angel of Death as their king, Abaddon or some shit.
Yeah.
And he would take a mortal wound.
Manifesting stuff out of the void. Basically, this whole Elohim mindset, this whole... even the Kabbalah, the Ein Sof, and the emanations and all that. This is all about controlling the collective
Elohim,
unconscious.
That translates to gods or deities, right?
Yeah, but it's all about the collective unconscious. Like in Tibet, they have this idea of a tulpa. In the West, it's an egregore. Basically, dude, if you can get people believing the same thing, you can get things to manifest in the world. And then you give it blood, which is life force. See, we don't need to drink blood because we're already alive. But these constructs that are not alive,
he's projecting.
become more
He's
alive.
projecting that
And even in
us,
Freemasons,
we
they
people
have
are
people
these
do mock
vampires.
rituals and whatnot.
When
It's,
he's from Illuminati, when he's from Christianity, he used to be a Christian pastor, Boza, believe it or not. When he is coming from these communities, so we at
They're
least
all in on the scam.
I believe nobody here is from that background, and he has the audacity to project this thing onto people who never had any connection with all these things.
Of course.
Just play this video and you will see that what is he doing within 15 minutes.
Twisted.
I'm too curious to sleep, guys. I have to listen to this.
Yeah! And back again. This is Septimus Bosa.
Grunting chicks are back.
Back
He's
again!
sucking again.
The White Dragon. Back again. Today I'm joined
The pink dragon.
via What on Earth is Happening Mark.
You can barely see his
Yeah,
hand.
Aaron looks like a white dragon right now.
Touch upon today. I just want to jump into this with one of the things before. we got started here, and to throw in
I think
this
Boza is
quote
stealing Passio's food. He's skinny as fuck now.
context to a lot of what we're going to be touching upon. The actual goddamn recipe for World War III. And this is going to be my take.
What is
adding a little bit to
algorithm?
What Albert Pike put into
Notice how many cuts
morals and
there
dogma.
are.
This was written back in
So
the
he had
1800s, you guys.
like AI
And in
editing
light of what we've seen happen this century,
during
if you just
his
study
podcast
modern
with Mark.
history leading up to the present moment.
Anytime he looks fake and gay, it twitches, so it twitches the whole time.
Black Earth Productions. I'm here with Mark.
He's talking about
Here
you and
on
me
the
here. So
shit
let's
and
focus.
set the goddamn fucking record straight in terms of everything here.
Fuck yeah, man.
Yeah, he's
The
cussing
actual
now. That
recipe
means business.
for World War
Motherfucker.
III, as it states. And this is their
Look, his
quotes.
beard's doing
This is
the
coming
thing
straight
again.
from the dark-hearted motherfuckers that have assumed authority, that have assumed power in this fucking realm. It states,
Fucking
Third
motherfucking
World
realm.
War must be
I can't
fomented by
stop
taking
looking at it.
advantage.
What is it doing,
The
man?
differences caused
Is that normal?
by lesser agents of the Dark Priest class. And in context to that, this is the actual fucking vampires. Given over to the actual history, the
Vampires.
truthful history, things I've also touched upon.
That's so funny.
Starting again here. The Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences
need
caused
the
by lesser
anonymous
agents
mask.
of the Dark Priest class, the actual vampires themselves.
The
This
vampire.
specific
Get him a paper
of the
bag.
political Zionists and political leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such
Allahu
a way
Akbar.
that Islam, in terms of the Muslim Arabic world,
Allahu Akbar.
along with
Astaghfirullah.
political Zionism, in terms of the state of Israel, mutually
Mashallah.
destroy and annihilate one another.
Shaitan.
Inshallah.
Meanwhile, nations across the world
Shaitan.
divided
Izu
on these
billahi
issues,
shaitan
which you can
rahim.
clearly see they are.
Hey,
They
he
will
has a
constrain to
hammer,
fight
so we have
to
to
the
listen
point
to
of
him talk.
complete physical, moral, spiritual, and potential
The
economic
Matthew.
exhaustion. Those that are pulled into this meat grinder, indoctrinated with Christianity, along with the increased propaganda directed by political
Christian
Zionists
pastor
with
is talking against
Islamic
Christianity.
invasions across the world, are how World War III begins. Now, before I continue with the rest of the Mark, I want you to
Wow.
jump in right away.
What happened to Passio? What the fuck, man?
Take on what I just shared.
Yeah, the
So
fact that
I want
Mark
to
is
thank you
still
for bringing me
here.
on the show today, and it's always a
man.
pleasure.
Embarrassing.
For those who are familiar with
So
my work,
embarrassing.
the events that are taking place are no surprise. The only surprise is that people still continue to fall for this nonsense dialectic. That the sorcerers that we're talking about, let's face it, you refer to them as vampires. I would wholeheartedly agree with that. They're
Hydrogen
definitely
vampires.
life energy sucking parasites.
Yeah, they steal the valence
They're
electron.
saying right in their own writings, the dark priest class is manipulating the events.
I really
They're
like
literally
Mark's
so emboldened. Even back then, they were so emboldened. They felt they could come right out and write this thing right out to the public, and it would not matter. They can communicate their ideas between each other in this dark occult priest class openly.
That's
They
better.
didn't even feel like they had to hide it. That is how much control these people have
He's
over the
sitting with
human mind,
one.
and I feel that they are absolutely correct. Look at the absolute idiots that analyze the whole political dynamic that's taking place in the world today. They are the lost. Think that the answer even lies in the political
The
realm or
dead.
the financial realm, for that matter,
Spiritual
or even
dead.
in the technological realm. It's not political, it's not financial, it's not technological, it's not agricultural. There's only one solution, and it's a spiritual solution. It's a solution that is derived from self-knowledge. It is a solution that is derived from intelligence, a solution that is derived from true education, from true
Should they
morality,
work?
speaking out and saying no to evil, and creating something that is good in the world by what we are going to speak out into the world, how we are going to teach our young, how we are going to re-educate ourselves, for those of us who have bought into nonsensical, false religious dogma and other religious nonsense, and for those of us who still believe in
That's
the
our
absolute
religion.
garbage idea, the absolute untruth and immoral idea of human authority, that there are some people who have authority over other people. It's absolute mental madness. It is absolute psychological, pure psychological disease that anyone in this world today, with all of the information that is available unto us, still actually believes that the concept of some people having authority over other people can ever be moral. The solutions that they propose in that political realm, in that whole realm of slavery, which is what all politics is, it's what all government is, it's what all authority is. If you're claiming authority over another being, you are claiming ownership of another being. If you're claiming you can regulate another being's behavior if they're not hurting anybody else, you're claiming to own them. If you claim prohibition over another being of what they can put in their body, you're claiming ownership on the body. If you're saying you have to get a license from me to perform some type of an action, that's ownership. It's a claim of ownership over anybody. Any fucking moron living that is alive and breathing today that can't realize that any claim of authority is a claim of ownership on another being, and therefore saying that you're their rightful slave owner, is a fucking retard. They're fucking retarded people. And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people with no logical capability left in their mind because it's been completely bred out of them. It's been completely destroyed out of their mindset through religion. When I use the term religion in any of my work, I'm not
Pastor has
talking about
authority
just
over
the big
everybody, though.
three. I'm not just talking about Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. I'm talking.
Pastor has authority over other people, but he does not want you should give him money in a specific way, otherwise he will get mad. You should give him the hard drive in a
You
specific
don't have
way.
to give him money, dude. You're choosing to give him money to go and sit there and spend time.
No,
with him,
Yeah, but what you can't do is you can't actually subpoena Mark or Will Keller and force them to sit into a chair and answer questions about the scams that they're running, you know? And this is what happens.
You can choose.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you can
these
choose.
guys
But
don't want accountability. They don't want accountability. In a
when
world there's no government,
when you don't give him
guys
money, he
fucking
calls
hide
you.
from
He
everybody.
start calling names. He start calling names. He
Yeah.
says that I want this.
I'm not in your cult.
Right. Yeah.
He is in his own cult. So he asks for money. He start attacking people. So he is asking people money actually. In that sense,
kind of aggressive panhandling.
Money, money, money.
Fucking losers.
Must be funny. In
You
past
fucking
years, bro.
losers.
A cult of personality.
Fucking trash apes.
It's everybody else's fault but his.
Oh, the whistle. Where's the whistle?
yeah, I still feel sorry for this person. To be honest, I feel pity on Mark Tessio.
You got my
because
dog tilting their
he
head.
actually
Do it again, bro.
has done some work.
There's a song for you.
He has done some work, but then he decided to become this weird thing.
Right.
No,
The
but-
fact that he's sitting next to Sethicus means, like, where's his integrity?
wrong.
Where's his discernment, bro?
He cannot see the dark.
Did they threaten
whatever the
him?
fuck
Did
was-
they, like, what's the problem? How, like,
Yeah, dark
they drug
priest
him?
class. Boza, nobody is
Yeah.
as dark as Boza. He's charred. He's charred from
He
within.
is dark as fuck. Yeah.
Yeah,
He
for
is.
sure.
They could have just fucking, did something to him, man.
This person for 5-6 years, this person did all he could
He's
using
vampirizing
dark
Mark.
magic.
That's why
dark
Mark's
magic,
wasting away.
dark magic in me, Boza. And he's talking about priest class, this and that. He pulled all the tricks, and then he was like telling people that yeah, we should attack these people because these people are wrong, and then we can do anything to these people. All the while he was hiding his scams, his lack of morality, ethics, and everything else. So Boza is using Passio. Passio has no idea what is going on, to be honest. He's lost in his hubris. He's dealing with the grief and all stuff. Boza is using him because this is what Boza does the best.
This guy is Boza, right?
Oh. So
Yeah.
did Darren and Vivek get back together?
if there will be a segment there will be this thing.
Look how cute they
element
are
of
together.
Darren
narcissism,
and Vivek sitting on the tree.
No, just a respectful distance, but mutual
Yeah.
respect is fine.
Yeah,
Here you go.
I don't hate somebody. I
There.
don't hate this Boza
There, how
even.
about that? Is that better?
Kiss and make up.
Homo. Yeah, it's better. All right.
But
Yeah,
I'll
no,
put the Aussie over there because
Dude,
he's
because
a
he's,
nice
like-
guy.
Yeah, I'm a good guy.
These guys
You're
are
a good
fucked up.
bloke.
And like we don't have as much
Good on you,
experience
mate.
with Boza as Vivek.
Vivek has
Who
more.
was it? Braxton had some, but
Yeah.
dude, like for someone
Boza
who's
is scared
done
of me.
Yeah.
Boza is scared of me.
Boza is a bozo.
Good
Oh.
boy. Oh,
Yeah.
Arya.
Bam.
Bozo the clown. Bozo the clown.
Yeah. Okay, let's keep
Magi
going.
About
How
any
do you get your-
idea that is completely divergent from the truth, that is completely divergent from nature, that people fervently believe in and stay egotistically locked to. That is what religion is. So the idea of authority is religion. The idea of government is religion. Total love of money is religion. There's all kinds of religions floating
Cultural
out there. As a matter of fact,
religion.
that's what has to be understood. That this is what this dark priest class does. If you want to know what the dark priest class that runs the world does, you want to know what the
What's
dark
in
occultists do.
Bozo's mouth?
They invent religion. They say, how can we give these fucking
He's got
idiots, these
sunflower
moronic sheep, the next garbage idea
Like
to
a real
believe in
duck.
fervently and willing to kill and die for, that has nothing whatsoever to do with reality, truth, and nature. Zero, 100% zero to do with nature and reality. That is what this priest class does.
As far as I'm concerned, it's all designed to get people to try and escape reality instead of understanding
What's
our
with this
responsibility
fake
in terms of
accent, by the
incarnation
way?
and what it means to master being human in this motherfucking realm.
That's right.
All these things that we know, you're talking about government, religion, all these things were designed to strip us from our very fucking souls, our connection to nature and the universe, let alone one another. On and on and on. These motherfuckers go about the law of one and all this fucking new age bullshit. You're not even one
Yeah,
with
and
yourself.
veganism.
You don't even know thyself, motherfuckers. And that's the fucking problem. Yes. the
Boza
solution
is
spiritual.
talking
It all
about
goes
religion
back to
while
higher
having this
consciousness
hammer.
capacity and igniting core
Okay,
intelligence.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Then he's talking about like how people are disconnected from the reality, all the while calling himself dragon, member of Emerald Order, member of all sorts of councils, this and that.
Don't forget Power Ranger. Ninja
Yoga
Turtle.
Power Ranger.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Boza is everything but mere man. And see how he's talking now. See
But
how he's running his...
Pasio has the hammer also, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not religion at
A
all.
smaller hammer to show that Sethicus is the hammer.
Who has the
Hammerman.
It's a hammer challenge. Who has the bigger hammer?
The melted head with the hammer.
This is not
I was,
religion at all.
so
Go to Boza's this x.com, and you will see that he's talking about gods night and day. So that's not religion.
Right. Talismanic like lunacy is what it is.
So I put this meme up on I don't know, somewhere, and it was
Brandon Martin
Justin
tweaked
Bedini.
out.
Yeah, Brandon Martin. And then Justin Bedini shows up and goes, "But Jeff, Mark loves the anchor. He's gonna get mad at you for saying that." And I'm like the
Yeah, you
fact
have
that
to like
Bedini
it now.
still thinks I give a shit. Yeah, but it's hilarious. These guys with their swords and their freaking thelema. What are those things called?
Both of those things are phallic symbols. It's really fake and
It's
gay.
gross. That's really gross.
Fake
and gay.
Like,
Both.
actually.
Both. Fake and
Hammer
gay.
flexing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hammer, bro. That's what you gotta do.
Flex the hammer.
Show that you're in the occult.
But the hammer is like they want to hammer. They want to hammer the truth, right? That's like the point.
We're Nordic pagan animists, bro.
The
It's
handle
all
is
about
always
animism.
up, dude. The handle's always pointing up. I mean, look at these guys.
Like this.
Dangling ball
This is
sack.
inverted cross, actually.
Like I've never picked
Yeah,
up
it's
a
all of
hammer
that, actually, yeah.
Look at those arms.
Casio is a Satanist. He's not ex-Satanist. He is a
Let the
Satanist.
bozo talk.
He just doesn't like to be called that anymore.
Damn.
He is a Satanist.
Yeah.
What's up, Cephas? Do you come in good faith?
Jesus, not
Yeah,
see this.
going on here? I'm just listening in, staring at
Oh,
myself
word,
and-
another Aussie? Hell yeah.
Yes.
Fuck yeah. Cheers, mate.
They come from
Cheers,
the
mate.
land down under.
Are you a fair dinkum?
Try to be, mate. Try to be.
Fuck yeah.
I saw him laughing. Looks like he's got a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Oh, it's classic
No.
snake oil salesman bullshit. Sell a problem, and then sell them a pseudo fucking cure to that problem.
Yeah,
Make
that's what
money.
Satanist Boza is.
Bro,
And
this guy
they're
sells
super
rocks.
butthurt that me and Vivek were talking about him. They made this video out of spite after
Yeah.
they got clowned on hard. We took them to Rumble. We took them to BitChute. We took them to Victor Hugo. Like, here's the thing, bro. Me and Kurt and Jeffrey, like, we've been dragging these dudes, and then since they like to hide in their little rat holes, they come out and they're like, "We got a chugga 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 You know, we got to make an AI soundtrack in Let's Fighting Love. Let's Fighting Love. Jeez.
Blood.
Drinking blood.
I want to be
Swinging
very
swords around.
Yeah, Pokemon.
Boza hate it. When you expose Boza, he hate it. He hate it.
Yeah.
Bozo.
So see this guy Boza, he sells stone rocks like stones, you know, like the the size of your hand, that are like have some minerals in them, whatever, you know, like maybe some silver or some shit in it. $3,000 for a rock he picked up off the ground. He's selling this shit. He's literally
got some smaller pieces for $300, dude.
300.
Only $300.
Yeah, only 300.
Only
He literally
300?
He
sells
goes to the fucking
oil,
environmental center that
health,
the eighth graders
health
go to,
oil,
and he gets
health
these
oil that you
souvenirs.
spray on yourself, like literal snake oil. This dude's selling to people on his website.
That's you cannot see all these things. He's blind.
Go to his
selling
website,
also,
check it out.
so-
It's shocking.
Jeff, mate.
Yeah.
Wait, you want to buy this shark egg, bro?
Fuck
You want,
yeah,
you want to
dude.
buy this? This is the only
Yeah.
one in the world, bro. It's the only one in the
$3,000.
world like it.
Obviously.
Probably
One in the
shark
world.
egg.
How
Now, if
much?
you look
$5 grand,
online at a
bro.
fucking jewelry store, that'll cost you like $2,000 for one of them.
$2,500, not
But
a
if
dollar
you get,
more.
wait, the trick is you actually want to get one with a shark still inside it. They fucking eat them, bro. Like rich people, the elite, they eat them.
Powerful aphrodisiac.
Yeah, that's a full shark egg, bro.
These are
How
echinacea
cool is that?
plants, man.
Came out of a
It's
shark.
antibiotic.
Not vegan.
I'm not touching that. That's crazy.
Well, if you find it, it might be.
Yeah.
It could
all
be.
over
Yeah.
that egg.
Foraged or whatever.
Probably wouldn't be
Oh,
very
that's crazy.
tasty though.
We're flexing with herbs now.
Wine out of it. It's probably only fucking.
I've
But
eaten
Jeremy
dried
didn't
fish. It's
eat
not
it,
great.
and therefore he is not a white shark. You know, so he can't swim to Bozo.
He's a white dragon like you.
Could be if he pays enough money.
Oh, the
Big
He's
Chinese
going to
mafia.
refer. He's going to refer. He has already referred me, New AG. He's going to refer you people also. Means
Oh yeah,
you
we're
guys
the
are-
worst.
We have to buy some hammers and put on the night. Then we will get accepted, I think.
Hell, I
Imagine
Swords.
everyone on the
$3.
panel.
Timu,
What,
$3.
you need hammers?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
exact one that Boza has.
Yeah.
$3 on Timu.
Oh, we
I
all
mean-
wear them. That'd be hysterical.
Bro, you can buy
Yes.
a bulk pack
I'll
and just give them that.
Tattooed on me. I'll get it tattooed on me.
I don't know
They're
about
scamming their mentally ill followers.
Go get an eyeliner and draw it on Jeffrey, Allie. You know, like on back too, so you're like ultra
Butt
whitey.
nuts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
blend it in
Hails,
stuff.
brother. Hails. Oh. Oh.
We are all longtime Palestinian activists here, butt nuts.
butt nuts. Ounce.
Long time Palestinian activist, full time Jew. Nah, fuck that.
Nuts, mate.
To see the shit that we're talking about over the last fucking
Look at these
decade,
edits.
20
Oh
fucking
my
years.
god. It makes it worse.
Absolutely
when it's
true. This is
turned
beyond
up.
those
Whoa,
networks
he's
that
twitching.
think they fucking know, they still don't fucking
Whoa.
get caught up into the fucking meat grinder in context to everything that I just mentioned.
Dude, he's
about
like
this
a
fucking quote that was
wizard or
given forth
something.
by
He's
the fucking
moving
fucking
really
news.
fast.
They're not even fucking addressing this shit, man.
It's amazing how many people, even within the so-called freedom movement, the so-called
Oh,
sources of freedom, the people that say that they want
Mark's
freedom, these are
complaining
people
about
who
this
just want a
freedom
limited
movement
scope of
again.
freedom for them. They don't really care if all of
Guess
humanity.
what, Mark? We've been calling you out for a while. The freedom movement. We've been asking you some
My
questions
freedom
you've been
movement.
dodging. Yeah, my freedom movement is failing me at making me
My
famous.
hydrogen
Making
movement.
more money. Yeah, throw some money at him, Darren. There you
Give
go.
me some shit
Keep drawing those
stain.
ones, Darren. Keep drawing
Yeah.
those ones, bro.
Yeah, that's what they want.
Old irate Mark pissed off because he can't pay his fucking his mortgage.
No, man, he's got to wire him a couple
Oh,
more
Jeffrey,
grand.
Jeffrey.
Couple
We were
grand
supposed
for
to
men
send
will be
nodes
straight.
into space, you guys. We were supposed to send nodes into space with the great work on it.
Oh, Jeffrey, Jeffrey.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jeffrey. Oh, did you see that one, Adrian? Holy shit.
Which
Will
How dare
Keller-
you?
Will Keller. I asked Will Keller in the chat. He was doing a live stream, and it was just a really funny reaction he had. But
You're talking
anyway,
about
back,
one of you were talking about one of your episodes, right?
yeah,
Sorry, guys.
he just like
Yeah.
showed he showed his disdain.
True colors shining through.
Yeah.
We double hit him with two questions that Stefana fell for. They were good questions, dude. And like he didn't even answer. Like he answered a different question that I didn't ask him because I really wanted a question. He's like, he answered, how do we spot a narcissist? But I asked him, how do we deal with a bad actor in our community? But he was like, oh, you'll be able to notice. Like he didn't really answer the question.
Freudian
which is
slip.
unfortunate.
And then he answered.
It will be.
He
He just said it will be exposed.
It
Like,
will be everyone will
just know.
see who the guy is. And I was like, that wasn't the question I asked. And then Alicia asked what? What did Alicia ask? Oh, she said, is blocking people
Jeff,
natural law? That was funny.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about, bro. Alicia, she came to my channel yesterday, maybe the day before, and she said she wasn't a part of this anymore. Part of VGT.
Yeah, she's just gonna use all my connections she made on the show to have a new community.
She said you were allowing harm on your platform or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
You
Well,
just
she has the
missed
right
the
to.
big conversation.
She
We
has
just
the
went
right to
4
kill
hours
us.
on-
Actually, if you ask Jerry, we hurt her feelings, bro. Then she can murk us. You know.
She can murk us and take our bank accounts.
Yeah.
But we're talking about Jerry later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, we talked about Alicia. Alicia was here earlier, and it was a big mess. It was a big
Let the
fucking
bozo speak.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but kind of it is.
Let
It's,
the Moses speak.
We just had to agree to disagree on some very specific things. But yeah, she'll be okay. We'll be okay. Hopefully we'll be friends again sometime.
Emotional damage.
Free. They just want their financial freedom. They want their economic freedom. They want their
Oh,
political
and you
freedom.
don't?
They're not interested in true human freedom. You know, I'm wearing a Porkfest t-shirt, right? I just came back from Porkfest.
Oh,
it was
we
a good
could've
time,
totally
very
interviewed
family oriented, and there's a lot of educational programs going on there.
Do you
But
think
I
he would have
said while I
karate
did an
chopped me
interview
if
out
I
there,
walked up to
how
him
many
at
people, if
Porkfest?
you really asked them, if you went and did like a
What do you think, Darren? Because
He
he's
would,
threatened. He's threatened people to kill them. If
I
if
heard
they
that
go
he
up
would
to him.
stand up next to a mountain and chop it down with the edge of his hand.
Yeah.
Judy chop.
Because he said that many times on his show. He's like,
Sure.
"Oh, people come up to
Have
me
you
and try to
noticed-
hit me, I'll kill you."
Have
It's
you
like,
ever walked up to him in person like I have and realized that he's fucking tiny? He's like Elijah Wood.
Have you
No
noticed these
way.
people?
Yeah,
he's that
obese.
little.
Yeah.
He looks pretty. I mean, especially.
I mean, dude,
Yeah,
I'm
he's
not
not
insulting his genetics or
Have you
his
noticed
stature.
how these people are taking pointers from us people? Boza tried to smile actually in the beginning,
Ew,
and they're
weird.
talking about family and all that stuff. So, have you noticed this change? These psychopaths, they're talking
They
about
do
family.
try to add subtext from the stuff that they vampirize.
yeah,
Yeah.
watch Boza's mouth though. It is really awkward. It's like I don't. It's like a weird.
Would you
Like I'm
think
not sure
maybe
what he's gonna
perhaps
do.
off
Probably
off
a
camera?
Suboxone lozenge.
Do you think maybe off camera they've got like normal lives and families or like anything
No.
like that? And
No.
children or nah,
No, they're
just
weirdos.
scamming cunts. Fucking
Well,
yeah.
It's funny.
They
You'll
sell
see
you-
Boza has a hard time keeping his voice going in an interview. He can do it when he's
Monkey
doing his
brain.
one-on-one stuff, but it's funny watching him try and fall in and out of
Yeah,
it because
fake
it just sounds really bad. And
I don't
fake.
know if he's faking an accent or
He
he
is
has
faking
that
it.
He is
speech
faking it.
impediment called
Fucking
rhoticism. You know, like
There's a older video Boza where
I've
he's doing
seen a
it too
cat with
much.
relativism.
Yeah.
yeah. So he is faking the accent then, because I wasn't sure if when he gets excited. You know how like when you work on speech therapy, but you get excited, sometimes the you're
Boza actually
voluntary.
has insecurities about him. Boza
Yeah.
has a lot of insecurities about him that he hide. If
He
you
can't even show his natural skin tone, bro.
no,
Like
that's why he lives in
Yeah.
this
A rat hole.
filter.
Yeah.
Filter.
Black
This filter
and
is
white.
always there.
yeah, looks like what a rat would see when they crawl in the hole.
If you play that Sean Stone's video of him, you can literally see
I
when
can't.
he's blank. When he's blank there.
We
No,
will
we've,
watch
I think
that.
we've
Like, I'm
watched
gonna
it
look
in
it
your
up.
video. I think we watched it in your video.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to go through it again. Though.
But
Maybe
pretty
take
funny.
notes this time.
No, well, it's like that's like a hard interview to do with a guy like that. Just like, like what do I pull out of this guy? Because he's just like kind of not famous, but famous.
Please
dead
continue.
man. I think
Yeah.
some
What
like
is this sign?
some
What
communist
is this?
country took Sean Stone. Like he went to visit there, and they like made a political thing out of it, and he was used for all this like weird communist shit. Like the guy's just a complete dumbass.
This thing they
And,
do though is like
weirdo
metalhead
creeper guy.
Metalhead or this
or
is like
Mano
Satanism?
Cornuto, the horned
Talk
hand,
about how they're both still into
evil
death
eye,
metal.
the
Is
evil
it not
eye.
Satanism? Something
Yeah, pretty much.
related to Satanism? So
Yeah.
he does this all the time, and he
Yep.
says that people are Satanist. What does it mean even? And
So
he
this
should not do
is
it.
That's
an
like
old.
the
This
devil
is
horns,
old.
isn't it? That's what it usually
Yeah,
is.
and then especially
Ronnie
in
James
Europe.
Dio.
Yeah.
Right.
So the Ronnie James Dio context is that this is an
supposed to be
Italian
positive.
This is
Mano
Buddhist, actually.
Cornuto. Yeah, it's actually Go Mudra could be too, but in Italy it's to repel the evil eye. So when somebody
Mhm.
looks at you in Arabic, they call it Ayn al Hasud, the eye of envy, or Ayn Hara in evil eye in Hebrew. And okay, but this is to repel the evil eye. But depending on the left hand or the right hand, it could be to give the evil eye or to block the evil eye. But either way, it was popularized by Dio because it's an Italian thing
Sorry,
because of folk
sorry,
magic.
I didn't mean to do that. I didn't
No,
mean to do
it's
that. I'm sorry.
folk magic,
trying to get-
which is related to Satanism in a way because it's kind of superstition and but yeah. So just like the Turks wear the eye, the Hamza, the hand with the eye in it, in the Levant.
So this is Satanism, right?
Pretty much, and maybe
But
yeah.
Buddhism, when I talk about Buddhism, they don't do it like this. They do it like this, and that too, your Tibetan Buddhists, not your Theravadan.
Yeah, even yoga, like there's like
are they
Go
doing like
Mudra.
rituals and shit, or is it more like
This is technically a cow, and you have a whole lot of but it's
we
different.
also do this.
But
This
it's
is not 666. It's not
Right.
666.
Yeah, Boza is a Satanist though, so pretty much yeah.
Yeah, he is. What these people are doing actually, they are Satanist and they're
Look at
fighting
his
with people who are not
fucking,
Satanists,
wolf
and they're
logo,
taking
too.
their revenge on those people
The
by
lightning bolt.
smearing, by destroying their personality and everything else. This is what Boza is doing. When you come in contact with Boza, he will destroy your personality. He will destroy everything. He will lie to you literally, and later on, he will present you.
He will possess you.
Possess
No,
you.
Yeah, he's a twisted fucker.
He is. This is exactly what Boza is doing. If somebody is asking me money
Bozism.
and he's wasting my time and he's not doing whatever the fuck he promised, so I will react. So he will forget about all that stuff. He will make some narrative about all that stuff, and he will present. When I'm reacting, he will present me as if there's something wrong with me.
Kind of like Alicia.
Bull nuts. Jeff Berwick is another scammer that we've covered many times on the show.
But,
Another complete Looney Tunes psychopath
Jaren,
scammer.
can I ask you
Stay away
something
from
about
him.
Alisa?
Yeah.
If you're talking about her.
You guys not hear me?
So why did not you let her talk? Like directly, why did not you talk? with
She
her
didn't come
directly?
up.
She didn't want to.
She didn't.
I've heard both of your sides, and I don't want to make it even worse, but I think you both have same personality.
Who?
Both of
Me
you.
and Alicia?
I mean, we tried being friends and it didn't work, but basically
Don't be friends, just respect each other. That's all.
Well, that's
Don't
what
have
we
to
did
go down to
that
that part.
show when you were there, and then she had this look of disgust on her face, and then she wanted them to side with her and kick me out of.
What
the
I'm trying
show.
to say is, there's no point stressing her out or yourself out. If you don't want to talk about any of these things, don't talk.
Just
about
let it
That's
rest. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
Let it
the
go. Let
Yeah.
it go.
That's true.
Yeah. It's true. Boza.
Person on the street interview, and you said to them, what is the governing dynamic of human freedom? Is there one dynamic that freedom is hinged upon, that without that it falls apart, and with it it grows? Is there one governing dynamic of human freedom? There's a correct answer if you ask somebody what's the governing dynamic of human freedom in the aggregate for the whole
The
species.
three
There is a
expressions of
correct answer.
consciousness.
I did an interview with Aaron Day while I was out there. I actually just posted it on my website and social media. And how many people even there at a freedom festival, at a festival dedicated to the idea of being free? I said it would probably be under 1% of people, and the people that do get the answer correct would probably have learned it from me. And the answer is morality. And I mean true morality, not the garbage notions of religious morality, which I'm going to absolutely annihilate today.
In terms of morality, true morality,
cut.
what do you conceive in terms of the concept of moral?
No, I can see where
terror?
he's coming
The
from.
concept of moral terror.
Passio is not
and how
wrong.
Moral motherfucking terror is
In a
necessary
way that he learned it
in terms of what we're
before
actually up against
most
here.
of the
Well,
people.
the first thing
But he's
I'd
wrong
like to
when he thinks
delineate
it is
is
his.
Let the bozo speak.
Yeah, he's wrong when he says that it is the morality and ethics are flowing out of his asshole. He also learned these things from somewhere. It is not his stuff. He's not the epitome of anything. That's what I'm saying.
It's not
I don't
new
think
knowledge.
He says he does. Yeah, I don't think he says he's the
No,
purveyor
it's
of anything.
it's not new knowledge. It's not his knowledge. It's everybody.
But
You know,
he had just said that they have learned from me. He had just said, if you rewind it, you can see.
And then yet he knows this, but talks to Sethicus Boza, who sells dirt clods for $3,000.
So, gigantic difference between objective morality in nature versus any form of religious morality. And this is the exact reason. Let me try to unfold this in a very stepwise logical progression for people who are slow on the uptake, because there's a lot of those people out there even in our community.
You're talking with
Here's
one.
how it works.
Thank you, Mark.
Only true morality can ever lead to freedom. That's natural law. Period. There's a dynamic in the universe that is placed in the universe by the creator that says if the consciousness of the universe, when it becomes
Arian, don't harm anyone with your words. I might get an email from someone who's really mad at me.
Sorry, guys.
What time is it there? It's like 6 a.m. for Arian.
It's
He's been up all
late
night.
enough.
He gets a little delirious, so I have to.
I have to
warn
work in
everyone.
3 hours. I haven't slept. So.
Whoa.
Arian, show us your hydrogen machine.
Oh, I threw it away because I want to be a more moral person.
You threw away your hydrogen machine?
Yeah.
All right. Bummer.
mature enough to be able to distinguish between actions that are harmful to others versus actions that are not harmful to others, becomes mature, then it gets to direct its evolutionary course in consciousness. Biological evolution gets us up to a certain point, and then intelligence, holistic intelligence, has to take over the reins of evolutionary progression from there. And this is the dynamic that guides it. Either beings in the aggregate of any given community, anywhere in the universe, understand the objective laws of morality, which is natural law. It's the behavioral governing dynamics that have to do with our behavior and whether they are truly objectively moral or not. If they are, then we are gifted what is called true freedom to use our free will to continue to evolutionarily evolve ourselves forward in consciousness. If we break natural law, we refuse to learn true objective morality, and we become an immoral species in the aggregate, we go into the states called disorder, chaos, annihilation, extinction. If you know the law of freedom in the aggregate, as a population becomes more moral, objectively, they become more free. In the aggregate, if a population of beings becomes more immoral, they become more enslaved. That's the law of freedom anywhere in the universe. That's how freedom is governed by natural law. And if you're a dark occultist that wants to hide that law, that wants to occult it and hide it from the average dumb dunce, they will not listen to reason, they will not listen to logic. They think they know better than the smartest among them, and they're dumb as a sack of horse shit.
I mean, fuck, dude, it's a factor in terms of the fact that they're under a dark spellcast, in context of emotional mind control, on top of the fucking needlecraft,
So
and fucking
funny.
signaling with this goddamn
It's
fucking
too
weapons
funny.
technology that I know for a fucking fact, as far as my observations are concerned, is amplifying all the fucking programming and all the fucking
Walk
bullshit
the
that
talk,
these
bozo.
specific grid works of consciousness.
Exposing Passio and
And
Boza
in terms of
makes
cosmic law
it
and how
makes
it's manipulated
it your
by
programming.
the dark ones in context. They know it's all about our state of mind. This is what I've been saying for years as well. What the
Stop
fuck
appealing
is
to
wrong with this
Passio.
shit?
Oh,
shit.
Right.
He's getting
Every
mad.
opportunity to correct the lack of logical thinking, every opportunity to correct the brain fog is all before.
It's almost like Mark gave us all these guys on the network as examples of what not to do, the wrong way of doing things.
Exactly. That's what I have been telling in my videos as well. These are the exact same people that people should not follow.
Yeah.
Basically.
It's like he's taking advantage of their space
I want
to
look
remind
at-
us, hey guys, if you can read between the lines, I know that this guy is full of shit, but I'm gonna tell him, like maybe, who knows?
I want to wait for Mark Pessio's the day Mark Pessio will realize what poser truly is, and I want to look at his face that day, because he's using this person and he has no idea. He has no idea how this person is playing him for a fool for so long.
It's weird because like all the guys I've noticed, a lot of the dudes that are in that circle really look up to Boza with this like weird macho admiration. They're like,
Fake.
oh, he's this like he's like this macho guy that I need to be like, you know. And it's
Yeah,
just
he's
like,
their
are you guys
macho.
out of your fucking mind? I was hanging out with dudes like this when I was like 14, listening to death metal and Pantera and shit and smoking cigarettes and stuff. Like, this is a phase you grow out of a long time ago, you know.
He's the 21-year-old at Hot Topic that offers to buy you beer for the high school party.
Yeah. No, don't say he reminds me of like one of my friends' cool older brothers who's like a metalhead, like Hesher dude.
Yeah, and
like,
you guys steal his weed because, you know, yeah, he's not home.
Yeah. You know where his stash is. Yeah, exactly.
Macho guy who cannot spell waste properly. WAIST
No.
is waste of his time.
or anything. His website is just
Dude's
oh my
illiterate.
god, like completely illiterate.
Well, it's one thing.
And he's got all these other people writing like him. All his guys, they're all starting to write in all caps.
Word
and
salad.
like, oh yeah, just it's crazy. Good.
Well, it's
Virus is
insulting
spreading.
too. Like if you're gonna ask for anywhere from $300 to $3,000 for rocks and consulting, have like
Rune casting.
run your text through
Rock, paper,
like spell
scissors.
check.
Spell
Like,
check.
I'm sorry that like the balls are huge to do that, to ask for that much money for people.
And have it be
Like-
all full of mistakes and errors.
And
like,
talk about morality. Yeah.
Yeah, the mind
Yeah.
virus is spreading through the network, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't be talking smack about these guys if they weren't really hurting people mentally, psychologically.
I can understand why Marcus says what he says
Confiscation.
because a lot of things he has stolen from Buddhism. So I can understand every single thing he says, why he says, how he says. But the reason, the main issue is all these people that they don't have the same stuff going on, right? They're not same group. When Mark is saying something, Boza just start to kiss his ass and he start to add his stuff just
Yeah,
to
appeal to
present-
Mark.
yeah, just to present himself as if he has become Marcus. You know, this is called identity. Like when you merge your identities.
No,
so
Yeah.
this is
he-
really sick. Yeah,
he was kind of stomping all over Mark's dick. Even like he interrupted him a lot and like tried to kind of lord over him a little bit. Is what I got out of it when I watched it
Mark,
earlier.
yeah,
I
that's
was kind
what
of
he was.
surprised.
Spells
just to
the
maintain
hammers.
that dynamic that he's some superior something.
Yeah, exactly. Which is scary. Yikes.
Yeah.
And Mark takes it from him, though, too. Like, how many
Perfectabilis.
people does Mark let, like, kind of do that to him?
Not much. And Rose 777 had a good point. She was like, why is he hanging out with the same dudes he hung out with 10 years ago and there's no one new around? Like, it's still these guys? Like, don't you
Because
have better
he's
people at
exploiting.
this point? Yeah.
He's exploiting his emotional Passio is actually going through a lot of stuff. He's narcissist.
Oh, yeah, for
he
sure.
does not explain it.
Why would you abandon
So
your
he
yes?
feeds
Narcissist.
Vampires are exploiting it. Like, they saw Mark's weakness with the network. They saw Mark needs help, and then they gave him satanic help, where they're actually like, let me find you. Yo, you lost your wallet, and they're gonna look for it, and they're gonna fucking pocket it. They're taking.
I mean, he
advantage
has
of
a lot of knowledge,
Oh.
man. But you know, like they are taking advantage of his knowledge and twisting it. You know, I feel
I
really.
used to respect Mark Passio actually. I used to
Yeah,
respect
man,
him.
a lot. He.
I want to respect.
He's one of the first people that like totally shifted my consciousness. You know, like focus. And I
Yeah.
met you guys and everything, and now seeing him hang out with these people are like, what the fuck, man? Come on.
Just tell him to blink twice if he needs help, and we'll pull up in
Yeah.
a van and get him out of there, bro. Like, because he literally is like, he looks
VGT
like
will roll up in a
a
van.
hostage to me, bro. Like, he needs some deprogramming. Like, when you have people who need to leave a cult, because like some guy can start a good organization, and then remember Fight Club? his name was Robert Paulson. In death, people have names. Remember that shit? And then Tyler Durden or the other character, he got freaked out by his own followers when he was saying, like, no, it wasn't supposed to be like this. But the idea of Project Mayhem ended up taking on a life of its own. That's what happened. The One Great Network became an egregore.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Mark Bessius, he has idealized something, and Bessius is cashing this thing. Because whatever the fuck Bessius says, it is good, it's all nice and all stuff, but you cannot see it in even Mark Bessius. So when you cannot see something in Mark Bessius, how can he preach anybody all these things, right?
Yeah. And like, I don't even, like, it's not like I disagree with any of the stuff they're talking about, really. It's just, it's so cringe, and there's so much deception going on. Look at this guy's eyes. Yikes.
Yeah, you can't not comment about it. Yeah,
it's really hard, and that's what was funny, because someone posted in the ENL group, that guy Theo Lux posted Derek Bartolocelli posted a Boza video, and Nemo right off the bat was just like, who the fuck is this? Why do I need to watch this? Because everyone's like, oh, you have to watch this. And it's like, why do I gotta watch this guy? Like, you know, it's like, to anyone, not that you can judge completely just by looking at someone, but like, you know, it just
was an anime. It was an anime thing of a werewolf.
Oh yeah, tell us about that.
And then we find out that this other guy, like, I found this out at the same time we found out about Vivek's channel, and then I did like a dive like on you know, I googled like Sethicus bogus is fake or something like that.
Yeah.
And then I found this video of a dude that was talking about, because Thunder Wizard has a fake martial art that he made up and he sells, you know, and so Sethicus Boza was claiming to know this secret martial art. Vivek knows about it too, you know, because we're high, you know, we're high up there in the knowledge. So it turns out that Boza,
Thunder Wizard is actually a actor also.
Yeah,
he's a failed actor.
Oh, he is? Okay, I didn't know that. Holy shit.
Yeah.
But he was reading off an anime wiki, and this one guy actually showed it word for word. He's reading word for word from this like you know, like one punch, one kill, like freaking anime wiki, and like he was reading, and he was like, I forget what it was called,
Straight
but
fake,
it was like
fake shit.
like the Black Shadow Fist or something like that. Yeah, basically, like, he's like
Fist of the Dragon.
Basically,
Yeah, the thing is, you don't have to go into all these things either. You can see that this person is fake as hell. You can see this just when he speaks, how he lives, how he behaves.
And then the website is like, that gives it away too. You go to his website, it's like, holy shit.
And the fact that he curates an image, he's in character, he's wearing a costume.
Yeah.
It might as well be Gene
Cosplay.
Simmons up here, bro.
Yeah.
I have so badass look.
Actually,
Clint Eastwood style.
Gene actually has done some things.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
But these people, they are dangerous. They can be dangerous. They can really taint your reputation. They can really affect you negatively.
Confiscates.
Boza actually has this thing. He does know some dark stuff where he can like engage your psyche in certain things. And
He reminds me of Keller a lot.
Yeah, he's a serial killer or something. I don't know. I mean, he has the personality of like that. I'm not saying that he's serial killer, but when you go 1-to-1 with this person, he just want to murder you.
Yeah.
He want to murder you the moment you go against this person. He just want to erase you. That's what Boza is.
So Adrian, Vivek, and another one of our panel members that's not here right now, Braxton, both went to Boza and paid for some of his classes, and like both got ripped off. I think Boza threatened Vivek. Braxton was supposed to be on the network after taking his class, and Boza never put him on the network. Like, there's just like sketchy shit, you know.
Gummy character.
Yeah, and then me and Allie dig a little deeper online and on Reddit, and there's some crazy stuff about him on there. Not that everything on Reddit is 100%. I'm not going to say what it said, but there was some more weird stuff, and more people that have been ripped off, and people that were angry, that just like saw. I mean, Vivek saw it coming. He was like right off the bat. He was like, "Oh, this guy's scamming me. He's just trying to learn shit about me so he can woo me with some BS fucking fake call me for your free reading." What's her name? The lady, Mrs. Cleo. Miss Cleo. Like
cold
crystal ball shit.
Psychological projection and all that. Like super manipulative
tarot readings and shit, rune readings, rune card readings, but for like big bucks,
Yeah. Now
and then if you don't like the service, he threatens you.
Right.
Yeah. Now he's asking for $1,700 or something.
I mean, sounds like maybe he became his effigy. Maybe he became a parasite of his own.
He is the parasite. He was the parasite.
Right.
When you refuse to become the parasite, he calls you parasite.
He's a parasite.
What?
Arian's delusion. He's delirious. He's very sleepy.
Bozo needs to be exposo.
Hello, people. It's here. It's available unto you.
Oh.
How fucking lazy are you? Are you driven or are you lazy?
Most of these motherfuckers.
Most of these motherfuckers. I've been too lazy to communicate with people.
Now, and this is one of the first assignments that I give my initiates. You must start to become the master of your own thought and emotion, knowing how to think things on purpose and how to feel into things on purpose with focused intention.
That's right.
The last segment that I just put out, I just want to fuck off on the fact that everyone in this motherfucking realm is so unbelievably distracted, getting pulled on, energetically speaking. I can feel this shit.
There's endless distractions throughout our society. Social media, nonsense on TV, nonsense out in society.
I think by now the motherfuckers will be using this technology and these platforms.
He's winding Mark up like a doll.
Let's go back to the dynamic I was talking about. If you know that the law of freedom is what ultimately governs an entire species state of whether they're free or enslaved, and it's hinged upon objective morality, not religious morality, but true objective morality. What do you think a priest class that is guiding and directing humanity towards slavery is going to want to do? They're going to want to confuse people over what objective morality is by giving them a bunch of nonsensical, conflicting religious morality that they're going to fight over forever, that they're going to fight over until they destroy each other. How can people still believe in bullshit religion? I'm in a foul, pissy mood over it today because the very first thing that I wake up to, I glance through my social media while I'm having my morning coffee, and I see something from Jeffrey Phillips. What are the 7 deadly sins? And this is something that I did an entire presentation on. And again, you don't have to be religious to believe that there are sins that harm yourself and humanity. There are things that we shouldn't be engaged in as far as behavior is concerned. And for something to be considered a transgression, you don't even have to use the word sin if you're uncomfortable with its religious context. He used the word sin. He must be completely into religion. Sin is a word that means a transgression. What is it a transgression against? First of all, transgression is very similar to aggression, and there's a reason for that. A transgression means that you violated someone else's rights. You've done something that is morally wrong, and therefore you've committed a transgression. Because I guess transgression was too much of a big word for fucking retards think and know the meaning of and remember. So they shortened it to the word sin in religion, connotatively in religion.
And how it correlates everything in context to what I teach with the mystery school. Deregulation of
the mystery school,
targeting of the mind, and how that happens. The word sin was equated to an ancient moon god.
That's right.
The moon.
These guys.
The
Mark didn't just tell him
physically speaking, in context to the actual goddamn fucking nervous system, which is how they're able to manipulate the gauge of our perception.
That's right. Emotionally. That's exactly how they do it. That's exactly correct. Were you moving toward the sun, which is the light, which is knowledge, which is brightness,
talks about all
morality,
things,
intelligence, or are you moving toward the moon, which is sin, which is letting the emotions be out
he
of
does
control,
all these
trying
things.
to guide what.
This is Boza does all these things, and he make it about somebody else. The dark one, this one, that one. Boza does exactly these things, and he drives the sadistic pleasure when he make it about somebody else.
Boza has a character. Mark has a character. This is like pro wrestling. They're doing kayfabe. They have a general script, and they agree and they add and they improvise. This is Jack.
Well, remember the last video we got of Boza? Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah.
The last video we watched of Boza was him reacting to us, or him reacting to everyone reacting to us and telling everyone that fear was letting them, fear was taking control of them and not making them look right in a time they're supposed to be looking right, which obviously was a projection also.
It was. He's scared of me.
Yeah.
They're scared of all these guys are scared shitless of anyone finding out that this network is lame.
Yeah, mortified,
because horrified.
Their ego, they're narcissists, so they
ego's all wrapped up in the whole
Google
network
themselves
thing
every day, bro. Every day they Google themselves.
Well, they know the perverse intention. I think is what they deep down they know that's there, and they have to. That is their life. Their life depends on covering that up and putting that mask.
Exactly that. Exactly that.
Yeah. If you just lived by this natural law, then it would everything would be cool, dude. Like just right behavior. It's not right behavior to host a pyramid scheme. So and then they want to cover it up, and when they could just stop it.
It's like the vampire has to be invited so that he can kill you, right, in the house.
Right.
Yeah. So they use this natural law rhetoric, this bozo guy.
Yeah.
To make you invite them, to accept
for sure.
And then when you invite them, they like totally confuse you and totally misdirect you.
Yep.
Anyone could go to any of his videos and leave a comment and get a response from him in 2 seconds. He'll be like, "Hey, here's my website. Check this out. Do you need coaching? Do you need some rocks? Do you need some snake oil? Do you need some swords? I can sell you swords, really expensive swords. Like
have a bridge in Brooklyn."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I left a comment and he didn't comment it on. It's been 2 or 3 days.
Oh, well, he knows you.
Well, what did you say?
I mean, if I'm important enough for him to know about me, he'll never
he
say
knows
it.
us. He knows the show.
Yeah, that's that ignoble silence where, he's like, I have to be a silent devil on this one.
Well, he's at least a little smarter than most of the other guys.
Boza only speaks when he has some exploit on you.
Yeah,
he will stay quiet for years. The moment he will get some exploit about you, some vulnerability, because he's a predator. He waits stalking people.
Oh, like a tiger.
The moment he has.
They don't look
Predator.
when you're looking at a tiger, they don't jump on you. The moment you turn your head, that's when they jump.
Yeah, that's what Boza is in plain words.
That's what our cat does too.
Yep.
Tiger's cat. Big kitty.
Yeah.
You think is right and correct by emotions only.
What's that?
What?
What, Aryan?
Energy vampires.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Money vampire.
Boza is the dark priest
And,
class. When he
Just
says
money.
that it is somebody else, what Boza does is what Boza did. He did all the things that he was talking about dark priest class later on to me, and then he was telling me that there was a moment when he was doing these things and he was saying that some dark ones are doing. So he fucks with your head, and he says that whenever I try to help somebody, these dark ones come and they affect it.
Wow.
He literally said these things to me.
Dude, that's
and I knew all these things. That he was the one.
Because it's like, dude, it's like hypnotism. It's dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
Inside the web brain.
He exploit all the vulnerabilities, all the things he can exploit.
Sorry.
But he does it in the context of helping you, so you let your psychic defense down, and it really does. That's twisted, bro.
Yeah.
He is the person he claims to fight against.
Got no brain.
Dude, and that's why this is not like
what's going on with Aryan?
Aryan's delirious. It's very early
late
where he is.
Was it like 7 in the morning there? He's been up all night.
He's been up all night.
Can't follow anymore.
That's what's wrong with Aryan.
Dude, sleep tight. Don't let Boza bite.
Oh,
yikes.
Oh.
All right. Let's get back.
Instead of through knowledge, that not being in your emotional control, and then that reflects in your behavioral control.
It reflects in terms of how people process the gauge of their perception, and then from there, in terms of the will force, which is what the sun is,
That's right.
Actions.
How they behave.
They follow in fucking suit. So the
100%.
So the gauge of our perception to process, which is the secret between the sun and the moon, is manipulated by all this shit that we're fucking talking about. You don't have a fucking goddamn fucking chance in terms of what's being fucking implemented. You're gonna get sucked into the goddamn fucking meat grinder, spit out the other end in terms of another incarnation someplace else or some other fucking timeline when you didn't get the goddamn fucking memo that Mark and myself and other people
Oh man, the fucking
know the difference. I've been working to fucking drive this whole goddamn fucking time.
That's right.
I hate having to go back to the basics, man.
Got Derek Barlocelli over here.
These people were arguing on social media. Listen to the level of retardation. They're literally trying to say that the church's versions of, quote, the 7 deadly sins, which are pride, gluttony, sloth, lust, anger, jealousy, and greed, are actual sinful behaviors instead of emotional states. I mean, can you believe it? So I just lusted. I'm jealous of something. Find the behavior. Where's the behavior? Where's the action that just took place? Transgression has to be rooted in action, ladies and gentlemen.
Behavior is when you don't
do something to transgress the rights of someone else. Gluttony, right? Oh, 2 days ago, I ate too much. Well, I engaged in gluttony. I engaged in gluttonous behavior. Did I do something that violated somebody else's rights? If you say I did, you're a fucking moron retard. And that's how you got to be talked to if you're that dumb. You can't be nice to somebody who's that fucking stupid. When somebody's that fucking stupid, they don't deserve respect. They deserve to be yelled at in their fucking face and told they're a fucking retard. Even if I eat too much, it's an action I did unto myself. I didn't do it against somebody else's rights. Now listen to the real 7 deadly sins and clean the shit out of everybody listening. Clean the shit out your ears and pay fucking attention. Listen to the qualitative difference between the church's bullshit sins versus the real ones that break natural law: murder, assault, rape, theft, trespass, coercion, deception. Morons.
Bullshit.
Not the church's versions. This is the problem. Is that people are so loaded with shit in their fucking ears from religion
the problem
that they
with
can't
this person
understand.
is
I just laid out 7 fucking behaviors that violate other people's rights. Whereas the 7 deadly sins of the fucking so-called church, the retards of the fucking church, tell you that fucking emotional states are your fucking sins. And then people go, well, hold on, let me see if I can get the drool coming out of my fucking lips correct from the retards.
Let me answer this
bullshit. Well, guys, there's no rape without lust. I mean, can I say it any more fucking Down syndrome? Accent? There's no rape without lust. Yeah, well, I've lusted over fucking women. I'm sure you have. Did you go out and fucking rape them?
No.
It's not the same fucking behavior, morons.
For a second.
And this is what has to be screamed in people's fucking face.
Whoa. So when he's talking about all these things, like churches words and this and that, actually churches are right. Why they are right? You just don't go murder somebody without the buildup of anything. And the reason that the churches are right, because when you, like, everybody have this thing, like anger, rage, whatever the hell they are saying, 7 deadly sins. But if you start to live into those things, so they lead you to murder somebody. If you have, if you practice,
ignorant,
these things can come to you, like lust can come to you. But you have, if you don't have anything, you let it ride you. But when you have something, like when you have developed a character, when you've developed a personality, something, so you can resist them. So that becomes healthy. So if you don't do this, then this thing leads to murder. So my question is wrong.
Of the way that they're
resist watching porn so you don't rape, right?
Well,
no.
Yeah, I mean,
rape is not about lust. If you go into this thing psychologically, rape is more about control. It's not about lust. You can you can read this thing. Yeah, actually about this thing.
It's almost impossible to do the transgressions without the underlying negative traits, right? So like
rape is more about power dynamics and all stuff.
What my thing is like, obviously rape is more damaging than lust or anger or ego.
When we are talking in terms of rape, that does not come from lust, that comes from something else. If you actually study psychology, you will understand this is coming from
ego, mostly ego, greed.
Show that I'm more powerful than you. You are my subject, like that.
Yeah.
But the thing is that they're harvesting those negative emotions to get you to give them money. That's a problem. They need you to embrace the negative emotions, even if they're not associated with the actions, because that's part of their sinister alchemy, is they want you to be like,
you just
they
don't
want
go
you
to
be
somebody's
greedy
house and
so
murder
that
a
you can
person.
join their scam, basically. Like, it's almost like what they're saying is not wrong, as in the actions are wrong, and I'm not saying that everything the church teaches is right, but what I'm saying is they want you to drop your faith in religion and then just believe everything they say.
Yeah,
and that includes giving
I
them
mean,
money.
Muslim people, like, you know, the women, they put hijabs or burqas to like avoid the lust from men. I don't know what, or like to guard themselves from
Those religions rely on insecurity, and so
yeah.
everybody naturally lusts and gets angry and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
So I get it.
Subject, yeah.
Yeah, and then they use that internalized feelings of like badness
see,
to
there's a
exploit.
factor of
Fear.
lust as well, but lust does not drive you to rape. It is for power, for the control.
Yeah.
That makes you animal-like, right?
But Mark is just like Mark, and especially Boza and these guys. It's like
He's wrong. What I was saying is, you cannot murder a person. You cannot go to somebody's house without having a grudge, something, and just plain murder anybody without having this rage, hate, whatever he was talking about in terms of 7 deadly sins.
I
So
mean, you
actually,
cannot be a politician if you don't want to be in a position of power. You know, like, also, like,
yeah, okay.
anybody who engages in politics, they want to be in to have some power over other people, you know.
Yeah, exactly. The
I'm
politics
not a
exists because
saint,
people.
but I noticed
Yeah.
that they have like the 5 thieves of happiness, anger. So
Same stuff.
Yeah.
In Hinduism,
you know,
Rag
yeah.
Dev, Rag
Yeah.
Dvesh, this, yeah.
Yeah, so these are like the character traits that lead to the stuff that sends you to hell. Anger,
Rag
lust, and
means
greed
obsession.
are mostly like for actions. Then, right, attachment, rag, or sometimes they call it lobha, greed, lobha.
Lobe, yeah.
Yeah. Ahankara,
Dvesh,
like false ego,
Ahankar, ego, yeah.
and kama, lust. But
Yeah.
yes, the thing is, these dudes don't want to actually transmute, like they don't want to,
Because they want to teach Christians and religious people a lesson first, then they want to do whatever the fuck they were blamed when Christianity or somebody else was in power, and then they want to make them like satanic or something.
Well, they want
so
to
that these
enjoy
people
themselves mostly,
can live
like,
guilt free finally. This is
yeah.
more psychological. Yeah.
There's no doubt that those things have to be overcome.
So people call these people Satanists. Now they are taking revenge on people when they have some power or something. So whatever the fuck they are doing, this is for that.
We
It has
shall
nothing to do with
overcome.
any humanity. I think it's late for you people. What time is it for you?
6:40.
It seems like these dudes want to
In
live
the-
forever in some realm that they run and have all
Yeah.
the good stuff.
I had this
It's
discussion with
literally all
Buza.
attached to their identity. It's all ego attachment. It literally is. They think that like the point of the world is for them to have the best time possible.
Yeah, I had this discussion with Buza with about immortality, and I was just joking with this person, and he was being very serious about this stuff. He actually
fucking
has
ego,
this
the fucking person, the fucking. Bozo with the fucking.
Yep, you're muted. I see the
vocabulary.
icon and
That's why no one was noticing. They're just these dudes are pissed they haven't gotten their 3 wives yet.
Right. Yeah, dude, they want all of it. They want it all and they want it now. Just like the song.
They want a hammam like sultans.
Yeah, harem. Yeah.
Haram. Haram.
Absolutely.
Do you
because
want
they're
to
fucking
waste-
retarded because of fucking religion.
Oh shit!
And this
Mark,
is why
sorry.
we're enslaved. I don't live an enslaved existence. I'm fucking unjustly enslaved because of other people's morality.
Because of their fucking goddamn behavior and choices.
Oh, shit.
And the actions they're fucking taking. The fuck shit. No. It is all about the state of mind, but actions are the only thing that manifest anything.
Correct.
What?
It's the actions you take in context to the results that you yield that actually fucking matter. This is what I've been telling my whole fucking crew, everyone that I'm in correspondence with.
fucking being the fucking fake.
My whole fucking matters at the end of the day is the actual goddamn fucking
the
results
bozo crew.
that's manifesting in your fucking life.
That's it.
Not what you think or fucking feel about a goddamn fucking thing.
Right.
That doesn't lead to fucking results. That leads to inspiration.
That's right.
That gets the fucking motor going. That gets the gauge of the perception going. But the actual fucking actions you're taking, if they're not in alignment, like you've always said, Mark, unless thought, will, and action are in alignment, and I'll even add to that in context to core intelligence, where the fuck do you think the path is going to fucking lead?
Oh, shit.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not putting the
Hey, don't talk
church's
to Mark like that, dude.
deadly sins on a pedestal and saying go and do all those things. I'm not saying engage in
I don't
counterproductive
want anyone
pride.
that just heard Mark what he said to take him out of
Whoa.
fucking context.
Right.
Gotta keep things in context. That's another fucking thing.
We're not glorifying.
Exactly.
We're not glorifying those states of consciousness, those modalities of consciousness or emotion. I'm not saying go out there and be counterproductively prideful,
or gluttonous, or
anger, gluttony, sloth, lust, all of that. I'm not putting those up on a pedestal and glorifying them. Yes, they can lead to wrong behavior if you stay in those modalities of consciousness all the time and you don't work on yourself to bring your consciousness up to a higher level of awareness and understanding. Let that drive your behavior. Let those good states drive your behavior. We're not saying stay anchored in terrible consciousness modalities. No one is saying that. No one is saying let's worship this form of consciousness. We're saying that isn't the actual transgression that takes place internally. Therefore, the worst thing that it can be is an emotional state that is not productive to higher consciousness, which is called a vice. It is not a crime. Vices and crimes are two different things. This is what Sethicus means when he means core intelligence. Can you truly tell the difference between things? Do you know how to distinguish one thing from the other? That's where wisdom comes from. That's where the ability to direct your behavior for the better comes from. It comes from that core intelligence of being able to distinguish two completely different and separate things. Action is what manifests in the natural realm and therefore brings us the result.
And also being able to separate the difference between what's coming from a place of core intelligence versus how your ass is being fucking manipulated mentally and emotionally speaking. Again, how they target the
By you.
how they target the gauge of our perception. Now, with all the fucking
Derek
shit
almost.
that has been happening, taking it back to this quote again.
It's
The
trying
Third
to
World
sound
War
like
must be
bozo.
fomented by taking advantage by the differences.
Derek,
There it
dude.
is. There's the
We love
dialect.
Derek
There's the
Charlie.
calculation fucking factor right goddamn fucking there in terms of government, in terms of religions, in terms of that split down your own fucking mind. And you're not connected from a place of core intelligence. They know the difference in terms of all this. They know it's all about our state of fucking mind. And mind, as far as I'm concerned, is our entire beingness on a multidimensional level.
It's scary.
Think about how they're fucking
Can you hear yourself
physicality,
here?
so we can't even integrate higher consciousness capacity to be able
Oh,
to see
man.
the shit that we don't even know is fucking running our asses in terms of the fucking goddamn collective. It's not
The White
happening with
Dragon
me
is
and Mark.
back.
We can separate ourselves from this fucking shit. And right now, the storm in terms of this fucking realm, it's one of the biggest storms I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. Now.
It's unbelievable what they're doing to people on every level.
They're just going with it.
The news that they take into their mind, the food and drink they take into their body, the air they breathe, radionics, all kinds of manipulative energies. And you know what people are? They're the Starship Enterprise with their shields down, getting fired upon by the Klingons and Romulans. That's what they are. Okay, that's what literally they are. There's no psychic shielding being bombarded. They don't even have any immune system shielding because they're all doing the wrong things nutritionally and with what they're taking into their body. I see family members that have been stricken with the same afflictions and same diseases for 20, 30 years. And I've been telling them, you can't do the same thing and get a different result. That's called insanity. That's called being a fucking retard. You're doing the same thing, you're getting the same result, and you're saying, I want a different result. I'm in the hospital again. You know what I say to them? You fucking belong there. You deserve it. Suffer. Suffer until your mind fucking changes and changes your behavior. You belong where you're at. And this is what humanity deserves. Humanity deserves chaos, destruction, disorder, slavery, extinction. We don't deserve anything better based on how we have thought, felt, and behaved. That's what we have to accept. We're doing it to ourselves. No one's doing it to us.
This is why. And this is the real secret in terms of what the mythos actually teaches, the mythos of my ancestors. When Odin sacrificed himself unto himself, he went unto
That's
himself.
not religion.
This is how things actually fucking work.
This is not
Go
religion.
yourself down the wrong goddamn fucking path, you're going to face the fucking consequences. However, make the right moves. if you adhere
Oh,
to things
shut
in
the
terms
fuck
of
up
knowledge.
already.
Listen, what do you think the result is going to be in the face of all this fucking contrast? We are going to be in a place of thriving in one of the most fucking chaotic times of madness that this entire fucking realm has ever fucking been in. Okay, you want to take it to Kali Yuga, you want to take it to fucking Ragnarok, all these fucking things.
Oh shit! New Age or
obviously
no.
Catch me a copyright strike there.
Yeah.
Massive attack. He uses all the tricks. He gets all the best music. At least not, I mean, the black metal stuff, but these like using like dubstep, you know, like a bit like the most uplifting music, or the most like serious sounding music. Lots of smoke and mirrors going on. But yeah,
Kali Yuga, yeah.
Go ahead.
Kali Yuga, Boza is using New Age stuff now. Now he has become New Ager. He's using Odin. He has become religious. But hey, what these people do is they blame you for whatever the fuck they are going to do first. Then they use this thing as a intellectual something like masturbation or something.
They show you what they're gonna do, like the dark occultists do. You know, they have to show you.
Boza is mentally ill.
If you allow it, then it's your fault.
He's not even dark occultist, because I challenged this person. I triggered him like all the way.
I possess
He could not
him.
do anything about it, because he cannot do anything about it. As long as you feed this psychopath any power, he's going to exploit that. The moment you stop giving him any power, you look into these fools' faces and see clowns in that. These people, they have no control over you after that, or any other person for that matter.
No, it starts to be funny, like it should be. You look at Boza's videos, and it's like you should laugh. And the same thing with like using like the metal aesthetic and like even like the black metal thing. There's sort of like an element of theater and dressing up that fans of that music genre sort of understand. Like so it's funny to see him take it seriously. We were talking about
that's
this
also
earlier.
an issue. There's also an issue because that will entrain you. If you accept something subconsciously and you keep repeating that thing, that will entrain you once again. So
it's
that's
like
how
people,
he tricks.
It's like when people listen to, like, example, some metal music, they like the melodies, but they don't listen to the lyrics. You know, and the lyrics may be really, really immoral and really bad. You know, like killing, you know, or something like that.
Yeah, the
But
synchronize.
it sounds so good, you know. Yeah. Bozo, he looks so badass, but he's a spit shit, you know, like.
He's a coward. He will hide in a hole if you actually confront him in front. Like as
He's
long as
using-
he's alone,
he's
he will hide.
using
But when he has some
natural law
weapons or
as
something,
a mask, you know.
So on this episode of Who the Fuck Did Mark Put on the Network, we got St. John back again. I continued my conversation with St. John, and I checked out a couple of his videos. This one's pretty funny.
This is a special service announcement from fucking St. John. Let me tell you something, man. You think you're gonna fucking take my money and go murder babies with that shit? Fuck you, man. Fuck you. You ain't gonna stop what the fuck me and Bobby are doing, and Jerry and the rest of us. You ain't gonna fucking stop us with your fucking bullshit. How come everybody I fucking know has some bullshit going on in their lives because of your fucking nonsense? Yeah, I'm talking to you, the fucking voter, the fucking politician, the fucking worker for the fucking bullshit.
Gross.
I'm talking to
This
you.
is
Listen
hilarious.
to me. You take my fucking money and you go murder fucking babies with it? Fuck you. Fuck you. That's my fucking special fucking request. Go fuck yourself.
What the fuck?
That guy's on the network. That guy's on the network.
I can't believe this shit. This is serious?
More like nutwork.
Yeah, this
Is
guy's
this
on
serious?
Mark Passio's network. Yeah,
Is this a skit?
that's him being Mark. He wants everyone to do videos like that. Go out and scream into the camera like me, and you'll no wonder.
No, and then call yourself a saint.
Yeah, call yourself
Guy's
a
name
saint.
is Saint John. So
I mean, it's really cringe.
And
Really.
he swears he didn't make it up. He swears people call him that.
What? Oh, the name.
Saint John.
The name.
Yeah. But
You fucking fall he's like from New Jersey, man. You fucking know.
yeah, no, he's from Philly. He's from where? No, he's one of Mark's yes men. He lives in Philly, and so he. Last week we saw that Jerry was broadcasting from Mark's studio, and everyone on the panel had a big old smile on their face. They were so proud to be in the panel verse with someone in Mark's room.
The iconic backdrop.
Yeah.
That Mark uses.
I think St. John and Jerry went over to Mark's to get some steam back, since we took so much steam out of their sales in the last couple of months. But pretty shocking. The alien lady who sent us death threats.
Oh,
Jerry said she was going to kill me and Darren because of words. And she said,
John wanted to fight you.
And St. John wanted to fight me instead of talking to me about specifically why he didn't like me or why any of these people in the network liked me.
St. John, come to Australia.
So Mark is wrong. You can't be taught. You can't be taught. This means that some people just can't be taught, dude. Because what happens is when you question their delusion, they'll fucking kill you. Yeah. So do you just let people be delusional? Because you take someone from being delusional to like now you're getting death threats and you can't be taught. Even if someone tells you the truth, you still have to realize it yourself.
One death threat network.
Yep, death threat network. It's crazy.
He says people can be taught. No. They have to be at a state of spiritual evolution where they're ready to receive.
Or have something like like the transformational power of like trauma or something really gnarly happening in one's life. I'm just thinking like it.
Right. To choose
I've known in person.
Be different. Yeah.
Yeah. To have that switch.
Different. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because really trauma is like, okay, so trauma, or you want to call it suffering, like being in the world should frustrate you to the point where you do spiritual like work on yourself for self-improvement. Like, because if everything was perfect, why would we need to grow?
It's like parental abandonment.
Exploiting it, like basically like expecting a reward when the reward is that you kind of just accept things the way they are, do the right thing from the choices you have available to you. These guys really want a utopia.
So listen to this. So St. John, so he made all those posts and was like telling me to he made a waiver. And he's all, sign the waiver and we'll fucking meet up and fucking whatever. And I was like, can't we just talk about like stuff?
Our
differences. We have to harm each other's bodies by fighting. And so anyway, I sent him a message. I sent him one of the episodes that he was on. It was the one, the Darren Trash Ape episode of VGT when we were critiquing Darren calling the cops and St. John backed him up and was like, you call the cops, we're in the system, you might as well just call the cops, and all this dumb shit. And so anyway, I was all, hey bro, you made a guest spot on one of my videos, did you ever see it? And I get no response for like a week. And then I sent him something else, but I can't see it anymore for some reason. And I called him a coward. And he's all, cowards hide behind keyboards, I'm busy in the streets doing shit in neighborhoods you would be scared to be in, bro. And I was like, bro, your ego's pretty scary. The blue book is about being humble. You're a walking contradiction. And he's like an AA guy. So, and I know about the blue book, and I know the blue book, tells you, you should be gloating about fucking anything or judging other people.
Better drug. A better
yeah. No.
Exactly. Yeah. 13th step, bro.
Yeah. He's a dry drunk. He's not doing the steps, obviously. And that means he's not doing shadow work because they're pretty similar things. So anyway, He's all, you think you know me? And that's what all these guys say. That's what Derek Bartolcelli, whenever I tell him, hey, bro, remember your shadow work? He's all, well, you think you know me? And it's like, yeah, I see your presentation.
You don't got shit on me.
Yourself. I see how you present yourself to the world. And it's ridiculous. And I think you should do better. And that's all I've been saying to these guys this whole time. I want to be friends with all these guys. But, you know, I don't have to be. And if they're not big enough to figure out, you know, that they might be wrong, who knows? But anyway, he's all, you think you know me? You want more of me? You're a parasite to our community, bro. Again, I'm not a part of your fucking community.
You got no shit on me, boy.
Good luck, Jeffrey. Maybe in your next lifetime you'll figure it all out. Now, if you don't mind, I'm busy doing shit that you can't possibly conceive, bro.
How do you like them apples, bruh?
Putting the principles into action that you deny care. Because I said that the eighth principle is faking gay. Suddenly that means I don't care.
Oh, he did a blasphemy.
Calls me a coward, says the man who wouldn't sign the waiver. All true practitioners don't brag about their accomplishments, bro. And he's all, says the man who has no accomplishments. And I'm all, bro, you'd rather fight me than talk to me about our differences. That shows a lot about where you're at in your recovery. That's another AA thing.
Block button.
AA thing. So he's all, ooh, says the man who calls people pussies and bitches. Oh, really? When did I say that? You don't know what I've done because I don't go around bragging like you. That's me. Which means you don't do nothing. You're all pussies and bitches, sensitive little egos that are scared to resolve conflicts. You'd rather fight. You'd rather fight than resolve a conflict. In my neighborhood, in my neighborhood, you call someone a bitch, there won't be any waivers. Oh shit. Flight, no. But when it comes to you, yes. Oh, fight. Because I was like, you'd rather fight. And he's all, no, but when it comes to you, yes, I'm special. But he can't articulate to me why he doesn't like me. You are showing me your true colors. It took me very little energy to get you to show me you're nothing but a faker. I'm sorry. I'm really busy doing shit that matters. Sorry, I can't feed off your parasitic nature today, Jeffrey. Yeah, get back to feeding that ego, bro. Thanks. You'll see you in the next lifetime when you get ready to do the brain work. Well, you can't even articulate why you don't like me. You can't articulate why you don't like me. You want to fight me, but you can't tell me why. Use your brain, bro. Come on. Because it's my ego that's in your way. Try again.
He's like from a cartoon, man.
I'm like, bro, you brag about yourself 24/7 about all these great things you're doing for everyone and blah, 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 blah. For shadow work practitioners don't behave like that. Yeah, well, they call me St. John. It's not self-proclaimed. What do people call you? Parasite? Scumbag? What?
Oh man, I would just finish the conversation.
Was he spitting when he was saying all these things?
Yeah, you call yourself you call yourself St. John, bro. He's all, do more homework, bro. I'm all, if someone called me St. Jeffrey, I'd tell them to go fuck themselves. Well, you fucking ooze narcissism, bro. And he's all, yeah, real inviting type of guy you are.
Jeff's the only one who ever wants to resolve a dispute. Everybody else wants to hide, block, fight, or kill you. He's the only one who doesn't do run, hide, fight. Jeff is like, let's
run,
talk.
Hide, fight, watch.
Everybody else is like active shooter
the
mode.
issue is everybody think that other person is narcissist. I am also guilty for doing this, but actually studied these things. I don't say these things without any reason unless I see that side. But then again, I'm wrong where I say that they have narcissistic personality disorder. It can be very different from actually having the narcissism.
You know how it is. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead. I will
continue if you want. Yeah, I want to say this. If you want to find, okay, sorry. Okay.
No, go ahead. That was just funny.
Can I continue?
Yeah,
okay.
Sure.
Yes, you can.
So if you want to find flaws in people, you're always gonna find them, right?
Yeah.
But
the issue
it's a matter. If it's a matter of what you're gonna focus on.
Two personality type. that you should always at least actually 3.
Yeah.
Narcissists, psychopaths, and your borderline. There's no point in interacting with these people once you identify these things, because that will be, if you are not a narcissist, if you are already a narcissist, I don't know how to do that, but if you're not narcissist, you cannot even reason.
No.
There's no way, no space for any communication, anything.
Yeah.
And that is the correct way. If you disconnect yourself from these 3 type of people, or personality people have,
Just don't feed them. Yeah.
No, you don't even have to deal with it at all. If person is responsive, if a person is at least ready to have some space, then it's fine. Then also be careful. But if a person, if you go to Boza or anybody else, or Mark Passio, let's say, and you think these people will ever change, it's your fault, not theirs.
People want to be internet celebrities. So what do you think the personalities are that want to be content creators, celebrity kind of things? It brings out the worst in people. Even if they're not naturally inclined to that, they can become they can adopt the maladaptive behaviors of.
That's because of the algorithm.
Yeah.
Algorithm is promoting that. If I don't if you create some content and you want to be authentic, you will have no views. You will.
And what about the behavioral algorithm, the organic behavioral algorithm of the behaviors in Mark's circle? See, so it's monkey see, monkey do. It's this group behavior, they're memeing off each other, like mimetics, they're following group trends. It's become like a cult, if you want to call it that. It's like when cults always smile the same way, and talk about dear leader. Yeah. So it's weird, but it's become, the group has taken on a spirit, so to speak, a life of its own. It's almost become its own cloud and operate within
tribe.
Tribal. Yeah.
Very tribal. Very, very tribal. That's not what it's supposed to be.
They want to kill the people who don't conform, though. That's the
literally
part.
Yeah.
Because of the money, the hustle. Yeah.
Yeah, because they are guilty and they know that their time is running out, and at some point the time will run out. So they want to kill the people. They want to murder the people before they will ever come to understand what is the truth. So that's why they promote this thing. That's why they behave like this. If you talk about Sethicus Boza, do you think he has more, if he tried to change himself, would it be more beneficial for him, or just to continue this thing? Because he cannot change. He has said this thing multiple times. So what he does is he sabotages the people, he sabotages the systems, he sabotages the conversations, he sabotages everything. And after creating the chaos, because he's a predator, so he sit in the corner and then he start to pull what is useful for him.
Yeah, Sethicus never wants to get a job.
No.
Would you hire Sethicus anyway if you had a business? No.
If I had a business of murdering people, maybe.
Or in a band or something, like a front man in a band that you want to look all scary, for a metal band. That's the guy there.
Yeah. No.
Zombie movie.
It definitely smells like an ashtray.
I mean, Logan Hart, he sits by himself and talks to himself in the truck all day.
Logan Hart is a kid. Don't feed this person's anything. He's a kid. He's a stupid kid, and he is going to suffer.
I mean,
he's going to suffer his karma, or whatever you call it. It does not work like this, but the way he's leading his life, I tried to help this person 2-3 years ago, but stay away from these people. Then I realized that this person is also a psychopath. That's why he really is craving for
people in his personal life. So that's a good indicator. If he was nice, I don't think we'd be if he treated people right, we wouldn't be saying things about him. He treats people horribly.
But these people, when you call these people's name, they think that somebody is calling their name. So all attention is good attention.
He screamed at his girlfriend because she asked him what his tattoo meant.
He screamed at
and I told you never to ask me.
He screamed at another girl for watching one of our episodes and asking him about it. He's like, "They're lying. Don't ever talk to them. Don't ever watch any of those guys' videos." She was in the chat earlier. Yeah.
He backstabbed the person who created Wizard Factory with him, Logan Hart. He had a friend, and he backstabbed him, and he stole his idea and everything else. Now he's running that.
Oh yeah, Ryan
Wizard Factory.
Brian Easterday or Ryan or Brian Easterday was the name. They
somebody
used
like
to be
that.
Thunder buddies, and then
he stabbed that person. So
Yeah,
he's a psychopath. He's a relentless psychopath. All he wants is money. All he wants is all sorts of supplies. So that's why he's best friends with these people.
Yeah.
Adrian, I can't believe you stood around here.
I know.
Holy shit, bro.
We've had so many people just bounce from the show like an hour or two in, and just like we never see him again because they're like, "Holy shit!"
Well, we still may never see him again,
We
but
still may
it's a
never
lot
see
of hours though that you stuck around
Yeah.
for.
Thoughts and
a lot of
prayers.
drama.
We also have a lot of things to like change. I myself, I think I have gotten like let this thing get into my head a little bit.
Me too.
Confronting these psychopaths for a while.
Yeah.
So there's a danger like when you fight with this devil for a longer time. So you also start to become like that. So I
Well,
have
you're
that
wasting
fear.
a lot of
almost
energy.
like cocaine because it's the norepinephrine receptors, and like there is a physical drive to it. Like
No, I don't let those things. Actually, I have the control over that because I do meditation. I do actual things. So I don't let
You know what
anything
I'm saying?
happen.
It can make you feel like sick, and like it can be addictive if you let it.
Yeah.
Like it's
But I
something to
keep this
watch.
thing in check.
Yeah.
Like the issue is, we also have certain things that are unchecked. Everybody who's listening, watching, even them. But I can only speak for myself. I think I have a little bit of that because when you go through some sort of this thing, abuse, you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it even if you want. But the thing is, you should keep it in check and do not let this thing take over you.
Yeah. At some point, you gotta stop to really lose.
Yeah,
these
I've reversed
people.
a lot of things. I've reversed
Yeah.
most of it. But these people still create this thing because they know how to suck you back into all that stuff.
Entrainment, right?
Yeah, so that's why I keep it very brief when I talk about these people, and I keep it very pointed so that everybody can see. But apparently people who are fan of these people, they think that somebody is trying to smear because you are not giving all the subtext to these people.
Yeah.
Sometimes the more detail you go into, the more they're going to exploit that. You know.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah.
And I don't create for these people. Actually, I create it for people who will ever come in contact with these type of people. There's no point in telling anything about these people. Even they cannot control it. If they
It's like
try,
the
they cannot.
anti-venom. Like, here, man, don't get infected by this. Don't stay away from the dragon. Like, because it's poison. And you're trying to, like, give, like, people basically let them know, like, dude, stay away from this. Because, like,
I do it because nobody was there telling me these things. So I think when I create these videos or explain these things, so I think at least a person who ever came in contact with these people, they did something like that. So they will have something at least to understand. Otherwise, it will waste their time.
what's so disturbing is that, like we had said before, like Mark actually taught a lot of true information. And how did this whole thing get distorted? Because obviously the world is run by psychopathic people, but what happened here, like when people were actually trying to change something?
Because Mark is not, his core is not good. His core is dark. But
His
he
core?
keep the animal in the cage, and that also destroys him.
Once again, it
after
comes down
doing
to
this,
he didn't work on himself enough before he presented it, or
you cannot reverse these things. Once they happen and you spend a few years in these things, this is very difficult. This is very, very difficult. If you did not have anything else developed parallelly, you cannot fall back to anything good. Right? even if Mark Pesce try today or Sathicus Boozer try today, they cannot return back to how we think they might return back to, because they don't have that thing developed even in the slightest. Even though they can talk about it like intellectually,
right?
They cannot. They never practiced it. It is all words and all this narratives and shows and exploiting other people and all stuff.
And
They don't have anything
actual
functional.
dark priest class are still manipulating people. Psychopaths are still starting world wars. And it's just like
Will's still selling his hydrogen machine.
Yeah.
It will still happen.
Right. That is yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, here's the deal. Like, we can't necessarily prevent all evil from happening, but at least we can not participate in it.
Let Adrian talk about all this thing. Let's hear this him,
Yeah.
because he's here for a long time.
Hey, that sounds like I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. Because
Typical community.
I mean, I've heard about the hydrogen stuff. That's crazy.
No, you can tell anything. You don't have to feed into this thing. You can tell anything that you feel like.
How you been since the class?
I've been good. You know, I've just been looking to unfuck my mind and to actually have some logic and just be able to have like the shadow developed. So I was talking to Jeff. I think that one video or whatever. I've actually really been seeking to develop kind of, you know, a protective measure for people who may be abusive, who would abuse you, who would
This will happen. You cannot stop it. Even like you have to just educate yourself, and you can distance from them. You cannot live in an alternative reality because all the crazy people are here. All the demons are here, and hell is empty. So you have to go through all this thing, but you have to develop certain things for yourself in your personality, so that these things cannot affect you, even when you are surrounded by these things. And that happens with practice. If you practice things, if you develop an actual, what Mark Pesce says, morality and ethics, according there's no objective. You cannot read these things objectively somewhere, but you have to decide that how I should react in this moment. Take a pause, speak with yourself that what is my personality type? Am I this fucked up, or am I not this fucked up? If you hear that I am not this fucked up, then you are right. If you say that this thing is good and I should do this, then you are doing something wrong. Like you want to go with the flow. So that is the issue. And this can, like, sometimes we also do fucked up things. Trust me, we also fall for these things. So that's all right. That is also human. But if you want to do it like a crazy lunatic, then that's the issue. Never become that person. If you want to like reverse all this thing, work on yourself. Even in the smallest step is enough to deter this thing than having these bigger leaps. If you do even the slightest work, you don't have to fear all these fuckers, to be honest. You don't have to base your life around that they exist, these demons, and we should protect ourselves. No, live your life. These people will stay away from you as long as you are learning things and you are keeping yourself in check.
Right. I mean, what else can I say? I'm just really obsessed with the trivium method, and I like the idea of coming to the real raw truth of things, and just, you know, reading the situation and like pressing whoever you got to press or whatever you got to press eventually.
That's good. Yeah, that's nice. Trivium and quadrivium, I personally don't follow these things because they are more academic ways of thinking. We have this vipassana in Buddhism, so we have direct understanding. We develop our faculty, our agencies to notice these things directly without using any middleman or middle method. So how you feel, how you experience something, if you keep your morality and ethics intact. So you know these things through intuitions. So intuitively you can tell, even though you cannot tell what is actually wrong with certain situation or something, you can intuitively tell that this is not me, this is something else. So this is also a measure that is like if you want to do academically, that is also not wrong, because having some understanding, some sort of wisdom is better than having nothing. That is also good.
Right.
Yeah, it's an ancient method, but it checks out. It's real. Reminds me of a quote. Pratyaksha vagamam dharmyam susukam kartum avyayam. Pratyaksha vagamam dharmyam. The Dharma is revealed by direct realization or perception. Pratyaksha. Susukam kartum avyayam. And therefore it's easily performed naturally without. So basically, you get to a point where you're not always thinking, because like thinking is a tool, like it's one way of doing things, but you come to like a self-controlled point where like you just, I don't know, it's like instinctive naturally. The trivia method can be used, but also we're not computers, and you can get to a point like if you're riding a bicycle, like you don't apply the trivia method to where you're going on a bicycle, right?
Yeah.
So there is such a thing as a flow state in ways beyond the trivium. But when you're talking about actual hard data, the trivium and quadrivium can work.
Yeah.
Especially when you're dealing with people and you can't just mind meld with somebody and tell them like directions or mathematical measurements if you're building a structure. But yeah, there's other ways. And they're real. And one problem I noticed with the One Great Work Network is they do tend to just basically idealize only the Western methods, like Francis Bacon, the Golden Dawn, as if these dudes are like the pinnacle of human evolution. But they've come to the conclusion, as the British Empire or as whatever, that, oh, wait, now we have all this knowledge in this gun. So what we should do is we should go to a tropical area and force people to work on a rubber plantation and cut off their hands if they don't do it. So that's what the trivia method will get you if you don't have morals and actual like
one-to-one interaction with life.
Dude. Everything in this universe, if you want to call it God, everything in this universe belongs to God. You have an existence, but nothing is truly yours, like as in like you're not the lord of anything. You're not a dragon, you're not a bumlord boza, you're like this idea of having ownership of something, like as far as like eternal ownership of things, is a sickness. Like basically people with this mindset is they think that they can just have pure pleasure all the time to where they're addicted to feeling good, and then anything that doesn't make them feel good has to be like killed. Like basically, I don't know, people just don't want self-control. They want to control the environment around them, and if they don't get it, they freaking freak out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ownership, like for example, what Buddha has taught. So if we don't call it Buddhism, then why should we call it? What should we call it? So then
it means wisdom, right? I mean, doesn't it? Just basically.
Yeah, but Buddha, like if you say that this already exists in the nature, then why did you not find it first? Why are you attacking Buddha after?
I don't know why people attack him.
Yeah, so sometimes these things also happen. People say that okay, this is this is a thing of this nature and human nature and environment, all that stuff. So why did not you come up with all these things? Why are you attacking a person who came up with these things, explained, helped you? So now you are attacking that person. So that's wrong. Ownership, if it is like not like ownership, it is like for service, for help, then it's good. If it's education, it is good. I think
this whole thing, I just wanted to add this whole thing. I saw a comment here. This whole thing about etymology in green language and this bullshit has to go. If you can't express If you can't express your wisdom without words, then it's bullshit. God doesn't think in fucking words. The universe doesn't give a fuck about words. The sun doesn't rise in the morning because of your fucking words. It doesn't matter if you know the word zenith, azimuth, sidereal zodiac. None of that shit matters. What happens in the human brain is irrelevant. So fuck this addiction to understanding things, as in you think the universe and the order and the way of everything has to fit.
Keep it healthy. You don't have to just like, if you want to
but
learn.
I'm just saying these people have a sickness where they have to turn everything into a word salad.
That is where people start to like measure their size, cock size, whatever you want in the West. That's where all these things come from. Actually, that I know this much.
Whatever we do here, because it's bad.
Whatever happens. So that's where all these things come from. Because when Mark Pesce talks about, he's always talking about etymology, this and that. Okay, but etymology, who brought these things? They are also coming from somewhere. It's not like Western. If you match Western stuff and Eastern stuff, we already had these things way before, like actually documented. But we did not have these specific words because we did not commercialize these things. We had a whole different system going on in the ancient stuff, and West has a slight different. And I do not blame this. How do you call it? Commercialization or whatever the hell, that much. That is also working, but when everything is exploited and corrupted, so what do you call all those things? Right now Donald Trump is the lord of the world.
What it leads to is a contract-based mindset to where people get all weird with their words and they try to manipulate people into stuff, or they claim that like if they don't use certain words then they're not subject to certain things. And it's like, bro, like, so yeah, certain things are constructs. All language is a construct, but like, are people using it as like a magic wand, or are they using it as a tool of exchange to exchange information to interact normally?
Yeah, you also communicate with nature, with the reality and all stuff, right? Without words. So people say it is telepathic. It's not actually telepathic. It's intuitive. What you are thinking intuitively, what I'm thinking intuitively, that might look like that this is telepathy. Actually, that is not. You're using your intuitions, and then people make it about just intuitions. Like this should be just intuitions. Then it all becomes this new age stuff. So I don't know. I don't have solutions for all these things. There should be a healthy balance, I would say, once again, as Buddhists say. And you should be able to discern things.
Is this the outro music?
Yeah, I think we're gonna wrap it up.
This is a great
you guys
show
ready
today.
to wrap this up? Great show today. I'm glad Vivek and Darren kissed and made up. I'm proud of you guys.
We did not fight that much because there was this issue with Curtis. If he did not push the wrong buttons like that, I would not have stressed it to that extent.
Oh, okay. It's all Curtis's fault.
No, his fault is also there.
It's just
it's Darren's fault because I told this person multiple times, and then he's switching things. So I would say still it's Darren's fault.
Okay. All right, dudes. I don't know when we're gonna do this again, but I'm gonna get this going.
Lesson learned. You know. Thanks for showing up, Vivek.
Will you want
to
kick us
We'll see you guys next week or
I
something.
should not have took it that far. I would say.
Hey man, but it was an important project, and you worked hard on it. People get passionate. It's really good though. Everyone should listen to it. Have a good night.
Yeah, I agree. Sure. It's really
they
good.
Listened to it. Everybody had good feedback.
Except for Alicia.
Well,
no, Alicia liked it.
I don't know. Yeah.
She liked it.
She's playing hard to get. Everyone likes it. No,
but she's so mad at me. Dude, that's what triggered all of them.
I heard Alicia's side as well. Alicia. I would say that when some conflicts occurs, it's not just one person's fault. So we should just look into our stuff as well. Maybe we all have different personalities. Maybe we have all sorts of skeletons in our closets. But I think it is wrong to interact like this. Just stop interacting. There exist boza in this world. We don't have to interact with boza. They exist. Like, I'm not comparing these things. I'm just saying that let's coexist. What's wrong in that? Right?
Right. Like
Yep.
adults, man. The mature thing to do.
Yep.
We're all gonna have differences.
Always.
And it's okay to not like the differences, you know, like we just try to respect each other.
Yeah, you should decide where to draw a line and then just back down. That's fine.
Step away and
Yeah.
Communication.
Yeah.
Communication.
Can't survive without it.
All right,
We will-
guys.
Yeah, go ahead, Vivek.
We will take some time to get to that level because we have just started to understand these things collectively.
Damn right.
It's not like one day thing. We have to relearn things here and there, and we can reach to that point at some point. So let's be patient toward each other, at least.
Yeah,
that's the best we can do.
And if you listen to the podcast after, like, let's say tomorrow or the next day, you'll like see how that actually is the unprogramming, you know. So just
People
saying,
did not
like,
understand what it was. People made it about podcast
it
or
take
something.
a while to understand. I mean, it's every time I listen to it, I get a better understanding. Like, I don't know, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, that's fine. People can pick to watch it or not. That's up to them.
Are you gonna
Many
put it
people
back
are not
up?
ready. Yeah,
It's up on. I think it is
Okay.
YouTube.
I thought Vivek told you to take it down.
Well, he'll manage it. He'll manage it himself, and it'll
Yeah,
be
it's
great.
on YouTube.
Yeah. I still got the link up. It's got like 350 views. The one I put up on my YouTube.
Yeah, you just get a feed going, and dude,
we got a feed
subscribe.
going.
Everyone should subscribe.
That's fine if people want to do something with it, but if they don't want, that's also fine. It's our karma to do something good. It's people's karma whether they want to do it or not.
All right, dudes. I'm gonna get Will and Logan. Get them started.
Concept. What is
and we'll see you guys next time we do it. Thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out, Adrian.
So
thanks, Vivek. Thanks, Darren.
Before let's kind of define our terms, right? We have hydrogen therapy. Now, there are many forms of hydrogen. What is hydrogen itself? So the three forms of hydrogen, you have molecular hydrogen, which is the gas form. Hydrogen itself is the gas. It's the smallest and lightest element, and it's also the first element on the periodic table. So this is important because the universe is made up of 90% hydrogen. It's a foundational element. It's the essence of life. And there are many forms of what hydrogen is, right? So you have hydrogen, and when a hydrogen atom is paired with another hydrogen atom, then it becomes a hydrogen molecule. Right, so this is also known as molecular hydrogen, diatomic hydrogen, hydrogen gas, and this is the form of hydrogen that we are specifically talking about. When we say the term hydrogen, most people will associate that to water or hydrogen fuel powered vehicles, or maybe the hydrogen bomb. But these are all separate things. This is not exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about molecular hydrogen. Two hydrogen atoms paired together, meaning that it is a stable molecule, and it's in the form of gas. Therapy, right, is the administration of molecular hydrogen. And there are 4 common methods. There's inhalation, breathing the gas. There is molecular hydrogen gas that is diffused or dissolved into water itself. There's saline injection. And there's also topical therapy as well, where you're bathing in hydrogen rich water. When we get into the forms of hydrogen, it's important to understand that the atoms are comprised of a proton, which is positive charged, and neutron, which is neutral, and then an electron, which is negatively charged. So when you have molecular hydrogen, they are paired by covalescent bond together, which means it is a neutral molecule, meaning that it is extremely stable. Opposed to that would be the hydrogen atom, which is positively charged and is extremely reactive. It is an unstable molecule. So that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the stable form, which is molecular hydrogen, and I put an emphasis on that because it is very common when you're talking about hydrogen. It's either associated with water. Well, why do we need therapy when we're drinking water? It has hydrogen in it, which is an oxygen and 2 hydrogen atoms. We're talking about the therapy of administrating molecular hydrogen gas as an independent source, and then also adding that into water. H2. H2. Exactly. Molecular hydrogen is H2. And then, of course, the therapy portion, which, we can expand on that, but the therapeutic benefits and the application of H2 gas, molecular hydrogen, is not new at all. In fact, it has been around for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. Right. Well, thousands if you want to consider that ionization actually occurs naturally when lightning strikes a body of water. So this is like the OG that will actually separate those oxygen and hydrogen atoms and produce that H2. Now, in the late 1700s, that's where as far as we know, the earliest reports of H2's medicinal benefits. So they just started becoming aware of that at all. Almost 300 years ago. That's pretty wild. And then fast forward all the way to the 1930s. That's when research on electrolyzed reduced water began in Japan. So this general awareness is a lot further along in Asian countries to this day. It's a lot more known about and even integrated and implemented in especially Japan, Taiwan, Korea, they use it for medicine. They have them in hospitals, many of them. So again, we're trying to take what is being moved forward and bring that especially the West, you know, America, Canada, parts of Europe and Australia, and also this is really fascinating to me that in the 40s the deep sea divers were using hydrogen to counteract divers' sickness or the bends. And or decompression sickness, and they were using extremely high dosages, and since then there have still never been any negative or cytotoxic effects ever recorded or documented with the use of H2, even at 100 times, hundreds of times more concentration than the normal therapeutic levels that the common machines of the day are utilizing essentially. So you literally can't get too much of it. Any excess is just diffused from the body. After it uses what it needs, essentially. So then in the 70s, Dole, Wilson, and Fife discovered that hyperbaric oxygen therapy could have potential therapeutic effects such as inhibiting cancer growth in mice. So it's like starting very small, general, very vague awareness, and then as science does, it starts getting more specific and figuring out, okay, what are its more specific uses, and how, and then when you dial that in, then you can test in a more targeted way and get more results. So it was in the mid to late 2000s, essentially, when things started kind of picking up, like getting exponentially more tested and well known. In 2007, Osawa and some in his affiliates published a groundbreaking paper in Nature medicine showing that inhalation of 2% hydrogen gas could reduce oxidative stress and neuronal damage in rat models. The study opened the door to much more research on hydrogen's antioxidant properties, which again, if you know anything about disease and chronic disease, inflammation and oxidative stress
pretty much the root cause of virtually every illness. So you're starting to see that it's like because it's the broad implications are so potent for this